in the new sister republic. The Dutch had to pay 100 million florins to their French liberators so to speak. Let's step back and think about what happened here with the creation of the first sister republic, because certain patterns will reemerge again, and Napoleon would play a role in creating those patterns. By the mid-1790s, revolutionary warfare and ideology had combined to destabilize old power structures in Europe. Local patriots in the Netherlands and in other places jumped into the opening. They seized the opportunity for making independent republics within the cauldron of revolutionary contestation. But when the French helped set up these republics, they didn't act purely out of revolutionary idealism. Those goals, idealistic goals, gave way more every day to traditional geopolitics, the quest for raw power, and the hunt for booty. The French wanted to make client states and expand their territory and influence. And if they were going to make republics, those republics should pay for the services of the French armies. As one Italian revolutionary put it a few years later, revolutions are prepared by philosophers and decided by bayonets. By 1796, Great Britain, Austria, and Piedmont all were still at war with the Republic. The next lecture will look at Napoleon's dazzling Italian campaign and watch him set up some sister republics, whether the directors wanted him to or not.
Lecture 33, The Italian Campaign and the Sister Republics.
In mid-May 1796, only 6 weeks after he'd entered Italy, Napoleon Bonaparte led his troops into the city of Milan. He'd chased away its Austrian rulers. He promised the Milanese, "You will be free." In Paris, the directors were astonished to hear the news. And in northern Italy, lots of people were on fire with revolutionary fervor. One Venetian playwright named Ugo Foscolo wrote, "Who would not want Bonaparte for legislator, captain, father, and spiritual chief?" This lecture will focus on Napoleon Bonaparte's Italian campaign of 1796-97. We'll also explore how he became involved in Italian politics and worked to create sister republics. First, let's look at revolutionary agitation in Italy before Bonaparte got there. Italy was made up of a patchwork of small states with varying forms of government. For example, kings ruled Piedmont in the northwest and the Kingdom of Naples in the south. The Venetian Republic was an independent state, but Austria dominated the Duchy of Milan in the north. When the revolution broke out in France, it provoked great excitement in Italy. Uprisings broke out against lords and landowners in some areas. Peasants in the Kingdom of Naples organized and threatened, quote, to act like the French. But one group was more excited about the French Revolution than anyone else in Italy: city people, especially educated individuals who had read or maybe even written Enlightenment works. In cities like Milan, Venice, and Naples, the French Revolution seized the imagination of intellectuals, government workers, merchants, lawyers, and journalists. The same thing was happening in other parts of Europe, in Ireland, the Low Countries, Poland, and the Rhineland, for example. In Italy, patriotic societies sprang up, and everywhere, revolutionary pamphlets, newspapers, and translations of political speeches circulated, usually illegally or secretly. Overall, Italian rulers tried to suppress this subversive circulation of revolutionary ideas. But it was hard to keep a lid on the excitement. Intellectuals drafted sample constitutions. Freemason societies turned themselves into revolutionary clubs. Remember Filippo Buonarroti, the Italian who became a member of Babeuf's Conspiracy of Equals. He began to experiment with establishing a mini-republic in a principality in far northwest Italy. He created a refuge for Italian patriots and put Jacobin goals into place: schools, price controls on food, and the suppression of feudalism. Then, in Paris, in 1796, he tried to convince the directors what Italian patriots knew: Italy was ripe for revolution. He sent the Directory his ideas. French and Italian revolutionaries should work together. Piedmontese revolutionaries would rise up, and meanwhile the French would invade to topple the king. Now at that very moment, the leading revolutionaries of the Directory were discussing foreign policy. Remember that the French had already helped to create the Batavian Republic in the Netherlands in 1795. Should they now work with local patriots and revolutionaries to establish other republics around France's borders? For the moment, the directors officially answered no. France had already annexed Belgium and was occupying the Rhineland. They needed to consolidate these lands and republicanize them inside France's so-called natural frontiers. Besides, they didn't want to get too ambitious, and they didn't want to alienate other European powers with, quote, a mania for revolutionizing everything. And what did the French think about the Italians? Were they ready? Not quite. It's true there were Italian Jacobins on the ground, but one French observer dismissed them. They were full of, quote, extreme petulance and dash. They get excited and carried away. Some stereotypes have deep roots. The French leaders almost all agreed with this assessment. Quote, the Italian people are not mature enough for liberty. So in 1796, the Directory decided not to create sister republics in Italy. But that decision didn't take into account a certain General Bonaparte. He turned out to have plans of his own. Let's return now to the arena of international conflict. By 1796, France was still at war with Great Britain, Austria, and various Italian territories, including Piedmont. The Directory had a grand strategy. To threaten England, they'd send a naval expedition to Ireland, where the United Irishmen were anxious and ready to spark revolt against the British. On the continent, the two armies would strike at Austria by marching into Austria's Holy Roman Empire, and a third army would tackle Piedmont and the Austrian possessions in northern Italy. The directors thought that the battles in the Italian arena would just be a distraction. They'd divert the Austrians and keep Austrian troops busy there. And maybe if Bonaparte grabbed a chunk of Italy, the French could use it as a bargaining chip against the Austrians. As it turned out, Napoleon stole the show, and he ended up making plans of his own. The armies in the German campaign got bogged down. And what about the expedition to Ireland? Amazingly enough, 35 French ships eluded the British Navy and made it all the way to Bantry Bay. But the weather was exceptionally stormy. It forced the French to give up on their invasion attempt. They couldn't even land. 2 years later, they'd try again, but they got there too late to help the United Irish Rebellion in 1798. Now, let's watch Bonaparte in action. In March 1796, he went to Nice to take over the French army that would invade Italy. He was 26 years old. The press and the other generals weren't very impressed by this scrawny guy with the messy hair and badly made clothes. One journalist dismissed him as a tiny freak with thinning hair. He'd never commanded a division in battle, let alone an army. And some people mistrusted him because he was a Corsican. One deputy wrote to a director, "Do you not know what Corsicans are? For 2,000 years, no one has been able to rely on them. They are fickle by nature." But in the Italian campaign, Bonaparte proved his doubters wrong. Let me first give you a short version of what happened. He led his army in a lightning attack in April 1796. Within 2 weeks, he had kicked Piedmont out of the war. By mid-May, he'd marched into Milan. Italian patriots welcomed him with cheers. And over the next few months, he took control of much of the Italian territory north of Rome. But it would take him longer to convince the Austrians to withdraw. He won a string of victories, and then he chased the Austrians to within 100 miles of Vienna. He drove Austria to her knees and established 2 sister republics in Italy. He'd astonished Europe. Now, let's look at the Italian campaign more carefully, more slowly, both as a military effort and as a political campaign. First, we need to ask, why did Bonaparte win? Let's use the Italian campaign to introduce some of his trademark military characteristics. The French army that would invade Italy had about 37,000 troops. When Bonaparte took charge, it was in tough shape. It was short on cavalrymen, short on horses to pull the artillery, short on boots, bayonets, sabers, and muskets. What did Bonaparte do? Two things from the get-go. He cultivated his relationship with the soldiers, and he paid close attention to the logistics of supplying the army. In exile, much later, Bonaparte reported that he'd said to his soldiers, "You are naked and hungry. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. I am about to lead you into the world's most fertile plains." Bonaparte quickly got a reputation for treating his soldiers like equals. At the Battle of Lodi, word had it that he got down into the ranks of the artillery. He helped his men load, aim, and fire the cannon. Maybe he helped swab them down. He might as well have. He understood what made his men tick. They nicknamed him the Little Corporal. And he cultivated their sense of honor. He urged them to share in the glory of his destiny. He proclaimed, "All of you want to be able to say when you return to your villages one day, I was in the conquering army of Italy." During that campaign, he also gave out engraved sabers as rewards to 100 especially brave soldiers. These were ordinary enlisted men, not officers. He had their names listed in the newspapers back in Paris. Above all, he paid attention to material things. He paid his soldiers in hard cash. They thought this was awesome. And he worked his way into their hearts by way of their stomachs. Bread and meat. Listen to him writing home that spring. "I have given out meat, bread, forage. My soldiers are showing me inexpressible confidence." In the Italian campaign, he demanded that all territories offer up food, wine, shoes, boots, blankets, whatever his soldiers needed. His opponents relied much more heavily on their supply trains. But Bonaparte counted on his soldiers as much as possible to forage locally. This system of foraging became a central part of his operations. It played a crucial role in his ability to move fast. It meant that his armies could travel quickly. In fact, they had to travel fast to live off the countryside. It was a plan that worked well in the fertile plains of northern Italy. Let's look more closely at the next key element of Bonaparte's operations, his phenomenal speed and mobility, and his ability to concentrate troops rapidly. Before the Revolution, after France lost badly in the 7 Years' War, the French army had begun to work on new techniques of more mobile warfare. They aimed for more mobile heavy artillery, speedier deployment of large groups of soldiers, quicker concentration of separate units onto one key spot. And during the Revolution, French armies increased their mobility. But at the same time, they had recruited a lot of inexperienced soldiers. To incorporate these men and still achieve mobility, generals had the infantry strike in attack columns at least as often as they used the traditional line formations. The old line formations could deliver massive firepower, but the men needed to be very well drilled. Columns were easier for the new recruits to master, but they had limited firepower. So the French Revolutionary Army developed something called the mixed order. This system deployed 2 attack columns connected by troops in line formation between the 2 columns. And they also deployed skirmishers to distract and disrupt the enemy lines. Bonaparte was perfectly suited for this style of fighting that emphasized attack, speed, and precise and rapid troop movements. In his first few weeks in Italy, he showed off his great ability in this evolving style of warfare. He struck with astonishing rapidity. He preferred certain maneuvers that enabled him to use his speed effectively. He loved the manœuvre sur les derrières. In this maneuver, his men would skirt around to the rear of an enemy army and cut off its supply lines. And he repeatedly sought to seize the central position between 2 armies. For example, in the first part of the campaign, the Austrians surprised him with an early, unexpected attack. But he beat them back and then drove a wedge between the Piedmontese and the Austrian forces. From this central position, he pinned the Austrians up against the mountains. Then he turned west and turned his army's firepower, as well as its marching and maneuvering power, straight against the Piedmontese. He marched his men with breathtaking speed between engagements. Then he consolidated his forces for a final smash victory at Mondovì. One of his soldiers later on claimed that Napoleon had, quote, discovered a new way of waging war. He makes use of our legs instead of our bayonets. Within 12 days, Piedmont had surrendered. Napoleon commented, "I may lose a battle, but I never lose a minute." He then began to drive his forces across the plains of Lombardy toward Milan. Here again, Napoleon showcased another of his key military abilities, his aptitude at reading the terrain and using it to his advantage. He didn't cross the Po River at the obvious place and head straight north toward Milan. Instead, he marched his men fast east along the river, 60 miles to Piacenza, further east than Milan. He had two reasons. There were 3 tributaries flowing into the Po from the north, and he didn't want to cross them. River crossings were no joke. Armies had thousands of men, hundreds of horses, also cannons, supply trains. Getting them across a river could be a logistical nightmare and a moment of vulnerability. And Napoleon's second reason for choosing this route? The crossing at Piacenza also allowed him to outflank the Austrians and cut off certain of their supply lines. He forced them to fall back. Shortly after making it northwards across the Po River, Bonaparte fought his most publicized battle of the Italian campaign, the Battle of Lodi. On the morning of the 10th of May, 1796, the French were pursuing the retreating Austrian army. Lodi sits on the river Adda. Here, the French suddenly found themselves caught up short. In front of them stood a narrow wooden bridge about 500 feet long. On the opposite shore were the Austrians, blocking their passage. Bonaparte pointed his own light guns back at the Austrians. The two sides launched into an artillery duel. He also quickly sent cavalrymen to the north and the south to look for other places to ford the river and make a flanking maneuver. Then that evening, around 6 o'clock, Bonaparte roused his soldiers with a patriotic speech and sent them charging across the bridge in the face of Austrian grapeshot. Decimated, the French grenadiers made it only halfway and began to fall back. But some of Bonaparte's senior officers rushed onto the bridge and urged the troops on. Some of the French men who made it to the far end of the bridge leaped over the side into shallow water. They used their firepower to cover their fellow soldiers who were advancing across the bridge. Meanwhile, French cavalry had found a way across the river. They circled around and surprised the Austrians on their southern flank. At the day's end, the Austrians withdrew, and Bonaparte immediately began to trumpet his victory, soon known all across Europe. Now, the Battle of Lodi wasn't really much more than a skirmish. It could have been avoided if Napoleon had just waited a day longer for the Austrians to withdraw. But the Prussian war theorist Karl von Clausewitz pointed out that it was worth paying attention to the Battle of Lodi because it demonstrated a key characteristic of Bonaparte. He had the moral force of victory, as Clausewitz put it. Lodi showed Bonaparte, quote, in that elevated state of hope, courage, and confidence. War is not waged by reason alone. It is the whole man who wages war. Or to put it in another way, for his Austrian opponents, war was a job, a skill, an arena of expertise. But for Bonaparte, war stood at the heart of who he was. His indefatigable energy and his drive, in turn, energized his men. One last point about this Battle of Lodi. Bonaparte immediately turned it into a victory much better, much greater than it was. He publicized it back in France as, quote, the most brilliant of the entire war. The action on the bridge quickly became the subject of popular engravings. Some of them, wrongly, put Napoleon heading the march, leading it on the bridge on a white horse. Napoleon mastered the art of self-promotion and took it to a new high during the Italian campaign. He'd founded several newspapers to report back in France on his triumph. The newspapers always trumped up his victories and exaggerated the strengths of his opponents. They kept Napoleon in the public eye back in France. They crafted his image as a hero and as a brother-in-arms with devoted soldiers. His military bulletins became so inflated that later on the French made an expression, lying like a bulletin. But that was later. For now, all was hope and razzle-dazzle. Just to give you a sense of it, here's a passage from one report in his newspaper, the Courier of the Army of Italy, describing Bonaparte. He flies like lightning and strikes like thunder. He is everywhere. He sees everything. Like a comet cleaving the clouds, he appears at the same moment on the astonished banks of 2 separate rivers. I love that one. And of course, it's almost true. One especially stunning piece of propaganda came out of the Italian campaign. Antoine Jean Gros painted Bonaparte on another bridge at another victory 6 months later, at Arcole this time. In Gros' painting, the heroic Napoleon stands alone. He grips his sword in one hand and a flag above his head. He looks over his shoulder, back towards his men. He's leading them on as he strides forward with dignity and courage. He is moving onward boldly. He cares for his men and he's urging them on. That was the general all European republicans were falling in love with. Just a few days after this victory at Lodi in mid-May 1796, Bonaparte occupied Milan. He promised liberty and defense against the Austrians. Then, at the orders of the Directory, he headed south. One of the directors bluntly told him to, quote, squeeze the Italian lemon. In other words, they wanted him to help fill the coffers of the French Republic. He complied. His forces swept southward, imposing war levies. Almost 46 million francs in cash and over 12 million in gold, silver, and jewels would be taken from Italy that year. But that's not all. Bonaparte had a group of art experts with him. They saw Italy as a vast art museum waiting to be plundered. They sent painting after painting up to the Louvre. Raphael, Titian, Leonardo da Vinci. You can go to the Louvre and still see some of these paintings today. And for the next 2 decades, the bronze horses of San Marco from Venice sat in Paris. They were soon adorning a Napoleonic victory arch. Meanwhile, back up north in Lombardy, the Austrians hung on to the fortress town of Mantua with about 13,000 men. 4 times the Austrians tried to seize back their territory in Lombardy. But Bonaparte held them off with a string of victories. Finally, in February 1797, Mantua fell after Napoleon pushed back the Austrian reinforcements at the Battle of Rivoli. Then he pressed northeast through the Tyrol toward Austria. When he was within 100 miles of Vienna, the Austrians finally sued for peace. Bonaparte had triumphed. As a military leader, he'd already begun to display his trademark characteristics: mobility and speed, a charismatic bond with his soldiers, an amazing ability to read the terrain and master logistics, and an uncanny potential to make the best of every opportunity. And finally, an unstoppable will, what Clausewitz called the moral force of victory. During the Italian campaign, we see Bonaparte emerging not just as a military leader, but also as a political leader. He had a mind of his own. Now let's ask, what politics did he pursue? When the French invaded Italy, booted out the Austrians, and defeated other local rulers, they made an opening for Italians to create sister republics. Now, Napoleon played a key role here, but it's a complicated one. On the one hand, he defied the Directory. He encouraged the local patriots to make their republics. Although we think of him mainly as a military leader, he wanted to conduct political experiments in state building. But on the other hand, he was leery of any Italian Jacobins who seemed too radical. He wanted to control the political process and keep those republics as moderate as possible. In the fall of 1796, he met with Italian patriot leaders from the Emilia-Romagna region. With his backing, they defied local rulers, including the Pope. They established the first Italian sister republic. It was called the Cispadan Republic, and it adopted a constitution modeled on the French Constitution of 1795. It also introduced a new flag inspired by the French, a green, white, and red tricolor, an earlier version of today's Italian flag, its first incarnation. Bonaparte wrote back to the directors that he was creating what he called an aristo-democratic republic. Its leaders would be liberal aristocrats and enlightened members of the bourgeoisie. Meanwhile, in Milan, Bonaparte had also kicked out the Austrian rulers. Italian patriots had been hoping for an opportunity just like this. In 1796, radicals and Jacobins flocked to Milan to take part in the excitement, the political debate, and experimentation. With Napoleon, the Italians in Milan created the Cisalpine Republic. It stretched across the former Austrian territory in Lombardy into the western part of the Veneto, and then it absorbed the Cispadan Republic in the Emilia-Romagna. This Cisalpine Republic lasted only a few years, but even though it was short-lived, it had a long-term significance for Italy. For one thing, these Italian republics posed the question of Italian unification. The general administration of Lombardy sponsored an essay contest. What form of free government is best suited to Italy? The winner, Melchiorre Gioia, called for Italians to overcome their regional differences and make a unified Italian republic. No one knew just what a unified Italy meant, but across the 19th century, Italian patriots remained inspired by this early dream of liberating and unifying Italy, right up until 1870 when Italian unification finally took place. The Cisalpine Republic also started crucial experiments with social and cultural reforms. Its leaders freed the press, they gave rights to Jews, and tried to develop a secular education program. They even adopted the French Republican calendar and confiscated some church property. But the Italian patriots had a hard time winning full popular support for their republic. For one thing, the citizens resented France's heavy hand in local politics, and they detested the high requisitions demanded by the French. And for another thing, Italian patriots soon found out that France's commitment to Italian republicanism didn't run deep. For that story, we need to look at one last aspect of Bonaparte's Italian campaign, the diplomatic angle. What kind of diplomatic deal did Bonaparte cut with the Austrians? On his own, in late 1797, he negotiated the Treaty of Campo Formio with the Austrians. This treaty humiliated Austria. It left them wanting to get revenge on France. In the treaty, first the Austrians acknowledged France's massive expansion since 1792 into Belgium, the left bank of the Rhine, and Nice and the Savoy. Second, Austria also agreed to give up Lombardy. Austria recognized the two new Italian sister republics, the Cisalpine Republic and the Ligurian Republic around Genoa. But in exchange, Napoleon surrendered the city-state of Venice to Austrian control. Republicans all across Europe were shocked. Venice had been an independent republic for centuries. How could the liberator betray this ancient republic and undermine its liberty? Italian patriots were devastated. The Venetian playwright Foscolo sang Napoleon's praises at the beginning of this lecture. Now he attacked the French bitterly. The sacrifice of our nation is complete. All is lost. Will I be able to see with my own eyes those who despoiled, derided, and sold us, and not cry out in anger? Devastators of people, they make use of liberty, as popes make use of crusades. The Italian revolutionaries were disillusioned, but they didn't give up easily. Over the next few years, they did their best to work with the French as they created 3 more sister republics in Naples, Rome, and the city-state of Lucca. And for revolutionary France, what difference did this Italian adventure make? It made clear that the commitment to spreading revolutionary ideology abroad had taken a back seat to other, less idealistic goals. Now it was clear that the French, like any other powerful nation, also aimed to create client states, expand territory, increase French control on the continent, and try to get booty from occupied territories. Bonaparte's victories in Italy also changed the balance of power back in France. The Directory was getting more dependent on its generals, certainly to get war booty, but also to help maintain the uneasy balance of power between left and right. The Italian campaign laid the foundation of Bonaparte's fame, and it also fired his own imagination. Later on, he wrote, "It was only on the evening of Lodi that I believed myself to be a superior man, and that the ambition came to me of executing great things that so far had only been a fantastic dream." And the Italian campaign gave Europe its first real view of this astonishing individual, bold politician, wily diplomat, and brilliant military commander. The next lecture will cross the Atlantic Ocean and look at France's relationship with a sister republic of a different sort, the United States.
Lecture 34. Sister Republics, France and America.
In the mid to late 1790s, France established 8 sister republics in Europe. But France already had a natural sister republic across the sea. France and America loved each other in 1789. It was a mutual admiration society. But by 1798, they were virtually at war on the high seas. By then, many Americans agreed with this preacher's words. Behold France, converted into one great theater of unspeakable degradation and misery. This lecture will look at Franco-American relations across the 1790s. We'll ask how Republican politics collided with geopolitics in this revolutionary era. To begin, how did the French and the Americans see each other in the early 1790s? The French had been influenced by American examples when they wrote the Declaration of Rights of Man back in 1789. But with time, the American model started to seem less relevant. After all, the Americans hadn't dealt with a king on the spot or with a powerful church or an old system of privilege and aristocracy. And the French were speeding toward a much more radical social revolution. Already in 1789, Robespierre proclaimed, "America's example as an argument for our success is worthless because the circumstances are different." But in contrast, the Girondin leaders, especially Brissot, felt a tight bond with the Americans. Brissot had even been to America. He thought of it as a possible utopia, a commercial dream. When he dreamt about spreading revolution abroad, he was certain he could enlist the U.S. as an ally. Maybe they could work together and create more sister republics and a vast trading network. And what did the Americans think about the French Revolution? In 1789, most Americans welcomed it with open arms. France's new politics seemed to be following in American footsteps. The French Revolution encouraged the Americans. It legitimized their new Republican politics. It made it seem like cutting-edge action instead of just an insane idea carried out by an uncivilized people way across the ocean. Listen to Joseph Eckley preaching to Boston's Artillery Company in 1791. "We love the French. It is the debt of gratitude, for they loved us. The sons of freedom, in whatever place they dwell, are viewed as brethren." But as the French Revolution got more and more radical, Americans became more divided in what they thought about France. And here's an important point. The Americans were just figuring out themselves their own path to republicanism. The French Revolution helped the Americans define their own political views and helped them invent the two-party system. In the 1790s in the U.S., two groups began to emerge. They would become political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans, often called the Republicans for short. Overall, the Federalists believed in a stronger central federal government, and they wanted elites to maintain control of politics. Their leaders were men like John Adams and Alexander Hamilton. They didn't trust France's drive for equality. Why did the French have to be so hard on the aristocrats and the church? At some gut level, the Federalists didn't understand how deeply privilege was embedded in France. And anyway, to them, the French had always seemed frivolous. Hamilton denounced the Democratic Republicans for what he called their womanish attachment to France. Instead, he, Adams, and the Federalists all admired the stable, hierarchical society of Britain. And for economic reasons, they very much wanted to cultivate their commercial relationship with England. On the other hand, the Republicans didn't like England, and they admired the French Revolution. Their leader was Thomas Jefferson, and he adored France. He'd spent 5 years there. The Republicans were pushing for broad democratic participation in politics, and they wanted more power at the state level. In 1792-93, new political clubs sprang up in American cities. These democratic Republican societies attacked what they called the moneyed interests of the Federalist program. They drew a parallel between their own class politics and the action in France. They loved to make toasts to their equality-loving French brothers. One toast celebrated the French sans-culottes, the men without fancy knee breeches, and the American soldiers at Valley Forge as the sans-souliers, the men without shoes, revolutionary brothers in adversity and triumph. The Republicans held festivals on Bastille Day, and they threw civic feasts after the French victory at Valmy in the fall of 1792. They ate, they drank, they speechified happily in honor of France and their shared political vision. So to sum things up, the Federalists and their leaders, Hamilton and Adams, wanted to keep politics in the hands of the elites. They didn't trust France and its radical revolution. In contrast, Jefferson and the Republicans wanted a more democratic republic, and they felt a strong bond with the French revolutionaries. In 1793, a French diplomat named Edmond Charles Genet walked smack dab into the middle of this political divide. Now we'll look at the story of his diplomatic mission to the U.S. It became a critical turning point in Franco-American relations. It's intriguing, and it also reveals differences between the French and American situations as they tried to build their republics. Genet was 30 years old. He was a good-looking man. He had red hair, charming manners, plenty of energy. He'd grown up in a family of diplomats, but he was also a revolutionary, and he was an impulsive man. He was caught up in the fervor for change. He just had to leave the court of Russia because the Empress Catherine the Great had turned against those revolutionary fools, the French. Genet was certain that America would be different. And when he got off the boat in Charleston, South Carolina in April 1793, a huge crowd met him on the dock. They welcomed him with cheers and parties. Genet had been sent by the Girondins, who were leading French foreign policy at this time. They enlisted him to accomplish several diplomatic goals. He should get the Americans to pay their old debt back to France. This debt dated back to the American Revolution. He should also urge the Americans to officially reiterate their old alliance with France, according to the 1778 treaty. And maybe he could even negotiate a new, stronger commercial treaty with the president, George Washington. Right away, when he got to South Carolina, Genet began to work toward additional French goals. It was the spring of 1793. France had just declared war on Spain and England. The U.S. was trying hard to stay neutral, but Genet asked for their help. The governor of South Carolina and the French consul were delighted to help him out with his plans. First, they started to outfit 4 ships as French privateers who would attack British ships on the high seas. They drafted lots of American sailors to man those ships. But that's not all. The Girondins hoped that they could foment revolution in the Americas outside the U.S. borders. Brissot had cooked up an idea along with the Venezuelan revolutionary Francisco de Miranda, who was in Paris at this time. They thought that they could incite revolution as far as South America. And their plan also included North America. At that time, Spain laid claim to Florida and Louisiana, and Canada was a British colony. If the French stirred up revolution in those places, they'd be making trouble for their wartime enemies. And maybe the French could even get sister Republican territory that could supply food for Saint-Domingue. According to his official instructions from France, Genet should, quote, deliver our brothers in Louisiana from the yoke of Spanish tyranny and perhaps reunite the beautiful star of Canada to the American constellation. Genet should use revolutionary propaganda and secret agents. He should enlist soldiers in the borderlands to get ready to spark revolution. He set to work as soon as he got to American soil. He began to arrange an expedition into Spanish Florida. Now, let me point out that Genet hadn't talked to President George Washington yet, or to any official representatives of the new U.S. But he was inspired, he was impressed by this enthusiastic reception of the crowd. He assumed that the Americans were the brothers of France in revolution. He thought the Americans would embrace the French cause. But the Girondins had given him a hard job. They hadn't thought enough about the delicate strategic position of the United States. France and England were at war, but the U.S. didn't want to take sides and risk getting involved in another war. Right about when Genet arrived, George Washington had just issued a formal proclamation of neutrality. As he wrote to a friend, the U.S. wanted, quote, to have nothing to do with the political intrigues or the squabbles of European nations. Meanwhile, Genet partied his way up the East Coast. Everywhere he went, the Democratic Republican societies and the pro-French crowds welcomed him with wild enthusiasm. They held banquets, they shot off their cannon, they rang bells, and of course they gave endless speeches. It took him a full month to get to Philadelphia. By the time he got there to meet George Washington, he was practically drunk on this outpouring of revolutionary fervor and friendship. He wrote home, "I live here in the midst of perpetual fetes. I receive addresses from all over the country." Genet's presence gave ordinary Americans, especially Republicans, it gave them the chance to criticize the Federalists. By supporting the French Revolution, the Republican political clubs staked out their own democratic politics. But all their festivities also fatally misguided Genet. He thought that America was like revolutionary France, where people out in the streets were driving politics. Just a few months earlier, the Parisians had overthrown the king and made France a republic. But President Washington was not in the streets toasting Genet and the French Revolution. He hated the Republican societies. They could make way too much trouble. News about the execution of the French king had just reached the U.S., and that made Washington even more wary. He commented that he would meet Genet, but, quote, not with too much warmth or cordiality. In Philadelphia, Genet began to negotiate with the president and his divided cabinet. Things didn't go very well. Hamilton attacked Genet and the French. Hamilton's rival, Thomas Jefferson, saw Genet more favorably. He tried to advise the French diplomat. He even cautioned him about those divisions within the American cabinet. Washington and the Americans rebuffed Genet's demands for debt repayment or for a new commercial treaty with the U.S. Jefferson then tried to get Genet to tone it down and temper his demands. But Genet was a revolutionary, and he was a man on a mission. Behind the scenes, Genet pressed onward with his plan to stir up insurrection. His ideas might sound outrageous, but control of the territory west of the Appalachian Mountains was still up for grabs. American Westerners were furious that the Spanish wouldn't let them ship goods down the Mississippi River. But their allegiance to the new U.S. wasn't that strong. One Democratic Republican club in western Pennsylvania denounced the American government for failing to help them get access to the Mississippi River. They warned ominously, quote, "Patriotism, like every other thing, has its bounds." In other words, Genet might be able to recruit American adventurers to support him in his idea of grabbing New Orleans away from the Spanish and setting up an independent republic. In fact, one disgruntled American Revolutionary soldier, a man by the name of George Rogers Clark, he'd already offered to take Louisiana for the French. He claimed that he could get the help of Indians and recruit 1,500 of his own men. They could seize Upper Louisiana and New Orleans, all for the cost of about 3,000 pounds. Genet didn't hesitate, even though he didn't have quite enough money. He told Clark, "Go ahead, recruit men." He sent him a mission letter filled with revolutionary proclamations about liberating Louisiana from Spanish tyranny. He sent a French botanist to rendezvous with Clark. They could spread revolutionary propaganda in the West. Quote, "We do not want to unite you to our empire, but to the empire of liberty." Now, when Thomas Jefferson heard what Genet was up to, he warned him that arming Americans against the Spanish would only put a noose around those Americans' necks. Genet had also sent an agent to Canada to carry revolutionary manifestos against the despotic British king. But that agent reported back that the Canadians were, quote, "plunged in thick shadows of ignorance and slavery. They were not ready for the bright noonday sun of liberty." He didn't even dare publish the pamphlet. Undaunted, Genet wrote back home, "I excite the Canadians to throw off the yoke of England. I arm the Kentuckians, and I prepare an expedition by sea to back up their attack on New Orleans." Meanwhile, Genet couldn't get any concessions on the debt, and he couldn't get a commercial treaty from Washington and his cabinet. So he got more and more frustrated. On his own, he decided to go ahead with arming privateers against the British. He insisted that the Americans should help him, according to their 1778 treaty. In early July, he decided to equip and launch a ship called the Little Democrat right there in the port of Philadelphia. Hamilton said they should fire on this privateer when it made its way down the Delaware River. The ship had actually already slipped by. Then Genet made a bad move. He threatened angrily to appeal to the American people over the head of Washington. Genet misjudged where power lay. He had insulted the American president. Even Jefferson, was getting exasperated with Genet. He called him hot-headed, all imagination, no judgment. And there was more bad news for Genet. Boatloads of white refugee planters from Saint-Domingue began arriving in Philadelphia. These royalists hated the French Revolution. They blamed the revolution for destroying the slave society of Saint-Domingue. Men like Washington and Jefferson owned slaves. These refugee planters reminded them that the French Revolution was producing disorder and wreaking havoc left and right. Genet's days as a diplomat were already numbered. Washington had decided to write to France and ask them to recall this feisty Genet. Meanwhile, Genet made one last try to carry out his plans. He had a vision for the French fleet that had brought the refugees from Saint-Domingue. He ordered it north to attack the British at Halifax. Then it should head south to take part in the planned insurrection on the coast of Spanish Florida. But when the fleet set out, the sailors actually convinced their commanders just to head home, sail back to France. Out west, the news wasn't any better. Clark hadn't gotten any more funds from the French. He abandoned his plans for a November attack on New Orleans. And down south, on the border of Florida, 300 men were ready to attack St. Augustine. But Genet's replacement called them off. In other words, Genet's attempt to negotiate with the Americans had failed. So had his dream of spreading revolution and sister republics across North America. And what about Genet himself? Hamilton now called him a burned-out comet. Genet knew that he might not be entirely welcome back in France during the Terror. After all, he was a Girondin and he'd blown it. So he stayed in New York and he married the daughter of the governor. He never went back to France. Now, let's step back and ask what difference the Genet episode made. What do we learn from it? First, it gives us another window into the international impact of the French Revolution. Again and again, French revolutionary ideology and the desire to spread revolution abroad got entangled with geopolitics, with warfare, with empire building. In this North American case, revolutionary expansionist zeal fell flat on its face. But the Genet episode fits within a bigger story. The French Revolution didn't just spread only ideas about political and social reform. Instead, it spread a messy combination of war and explosive ideas. It had a huge geopolitical impact. It repeatedly reconfigured empires and boundaries. South in the Caribbean, Saint-Domingue was abolishing slavery and would soon break away as Haiti. And in Europe, the French and Napoleon were soon building sister republics. They were upsetting European stability and borders. And when Napoleon built his empire, as we'll see, his attack on Spain ended up helping to spur on the revolutionaries in South America, who then broke away from Spain. The United States actually benefited from all this revolutionary instability in the Atlantic world. For one thing, it made it easier for the Americans to expand on the western side of the Appalachian Mountains, because France, Spain, and England were all distracted by fighting each other in Europe and the Caribbean. And as we'll see in a later lecture, in this reshuffling of empires, France soon got Louisiana back from the Spanish and then sold it to the U.S. So Genet's failed mission gives us an intriguing window into this revolutionary moment when control of territory and the nature of politics were both up for grabs all over the place. The French Revolution had all kinds of unexpected international consequences. Now, another key point about Genet's mission. It pushed the Americans to figure out how to operate as a fragile new nation in the international arena. How could they avoid getting entangled in European conflicts? American leaders began to develop an ideology of neutrality. At times, it shaded into isolationism. This diplomatic stance had tremendous appeal in the decades ahead, and it raises its head every once in a while to this very day. As the Genet affair settled down, the immediate question became, was it possible to be neutral while the great powers of France and Britain slugged it out? Internally, the Americans kept arguing about just what neutrality meant. The Republicans wanted to be neutral, favoring the French, and the Federalists wanted to be neutral, favoring the British. The Genet affair gave Hamilton and the Federalists ammunition in their pursuit of anti-French, pro-British policies. It threw a spanner into Franco-American relations and made it clear now that they held really very different interests. And news about the terror didn't help France's case. In 1794, the U.S. cozied up to England with a new treaty, the Jade Treaty. This was a mutual trade agreement. The British were the big winners in this treaty. Their goods could enter American ports without paying tariffs. But the British refused to recognize that the Americans had the right as a neutral power to trade with whoever they wanted to, that is, to trade with France. English privateers could go right on harassing French merchant ships and impressing American sailors. In short, this treaty promoted British-American trade, but it forced the Americans to turn their neutrality against France. Republicans in the streets and in the Congress objected. An angry pro-French crowd even surrounded Washington's house in Philadelphia. But the Federalists in the Senate ratified the treaty. And when the French heard about the Jay Treaty, they were furious. They declared that the U.S. had betrayed republicanism and sold out to their old rulers, the British. The French knew that commerce and money had turned the Americans against them. By now, the French had lost any illusions that the U.S. would be a natural ally just because of shared politics or because of gratitude for French help during the American Revolution. At sea, French privateers then went right ahead and seized any goods on American merchant ships that were trading with Britain. And there was another factor in French disillusionment with the U.S. During the 1790s, lots of French aristocrats had fled to the New World. So had plantation owners from Saint-Domingue. To the revolutionaries, the United States no longer looked so pure and so Republican. The U.S. had welcomed counter-revolutionaries, and it had more or less allied with British tyrants and enemies, some sister republic. Now we need to turn to the next phase. How does the divide between France and the U.S. grow even deeper? We'll look at the next installment, the XYZ affair. The new U.S. President, John Adams, was a Federalist who distrusted France deeply. For him, France epitomized the social disorder and chaos that he was afraid could happen in America. He cautioned that American radicals, quote, adopted the very style and language of French Jacobins. I love this next line from him. Dragon's teeth have been sown in France and come up monsters. In 1797, Adams sent 3 envoys to Paris to try to win over France. They wanted to get the French government to stop the actions of the French privateers. The 3 American diplomats would deal with the new French foreign minister, a man by the name of Talleyrand. It so happened that this aristocrat had spent 2 years in France as an émigré during the Terror. He had a bad impression of the U.S. He thought Americans lacked culture and civilization. They were crude. They were always out to make a buck. In America, he said, money is the universal god. Of course, Talleyrand himself had never turned down an opportunity for a little financial speculation. In fact, when he was appointed foreign minister, he apparently said, I'll hold the job. I have to make an immense fortune out of it, a really immense fortune. Talleyrand angled to get an American loan and an apology. He wanted the Americans to apologize for Adams' belligerent stance. But unfortunately, he also asked for what the French call un douceur, a sweetening. In other words, a bribe. The American diplomats refused. Talleyrand had made a disastrous miscalculation. Back in the U.S., John Adams was outraged. When he told Congress about this insult, he identified Talleyrand's agents by the letters X, Y, and Z. Soon news of the XYZ affair was all over the American press. Adams and the Federalists in Congress decided to launch what came to be called the Quasi-War. They cut off trade with France. They empowered American privateers to raid French ships. The Americans also expanded their military. They built warships and set up a Navy department. Neither side declared war officially, but French and American ships were more or less at war for the next 2 years. Now, while they duke it out, let's go back to another theme. How attitudes toward France affected American domestic politics. The Federalists were intent on using this confrontation with France to attack Republicans at home. In 1798, they pushed through the Alien and Sedition Acts. These laws targeted suspicious immigrants and also any vocal Republicans. Any malicious or scandalous writing against the U.S. government became a crime. Various Republican journalists and even a congressman were thrown into prison. Paradoxically, because of conflict with its sister republic, the U.S. had become xenophobic and it attacked American civil liberties and the freedom of speech. The Federalists also started a massive popular campaign to stir up anti-French sentiment. They wanted to foment nationalist fervor and turn it against the Republican Party right there at home. Federalist clergymen, journalists, and politicians warned that French chaos, violence, and disorder could happen in the U.S. Some extreme Federalists ranted about the terror in trumped-up, horrific ways. For example, one speaker claimed that the Jacobins had forced victims to kiss heads right after they'd been chopped off, and on and on. Now, these harsh laws and this extreme rhetoric actually backfired on the Federalists. As the elections of 1800 approached, the Republicans, who were backing Jefferson, they were able to portray the Federalists as divisive and extreme. John Adams actually balked at the extremism of his own party. He changed course. By 1800, France and the U.S. had negotiated a peace agreement and reopened commerce with one another. A few points stand out when we look back over the rocky relationship between France and the U.S. In each country, domestic politics deeply influenced their attitudes toward one another. Inside the U.S., the emerging political parties, the Federalists and the Republicans, they used their attitudes toward France to define their own politics. The French Revolution became a crucial reference point as Americans invented the two-party system in the 1790s. And a second point, these two nations had a natural affinity for one another as new republics, but they faced such different situations. France chose a radical revolution to free herself from the baggage of the past, and France tried to combine spreading republicanism and revolution with building its own colonial and geopolitical power. In contrast, by the 1790s, the U.S. was finished with revolution. Americans were figuring out how to work their brand new republic, and the Federalist politicians in power were afraid of social disorder and revolution. It's true that the U.S. had colonial interests of its own, but they lay westward on the American continent. U.S. interests would best be served by avoiding getting drawn into European war or into more revolution. France and America each had a republican goal, but their different geopolitical positions drove them apart. And one last point, both nations claimed title to exceptionalism. Each one claimed that their contribution had proved crucial for inventing modern democracy in the West. In the 1790s, France and the U.S. began a dance of cultural exchange and competition, a game of attraction and refusal that continues right up until now. The next lecture, we'll look at yet another international arena as Napoleon Bonaparte sets his sights on Egypt.
Lecture 35, Bonaparte in Egypt.
In the winter of 1797-98, General Bonaparte was just back in Paris after his triumphant invasion of Italy. Already he was restless. He complained to one friend, "If I stay long with nothing to do, I am lost. In Paris, they remember nothing." He was hungry for glory and a challenge. Unfortunately, the directors had given him the dreary job of investigating whether France should invade England, their main remaining enemy. Bonaparte had a better idea. Forget about invading Britain. Get at Britain by attacking Egypt instead. A few months later, in May of 1798, Bonaparte set sail for Egypt with a fleet of over 300 ships and more than 30,000 men. Much later on, one of the directors remarked that they were not sorry to see this politically ambitious general clear out of France. This lecture follows Napoleon Bonaparte as he invades Egypt and tries to make it part of what the directors were now calling La Grande Nation, the large nation, the great nation of France. First, we need to ask, why did the French decide to invade Egypt? A French expansion into Egypt was not a new idea. Back in 1763, after France lost North America and most of their possessions in India, the French Foreign Office had considered the dream of colonial expansion into Egypt. They looked into growing sugarcane and indigo there, and they even drew up plans for constructing a canal between the Mediterranean and Suez on the Red Sea. In July 1797, the French Foreign Minister Talleyrand began to build on this older dream. He was interested in creating a new, modern form of colonialism. He was worried that France might lose Saint-Domingue. He wanted to build a republican colonialism that didn't necessarily rely on slavery, but one that would still make France rich and strong. In his view, Egypt could be the new sugar-producing colony for France. In the 18th century, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans were allies with France. Their vast empire encompassed a huge amount of territory all along the eastern Mediterranean. It was made up of parts of North Africa, the Middle East, Turkey, and southeastern Europe. The Ottomans had loose rule over this sprawling empire. Even though they had conquered Egypt, it was the Mamluk dynasty that ran the government on the ground. To the ambitious Talleyrand, the Ottomans' hold over Egypt looked tenuous. Egypt seemed to be ripe for the picking. For the French, Egypt also offered interesting commercial possibilities. Merchants from Marseille already conducted a lively trade with Egypt, and some French merchant families had lived there for decades already. They didn't like the trade restrictions imposed on them by Mamluk rulers. With revolutionary language, the merchants denounced the Mamluks as tyrants. Some of the French in Egypt even called on France to invade. Even though he was busy in Italy in the summer of 1797, Bonaparte already began to correspond with Talleyrand and the directors about the eastern Mediterranean and Egypt. Quote, "In order to truly destroy England, we must take Egypt. The vast Ottoman Empire is crumbling every day." Both Bonaparte and Talleyrand realized that Egypt had strategic value against Britain. Maybe the French could cut England off from one trade route to India. And from Egypt, who knows? As a long shot, it might even be possible to send support to Indians who were resisting British rule by the East India Company. In southern India, Tipu Sultan ruled the kingdom of Mysore. He was battling the East India Company. Already, French adventurers in his capital city had set up a Jacobin club. They flew the French tricolor and toasted Tipu Sultan as Citizen Tipu. They fought by his side against the British. Egypt also had romantic allure for Bonaparte and other Europeans. Bonaparte had read about ancient Egypt as a schoolboy. He exoticized it. He dreamt about it. He commented, "Europe is too small. I must go to the East, the fountain of glory." In letters, he soon represented himself as a modern Alexander the Great, as a conqueror, but one who carried civilization to a place that had fallen into corruption. At least, he saw it that way. And Egypt was the cradle of civilization. That made it seem all the more important to bring republican civilization, French civilization, to Egypt. As one French deputy pointed out, what finer enterprise for a nation which has already given liberty to Europe and freedom to America than to regenerate a country which was the first home to civilization? In other words, the French set their sights on Egypt for multiple reasons: Bonaparte's ambition, commercial and colonial possibilities, Egypt's strategic value against Britain, and the lure of spreading modern French civilization. When the expedition set out in May 1798, it was an enormous undertaking. In addition to thousands of soldiers, Bonaparte brought along a team of 167 intellectuals, a scientific and artistic commission it was called. It included scientists, engineers, archaeologists, writers, and artists. They brought along everything from butterfly nets to printing presses. Bonaparte himself took over 300 books. As one observer remarked, it seemed as if Paris was migrating to the Mediterranean. Now, the British knew Bonaparte had set sail, but they didn't know where he was headed. For at least a week, fear of invasion swept England. Others thought maybe he was sailing toward Ireland. So the British sent Admiral Horatio Nelson deeper into the Mediterranean just in case. Nelson guessed right that the French might be on their way to Egypt by way of Malta. He pursued them. But on the foggy night of June 2nd to June 23rd, his speedier British convoy passed the French. Bonaparte ended up trailing the British fleet to the Egyptian coast. When he got to Alexandria, Nelson had already arrived there first, and since he found no French ships, he left. But he'd be back. When Bonaparte's troops began to scale the walls of Alexandria, he also had his men distributing a manifesto, a proclamation to the Egyptian people. He vowed that the French had come to destroy the Mamluk oppressors. The Mamluk Beys, as they were called, had ruled Egypt for centuries. But they originally descended from slaves who had come from the Caucasus far to the east. So Bonaparte decided to portray the Mamluks as outsiders and tyrants. He announced, "I have come to restore your rights, to punish the usurpers." This manifesto also tried to persuade the Egyptians that the French didn't hate the Muslim religion. "Peoples of Egypt, you will be told that I have come to destroy your religion. Do not believe it. I worship God more than the Mamluks do. I respect his prophet Muhammad and the admirable Quran." Bonaparte was hoping to gain the allegiance of the educated elites and the Muslim clergy. But the Arabic translation of his proclamation was apparently terrible, and his language was a mishmash of French revolutionary ideas and Islamic references. Egyptian elites weren't impressed. The cleric Al-Jabarti wrote a satirical commentary on the proclamation. Meanwhile, the French seized Alexandria. In Cairo, 140 miles south, the two Mamluk leaders, Ibrahim Bey and Murad Bey, met with the Ottoman viceroy to make plans for defense. They quickly assembled forces to face off against the French. To the north, French soldiers set out on what seemed like a march through hell, a desert hell of sandstorms and sudden attacks by Bedouins from the area. And above all, a hell of hunger and thirst. Bonaparte's trademark system of foraging off the land didn't work so well in this arid terrain with its soaring temperatures. The men hadn't even been issued canteens. Some of them had thrown out their dry biscuits to travel light. One officer wrote home that some of his men became so desperate that they just walked out into the desert and blew their brains out, as he put it. For the Egyptians, it was also hell. This same officer reported that the French resorted to executing villagers if they refused to fork over food and drink. Many Egyptians fled their villages ahead of the French. The French finally reached the Nile near Ramania. Several days later, in mid-July, Bonaparte finally got what he wanted, a major battle against the Mamluk cavalry. It took place near the village of Imbaba. In reports back to France, Bonaparte gave this battle a romantic name, the Battle of the Pyramids, because you could see them off in the distance. He recorded later on that he inspired his men with these words, "Soldiers, from the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries are looking down on you." The Mamluks had 12,000 foot soldiers, and most important, 6,000 men on horseback, armed with carbines, pistols, and curved sabers. French accounts marveled at their stunning Arabian horses, their consummate horsemanship, and their costumes embroidered in silver and gold. But the French had 25,000 well-drilled men, armed with muskets, bayonets, and light artillery. Their generals ordered them into the classic formation for resisting a cavalry attack, tightly packed squares of infantrymen, 6 lines deep, with cannon at the corners between the squares. The Mamluks charged repeatedly, but they couldn't break the squares. The Egyptians ended up suffering 5 times as many casualties as the French did. And that night, in the ultimate gesture of defiance, Bonaparte slept in Murad Bey's country home nearby. And 3 days later, the French occupied Cairo. But all the news wasn't rosy for the French. Back on the Mediterranean coast, on the morning of the 1st of August, 1798, in Aboukir Bay near Alexandria, a French naval lieutenant wrote down in the ship's diary, "Really beautiful weather, the wind out of the north-northwest, a nice breeze, some swells." But several hours later, the French caught their first glimpse of the British fleet. It was commanded by Admiral Nelson. He was almost 40 years old. He had chiseled features and an impetuous streak. He'd already lost his right arm and his right eye in battle. He was ambitious, a risk-taker. Everyone knew he hated the French. In Aboukir Bay that day, the French Admiral Breuss knew that he couldn't easily put out to sea since too many of his supplies were on shore. Instead, he deployed his ships of the line in a C-shaped arc about a mile long in the bay. They were maybe a mile and a half out from shore. He was sure the British wouldn't sail between his fleet and the shore because they'd risk running aground on the shoals. He thought they would have to run the gauntlet in front of his 13 warships, which were backed up by a few frigates and smaller gunboats and a battery on Aboukir Island. Breuss was certain his position was strong. He was dead wrong. Nelson stunned the French by attacking at about 6:30 that evening with his own 13 ships of the line. They sailed directly toward one end of the French deployment. Then the British fleet split. Some sailed outside, just seaward of the line, and the others inside Breuss's line, landward on the shore side. They anchored there. The British move was bold and dangerous. Now the French warships were caught in the middle. The first 8 French ships were pelted by the crossfire. The French had pointed all their cannon out to sea. They hurried to adjust, but the British pounded away, raking the French vessels from both sides. And only a half hour into the battle, the French Admiral Breuss was standing on the bridge of the flagship vessel, the Orient, when his leg was blown off. By 7:30 that evening, he was dead. Then at 9, the Orient went up in flames. One British captain recorded, quote, that this grand and awful spectacle would have brought tears to his eyes if he hadn't remembered all the atrocities the French had committed. The French began to evacuate. Around 10:15 that night, the Orient blew sky high. The biggest ship of the line ever built in Europe had exploded. 15 miles away at Alexandria, the ground shook. A French lieutenant later remembered that, quote, a mournful silence fell as both navies, struck with horror, ceased fire for several minutes. By morning, the French had surrendered 9 ships of the line and 3,200 men. Another 1,700 had been killed or drowned. 2 ships of the line and 2 frigates had either been sunk or had been burnt or exploded. Only 2 French warships and 2 frigates slipped loose and headed north into the Mediterranean. For their part, the British had lost 200 sailors, but no vessels. They were too exhausted, and their ships were too damaged for them to chase the French. Nelson named this conflict the Battle of the Nile. From Naples, Nelson's mistress, Lady Hamilton, wrote to him, "If I were King of England, I would make you the most noble, puissant Duke Nelson, Marquis Nile, Earl Alexandria, Viscount Pyramid, and Baron Crocodile." The English king, George III, settled for giving him a lordship. The French Mediterranean fleet had been decimated. Bonaparte and his troops were now stranded in Egypt, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The naval loss at Aboukir Bay meant that, whatever his original plans, Bonaparte's forces were staying in Egypt for an indefinite occupation. Who knows exactly what Bonaparte thought about this crushing defeat? But he seemed undaunted. He wrote home to the directors, "Fortune has not yet abandoned us." Bonaparte then set out not just to rule the Egyptian Delta, but literally to remake it. He launched into an extremely ambitious program of political and social overhaul. First off, he set up a new government structure. He established new councils called divans. He had 2 goals. He wanted to co-opt the local elites and get their help in bringing about his reforms. So, to serve on his divans, he appointed legal scholars and religious leaders, both Muslims and Coptic Christians. He hoped they would act as local intermediaries. It's striking that he included religious leaders. This was in direct contrast to his attempt to collaborate with lay elites in Italy. He worked hard to convince Egyptian Muslims that he wasn't interested in Christianizing them the way earlier Europeans had been. In fact, he more or less flirted with Islam. He began reading the Quran and debating with Islamic scholars. He held an elaborate festival to commemorate the Prophet Muhammad's birthday. He even wrote to the Pasha of Aleppo, "We Frenchmen realize how sublime your faith is. We profess it ourselves." What's going on here? Bonaparte seemed to think he could envelop Islam within Enlightenment deism and its belief in a universal supreme being. But his attempt didn't convince Egyptian Muslims. A visiting Syrian chronicler reported that the people hated the sheikh who had agreed to a leading role in Bonaparte's strange, hybrid celebration of the Prophet's birth. And someone created the joke nickname Ali Bonaparte. Bonaparte's attempt to use Islamic imagery and rhetoric failed, but it is revealing. It tells us something about his own confidence and his experimental style. And in the history of European colonization, Bonaparte's brief occupation of Egypt forms an interesting hinge moment, a step toward modern forms of European colonization. Bonaparte didn't bring Christianity, but he still had a missionary vision, a vision that would only get stronger among 19th century European colonizers. He wanted to export Enlightenment rationalism and European assumptions about civilization and science. Remember, he had brought a whole flock of experts, scientists, linguists, botanists, you name it. They opened up a think tank in Cairo. It was called the Institute of Egypt. They set up a major library, several laboratories, an aviary, botanical collections, and artist studios. They studied everything: fish skeletons from the Nile, Egyptian antiquities, how to make gunpowder right there. One week, an engineer reported on the discovery of a big piece of basalt covered with hieroglyphics, Greek, and another mysterious writing. They called it the Rosetta Stone. With Egyptian labor, these French engineers and scientists were soon tearing down buildings and widening the boulevards in Cairo. They installed bread ovens, they constructed windmills and set up printing presses, hospitals, a mint, a postal service, a new judicial system, and a reformed taxation system. As you can imagine, this whirlwind of activity met with a mixed reception. While a few public works were well received, most Egyptians overwhelmingly resented the French presence. Napoleon ruled with a mixture of conciliation and brute force. He was not a man to put up with resistance. When Cairo rose up in revolt in October 1798 against new taxes and against French rule, he fired his cannons directly onto the city. But not all of Napoleon's generals were comfortable with this style of conquest. The artist Vivant Denon worried, "We have simply replaced the Mamluks." Meanwhile, the international situation had become more complicated. It's not entirely clear why the French thought that the Ottoman rulers would tolerate this invasion into their own empire. The French ambassador in Constantinople was supposed to convince the Ottoman Sultan, Selim III, that Bonaparte meant only to oust the Mamluks. He didn't really intend to seize Egypt from the Ottomans. Not surprisingly, the Ottomans were not convinced. The British and Ottoman Turks planned to make a two-pronged movement on Egypt. One army would march down through Syria. Another would attack by sea near Aboukir Bay. In February 1799, Bonaparte set out east towards Syria. He marched 13,000 men east across the Sinai, up along the Mediterranean through what is now Israel, heading north towards Syria. He hoped to make a preemptive strike against the Ottomans. And he wanted to remove another threat, Ibrahim Bey, one of the Mamluk leaders who had retreated in that direction. In the Syrian campaign, the French reached the town of Jaffa on a hill above the sea. When the town refused to surrender, Bonaparte took the town with his artillery, and then he let his soldiers unleash their fury on the town, shooting and pillaging. He also ordered 2,500 prisoners of war to be executed on the beach. Bonaparte's harshness was meant to send a message. But at the fortress town of Acre, further north, he met his match. He had sent a message ahead to Jazar, the Pasha of Acre. He was hoping to win him over to his side. "I have generously treated those of your troops who have submitted to my will. I have been very severe toward those who have violated the rules of war. Become my friend. Be the enemy of the Mamluks and the English." But the Pasha of Acre had no intention of surrendering. In his 71 years, he'd earned a reputation for toughness of his own. The French then set siege to the city, but things didn't go well for them. This fortress town sat on a small promontory out into the Mediterranean, so British ships could bring food, munitions, and Turkish troops. And in a strange twist of fate, the man who was setting up the artillery to defend Acre was a Frenchman. He was an old classmate of Napoleon's from military school, Antoine de Philippot. This aristocrat and émigré had been engaged in clandestine operations in Paris against the revolutionaries. And in the spring of 1798 in Paris, He had engineered the escape of an English naval officer from prison, Sir Sidney Smith. Philippot then headed back to England with Smith. Then the two men traveled with the British Navy to the Mediterranean. Now, off the coast near Acre, Smith's squadron managed to capture the 6 French ships that were bringing heavy siege artillery to Bonaparte by sea. Philippot could use those French cannons to defend the city. After all, he knew how they worked. For 2 months, Bonaparte's forces besieged Acre. But the usual dynamics of siege warfare were reversed. The besieged city had access to supplies, and the besiegers did not. To make matters worse, almost 3,000 of Bonaparte's men had gotten the plague. Finally, in mid-May 1799, Bonaparte and his army gave up. They turned back toward Cairo, fighting the Ottoman Turks' armies as they went. Hardly had they returned to Cairo than Napoleon was forced to march his troops to Aboukir to ward off a Turkish landing from the other direction. Here, his officers laid hands on British newspapers with definitive news about military and political events in Europe. The Directory back in France was in a shaky situation. The Russians, British, Ottomans, and Austrians had formed a new second coalition against France. Russian and Austrian forces were driving the French out of Italy, and the French were losing in the German arena as well. In late August 1799, Bonaparte set sail from Alexandria. 2 French frigates slipped through the British blockade, heading toward France. He left behind 2 of his generals in charge of the army and the occupation attempt. Bonaparte had other things to do. He was sure he could be more useful in France right then than in Egypt. 6 weeks later, Napoleon landed at Fréjus on the southern coast of France. When word spread north, all Paris was abuzz. Theaters interrupted their plays to announce the news. As Bonaparte made his way north, he met cheering crowds. No one knew yet just how badly things had gone for the French in Egypt. And he came back as an exotic hero. By the time Bonaparte reached Lyon, the theater performed a hastily written play in his honor, The Return of the Hero, or Bonaparte at Lyon. Why was he welcomed as a hero? While he was gone, the press had kept Bonaparte in the public eye. His mission to Egypt captured the popular imagination just as much as the Italian campaign now had. And now, in Egypt, his heroism had a glamorous, new, exotic setting. His first victory at the Battle of the Pyramids set the tone with its romantic backdrop of sphinxes and pyramids. Bonaparte seemed to be spreading the great nation to far-off lands. After the loss at Aboukir, his brothers and other backers continued to keep his name in the news. And a new image of Bonaparte began to emerge as a statesman, as a cosmopolitan man of the world, a man who brought together civilizations. With the press continually speculating on his whereabouts and his likely victories, any news about his failures or his losses sounded like enemy propaganda. So paradoxically, even though Bonaparte didn't achieve great success in Egypt, his expedition helped to create his glory. Once he'd taken power, he continued to use Egyptian motifs to reinforce his cosmopolitan image. At the height of his empire in 1809, for example, he happily sponsored a major publication. The Institute of Egypt began to publish their lavishly illustrated Description of Egypt. This was 24 volumes on ancient tombs, temples, modern architecture, Egyptian flora and fauna. In fact, in both England and France, Bonaparte's expedition stirred up an early 19th century Egyptomania, especially in art, architecture, furniture, and interior decorating. Sphinxes popped up on chair arms, and hieroglyphics adorned teacups, door frames, and wallpaper. Back in Egypt, the French army hung on for 2 more years. Finally, in 1801, a combined British and Ottoman force booted them out. Incidentally, British sailors seized the Rosetta Stone. It wound up in the British Museum, and 20 years later, its hieroglyphics were deciphered by a Frenchman. As for the impact of the expedition on Egypt, historians disagree. The older historiography emphasized modernizing influences from France, but Egyptian historians now stress how the French had a harsh economic impact and disrupted local social and political systems. The French occupation had hastened the downfall of the Mamluk ruling elite, but the Ottomans hung on to their colony. One last point. For Napoleon himself, the Egyptian adventure gave him his first opportunity for direct rule. His experiences there influenced him as a political actor and thinker. He always said that his religious interactions in Egypt helped him see how to reconcile with Catholics in France. In exile many years later, Napoleon remembered Egypt this way. In Egypt, I was full of dreams. I saw myself founding a religion, marching into Asia, riding on an elephant, a turban on my head, and in my hand a new Koran that I would have composed to suit my needs. The time I spent in Egypt was the most beautiful of my life because it was most ideal. In the next lecture, Napoleon Bonaparte will seize power in France.
Lecture 36. Bonaparte Seizes Power.
The Abbé Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès had made his name back in 1789 by writing the pamphlet, What is the Third Estate? Now, 10 years later, in 1799, he's become one of the directors. And he is, as he puts it, looking for a sword. He's looking for a general to stage a coup against the Directory. He is literally in the middle of pitching his idea to General Moreau when they hear the news that Bonaparte has just landed in the south of France, that he's just back from Egypt. Moreau looked Sieyès in the eye and he said, "There's your man." A few weeks later, in November 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte helped Sieyès overthrow the Directory. Before long, Bonaparte had become first consul of France, and in less than 5 years, he'd made himself emperor. This lecture will ask, how did Napoleon Bonaparte seize power in 1799? Bonaparte and Sieyès made strange partners to plot the coup that ended the revolution. In many ways, the two men couldn't have been more different. Bonaparte was a pragmatist. Sieyès was a theorist. Bonaparte was a man of action. Sieyès was no leader. Bonaparte exuded self-confidence and self-mastery. Once he confessed, "I am often in a most painful agitation, which does not prevent me from appearing very serene to the people I'm with. I just beam for them like an expectant mother." Now, back from Egypt, Napoleon strutted around Paris, wearing an Egyptian cummerbund and carrying an Egyptian scimitar. In contrast, Sieyès tended to pull away, to withdraw from politics. Overall, he kept a low profile. When someone asked him what he did during the terror, he quipped, "I survived." And the two men didn't really like each other. Napoleon didn't admire Sieyès' enigmatic style or his tendency toward abstract thought. He is a man of systems whom I do not like. At first, Bonaparte wasn't too keen on working with Sieyès. And Bonaparte was not Sieyès' first choice to lead the coup. Sieyès knew that Napoleon was ambitious and uppity. Sieyès called him privately an insolent little man. And he even commented that they could have had him shot, presumably for leaving the army in Egypt. But Sieyès' first choice general had died recently on the battlefield, and some other generals were too politically aligned with the left. When all France welcomed Napoleon back from Egypt as a hero, Sieyès hardly had a choice. And whatever their differences, Sieyès and Bonaparte were both impatient men with an ambitious streak. And they shared a political goal, get rid of the current government. And neither man liked the Directory, even though they worked for it. In fact, in 1799, Sieyès had become the point man of a group of elite intellectuals and politicians who wanted a stronger, more stable, and more authoritarian system. Sieyès called it a more conservative system. Many leading figures agreed with him, including the diplomat Talleyrand and the writer Madame de Staël. They were hoping to limit power to a smaller core of elite leaders. Sieyès and his supporters especially hated and mistrusted the group on the left known as the Neo-Jacobins. Now, in order to understand this political context more fully, we need to take a moment to look back at the Directory. How were things going for the Republic? The Directory lasted longer than any other form of government during the Revolutionary era, 4 years from 1795 to 1799. It carried out key experiments and reforms, especially in education, in political and intellectual culture, and in the financial realm. But many people didn't like its religious policies, and they hated its new, more permanent form of conscription. Some parts of the country were plagued by lawlessness and brigands. And the Directory had one big problem above all, a political problem. It was hard to try to make a unified republic right after the terror. Razor-sharp political differences tore France apart. They pitted right against left, royalists against neo-Jacobins. The Thermidorians, who created the Directory, tried to make a moderate and stable republic by restricting political power to men with property. But depriving the popular classes of full political voice didn't seem to solve the problem. It alienated lots of citizens, and political emotions were running hot after the divisive experience of the terror. One commissioner in Marseille put it bluntly, quote, "When the lifeblood of all the parties has been frequently spilled and remains fresh, how can one find candidates for office who can stand above the fray?" Electoral politics just didn't work very well under the Directory, and frequent electoral assemblies also kept these deep animosities alive. And here's one key point. The government undercut its own legitimacy, its own claim to be a representative republic. It overturned elections a few times in order to guarantee stability. The first instance of this took place in 1797. That year, the Royalists and right-wingers organized well. They got elected to the legislature. And some of the directors now were afraid that these deputies might literally vote the republic out of existence. They might try to restore the monarchy. Remember that the executive was made up of 5 directors, and they were always fighting with one another. 3 of those directors now decided to oust the newly elected Royalist deputies, and also to purge 2 of their own colleagues, the 2 most conservative directors. One night, in the revolutionary month of Fructidor, year 5, that would be September 1797, one night, troops surrounded the legislature. They arrested 53 deputies. The Directory then overturned the elections, and they deported these deputies along with 1 director. This incident was called the coup of Fructidor. It had preserved the moderate republic, but it had also set a bad precedent of overturning electoral results. One Republican scientist observed, "The government has saved the republic. The Constitution has not been violated an instant, except in order to save it." Then, in 1798, a purge happened again, against the left this time instead of the right. Neo-Jacobins had reestablished political clubs and newspapers. They were promising egalitarian social programs. They vowed to give the people back their political voice. They wanted to build on popular participation. And the Neo-Jacobins won big time at the polls. That made the directors, who were right-wing, nervous. So they cooked up a scheme to annul the electoral victories of the left. They kicked out some of the Neo-Jacobins. This time, they resorted to legal tricks rather than using the army to invalidate certain electoral results. But the impact was particularly devastating because France had been trying, shakily, but trying, to organize a party system in which 2 sides could share power. But that was not going to happen. Mistrust of factionalism ran too deep. To sum things up, the Republic, the Directory, clearly was in trouble in the late 1790s. Politics veered wildly right to left and back again. And the Directory couldn't really claim full legitimacy if it kept on overturning its own electoral system and if it kept on violating its own constitution. The Directory had narrowed down its power base too much. It had lost popular support. And the propertied classes didn't like this instability either. In the summer of 1799, that's when Napoleon decided to come back from Egypt. At that moment, things looked especially bad. From exile abroad, Lafayette called the situation in 1799 a national mess. There were royalist uprisings in the south and west. And foreign enemies were on the verge of invading France again. The Austrians and Russians had pushed France out of most of northern Italy, and they were winning in the Swiss Alps as well. At the same time, a combined Russian and British force prepared to invade France via Holland. Luckily for France, in the fall of 1799, key French victories by General Masséna in Switzerland gave the Republic a chance to catch its breath. As it turned out, Russia ended up withdrawing from the Second Coalition against France, and the attack from Holland fell apart. But the mood in France was tense, and at this crisis moment, neo-Jacobins became more and more popular. They instituted a new tax on the rich, and they passed a law against any suspicious-seeming relatives of émigrés or nobles. In response, conservatives histrionically warned that France ran the risk of returning to the terror. Quote, "Do you really want to see those murderers reappear bearing bleeding heads on the end of their pikes?" In fact, there was no real threat of a return to the terror. No one wanted to go back to 1793-94. But this crisis atmosphere gave an opening to the men who wanted to get rid of the weak Directory. It seemed unbelievably shaky, torn by factions. The time has come for Bonaparte finally to seize power. But I can't resist telling you one small twist of history story first. The coup almost didn't take place. On the 30th of October, 1799, 10 days before the coup, Bonaparte was out riding with his brother at Joseph's estate, north of Paris. Napoleon's horse threw him about 15 feet. He was knocked unconscious. Several hours went by before he finally came to again, dusted himself off, and lived on to lead the coup of 18 Brumaire. Now, on the revolutionary calendar, Brumaire was the foggy month. The 18th of Brumaire, year 8, was the 9th of November, 1799. Bonaparte was 30 years old. At first, things went just the way Sieyès and Bonaparte had planned. As they'd agreed, fellow conspirators in the upper chamber of the legislature fomented fears of a fabricated neo-Jacobin plot. As an emergency measure, they pressed through a vote to move both chambers the next day to a chateau called Saint-Cloud, away from Paris and away from its unpredictable population. People in the streets of Paris hadn't risen up since 1795, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful. The deputies made Bonaparte Commissioner of Paris. On the morning of 18 Brumaire, Bonaparte went out into the Tuileries Gardens outside the legislature. He addressed the 7,000 troops in Paris. Passers-by stopped to listen to him berate the Directory. "What have you done with the France that I left in such a brilliant state? I left you peace, I find war. I left you conquest, I find the enemy at our borders." Meanwhile, 3 of the directors resigned. That paved the way for the coup. So far, so good. That afternoon, Sieyès had happily gone off for a lesson to brush up on his horseback riding skills. He knew a leader on horseback carried panache. And for his part, Bonaparte didn't need any riding lessons. But the next day, when the legislatures met out at Saint-Cloud, things didn't go all that smoothly. Everyone in Paris suspected that something was going on. It was a Sunday, it was cloudy and cool. Thousands of Parisians filled their picnic baskets and set out for Saint-Cloud to see what was happening. Bonaparte ordered his troops out to Saint-Cloud also. Now, some of the deputies were in on the plot, but others, especially the neo-Jacobins, were stunned and alarmed to see thousands of soldiers surrounding the chateau at Saint-Cloud. The deputies had started dressing in bright red togas. They were designed to remind people of the Roman Republic. Now, in these flashing red outfits, the neo-Jacobins began to denounce the possibility of a dictator. "We are free here. Bayonets do not frighten us." Then they decided to take an oath to defend the Constitution. Meanwhile, outside, Bonaparte, that man of action, he got more and more restless. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he abruptly leaped to his feet. He stormed into the upper chamber. He was hoping to rally support. Then, when some of the deputies challenged him and claimed to defend the Constitution, he got angry and inarticulate. Remarkably, he found himself stumbling over his words. He clearly had thought that just his very presence would turn things in his favor. He had a fit of nerves. He choked and lost his way. When you get right down to it, Bonaparte had an intuitive and charismatic way with words when he was talking to soldiers. But in this revolution of great orators, men like Mirabeau and Danton, Bonaparte didn't have much experience at spinning words among politicians and educated men of power. Once he took power, he wouldn't be a man who ruled by giving dazzling speeches or crafting powerful ideas. He ruled by action. He became politically very able, but he operated best when he was in a position of strength. Now, in the legislature, he fell back on a threatening tone. He blustered, "Don't forget, I walk with the God of war and the God of victory." Then he stormed out. Next, he barged into the lower chamber. He made an illegal move because he was accompanied by a few armed men. Here the deputies shouted him down with cries of, "Down with the tyrant! Down with the dictator! Outlaw!" Someone even grabbed him by the collar. Others kept hurling insults. The great hero of Lodi and Rivoli barely made his way out of the hall. False rumors spread that stilettos had been drawn against him. In the end, it was Napoleon's little brother Lucien who saved the day. Lucien had become a revolutionary politician of fire and ambition. He'd managed to get himself elected president of the Council of 500. Now, Lucien followed his brother outside, and there he gave the speech of his life. He convinced the soldiers that Bonaparte was not a threat to liberty. Instead, he was actually a defense against a return to the terror. Then Lucien grabbed his sword and pointed it straight at Napoleon's heart. Lucien proclaimed, "I vow to plunge this into my own brother's chest if he ever threatens the liberty of the French." Bonaparte called his men to arms. Fired up, the soldiers stormed into the legislative chamber of the 500, with Napoleon's future brother-in-law, General Murat, leading the charge. The neo-Jacobin deputies suddenly found themselves facing down bayonets. Murat yelled, "Damn it, throw the whole lot out of here." The deputies fled the chamber, some of them leaping over the benches. Some of them even jumped out the windows and landed in the bushes. They ran off through the chateau gardens, their red togas flying. In the aftermath, that evening by torchlight, the rump members of the upper chamber voted the Directory out of existence. A crucial aside about Bonaparte's coup. It was modern in a key way. He didn't simply grab power by threat of violence. The coup instead included an overlay of legality, an imprimatur from the legislature. They named a temporary committee of 3 men to govern, including Bonaparte and Sieyès. These 3 men would be called consuls. They were named after high officials of ancient Rome. The Directory had fallen. Joseph Fouché, ex-terrorist, and Bonaparte's future chief of police, Fouché called the stumbling events of Brumaire a farce. But it was a farce that changed history. At that time, no one quite recognized its full significance. When the soldiers headed home, they sang the revolutionary song Ça ira, certain that they had saved the Republic. And Paris remained quiet that night. In a sense, the earlier coups during the Directory, especially that Fructidor coup in 1797, those coups made Brumaire seem less dramatic, less momentous. It just looked like some insider's job. In Paris the next day, the stock market went up 10%. Talleyrand was in on the plot. He gleefully reported to Bonaparte that he had bought shares on the 17th of Brumaire and made a killing by unloading them right after the coup. Out in the provinces, reactions to the coup were mixed, surprised, confused. No one knew quite what to make of the news. Some towns sent in their congratulations. Others were strongly opposed. In the Jura, for example, one municipality denounced Bonaparte as a tyrant and counter-revolutionary. They tore his portrait off the wall and threw it into the fire. Many towns sent no response at all. Overall, Bonaparte and his allies benefited from a general fatigue with politics, a kind of weariness with the left-right swings and with all the uncertainty. The future novelist, Stendhal, was just a teenager at the time. He'd just come to Paris. When he heard about the coup, he reported, "I understood little of what it meant, and I was delighted that the young General Bonaparte had made himself King of France." Meanwhile, as usual, Napoleon jumped immediately into action. He took the initiative. But do not imagine that he instituted some kind of military dictatorship. Not at all. He urged his colleagues to produce a new constitution as quickly as possible. He'd gotten his fame from war, but he would rule as a civilian. Everyone turned to Sieyès. But amazingly, this great theorist of politics didn't have a draft of a constitution ready. He had quite a few pages of notes. Bonaparte promptly denounced what he called metaphysical claptrap, and he declared that the constitution should be, quote, short and obscure. In just a few weeks, Bonaparte, Sieyès, and a commission hammered out the Constitution of the year 8. This was the fourth constitution written by the French in less than 10 years. This constitution marked a clear departure from earlier revolutionary constitutions. It had no declaration of the rights of man and citizen, and it centralized power in the hands of a strong executive. You can guess who pushed for this idea. There would be 3 consuls for a 10-year term, but one man from Corsica would be the first consul and the head decision maker. The other 2 consuls were Jean-Jacques Régis de Cambacérès and Charles-François Lebrun. They played an advisory role, and they also got 1/4 as much salary as Bonaparte. Sieyès, he saw the writing on the wall. He opted out of becoming second consul. He told Bonaparte that he didn't want to just play his military assistant, his aide de camp. As Sieyès put it to his fellow constitution writers, "Gentlemen, you have a master. Bonaparte wants to do everything, knows how to do everything, and can do everything." For the last 10 years, the revolutionaries had been experimenting with legislative or parliamentary rule. The new constitution put an end to that experiment in representative democracy. It set up a bizarre legislative system, appointed from above, not elected. There were 2 main chambers, and get this, one body, the tribunate, could discuss and debate laws all they wanted to, but they could not vote on them. The other chamber, called the legislative body, could not talk about the bills at all, but they voted on them. One newspaper joked, "The tribunes are getting 15,000 francs for talking. It is too much. For keeping quiet, the legislators get 10,000 francs, which is really not enough." Neither chamber could initiate legislation. All bills, all potential laws, came from the consuls or the Council of State. The Council of State was a body of advisors chosen by Napoleon. Finally, Sieyès insisted on adding a new institution called the Senate. Don't be deceived by the name. The Senate was not elected either. Its 60 members were appointed for life by the consuls. Their job, the job of the Senate, was to name the members of the 2 chambers. The Senate also could judge whether laws were constitutional. Above all, it gave a certain prestige and legitimacy to Napoleon's lawmaking. One final important point about this new system. Power was drained out of electoral politics. Adult men didn't elect local officials the way they had during the Revolution. They elected lists of property-owning men who could be appointed to office from above. Key positions like mayors, legislators, or prefects. Prefects were the men who ran the departments. All these positions would be appointed, in some cases, by the consul himself. The whole point was to centralize power and get rid of messy democracy. The consulate is the name of this new republic. The consulate wanted to create a solid power base among the social groups, the social group that was called notables. Notables were men of solid social and economic standing, men of property and stability in a France that was tired of revolution. Lucien Bonaparte sent out advice to the new prefects. Do your utmost to bring hatred and passion to an end. Never be the man of the revolution. At one event where the Constitution was read out loud, a woman asked her neighbor what the Constitution meant. The second woman answered, "It means Bonaparte." But Bonaparte didn't totally surrender the notion of popular sovereignty and the people's voice. He put the whole Constitution up for a vote to almost all adult men. It won by a margin of 3 million yeses to 1,500 noes. Balloting was no longer secret anymore. Voters had to sign their names and votes into a register. So that meant that naysayers abstained rather than vote no. About 20% of eligible voters turned out. It's also true that Lucien doubled the yes vote with fake ballots. But he really didn't have to do that. Bonaparte had clearly won, and a substantial chunk of France was content to let him have a go at running the country. We shouldn't assume too easily that it was a done deal, though. In the winter of 1799, 1800, things still seemed quite unsettled. One royalist agent wrote on good authority, "The fall of Bonaparte appears not only certain, but imminent." And a pamphlet appeared with the jaunty title, "Farewell, Bonaparte." It was a bad title as predictions go, but it gives us a good reminder that there was nothing inevitable or certain about Bonaparte's growing hold on power. It just looks like that from hindsight. So let's step back and ask why he was able to gain power with relative ease. Obviously, some of the answers to this question have to appear in later lectures as he continues to consolidate power. But let's begin to answer now. Without a doubt, Bonaparte benefited from the weaknesses of the Directory. Having 5 men share executive power didn't really make for strong leadership. Right after the coup, one politician's wife saw Napoleon's forceful style as a welcome contrast to those wishy-washy directors. She praised him as modest but domineering. And above all, in the late 1790s, the revolutionaries never could find a middle path, a way to balance out and negotiate those deep political differences. They couldn't find a stable political structure. It's always hard to recover from revolution, and France remained devastatingly torn. Bonaparte brilliantly positioned himself as a man above factions. He made himself the embodiment of unity. In a proclamation on the very same day as the coup, he announced, "I refuse to be the man of any party." It also helped that he was an outsider in many different senses of the word. He was a Corsican who'd adopted France as his own. He was a man who'd been off the scene in Egypt for the latest rounds of feuding in France. And he was a heroic general who hadn't been tightly aligned with any particular political group. Bonaparte immediately made political choices that lifted the new Republic of the Consulate above the old bitter divisions. For example, at first he overruled an early plan to deport some of the neo-Jacobin deputies and opponents of the coup. And he quickly reversed some of the most unpopular laws, like the law against any suspicious relatives of émigrés and nobles. He did away with the new surtaxes on the rich. He rejected that neo-Jacobin pursuit of economic egalitarianism. So that meant he reassured the property-owning classes. In a nutshell, Napoleon equaled stability. And another key thing, let's think about Bonaparte as a hero. The French Revolution didn't generate heroes. The divisive and fast-changing politics made it too hard for any individual to embody France for very long. And also, another key thing, French revolutionary culture mistrusted naked personal ambition. Great men could smack of monarchy, and the revolution fought for the people. Its culture looked down on cults of personality. It celebrated fallen martyrs more than living heroes. But in some ways, France was hungry for a hero, a savior. As one historian put it, the position of national hero was a vacuum waiting to be filled. And no one could fill it with as much panache as Napoleon Bonaparte. That leads me to my final point, his unique relationship to the revolution. The classic historian's question about Napoleon is, was he the son, the heir of the revolution? We'll work more on this question in a later lecture, but any way you spin it, the answer always comes out yes and no. And that was the heart of his appeal. Trying to capture this point, one historian calls him the son and king of the revolution. Bonaparte succeeded in transferring the sacredness of the revolution to his very self. He personified the revolution, this man of glorious victories who rose up through the ranks out of nowhere. He embodied the revolution, but he also ended it. Right after the coup, he announced, "I am the revolution." Then he added, "The revolution is over." For him, it wasn't a contradiction. Now, it's one thing to take power. It's another thing to keep it. In the next lecture, we'll watch him as a general and as a politician make key moves to secure his hold on France.
Lecture 37. Building Power, General and First Consul.
In the last lecture, in 1799, Napoleon seized power. For the next 5 years, he served as First Consul. During the consulate, the era of 1799 to 1804, he built up his power step by step. This lecture focuses on the early consulate, roughly 1800 to 1802. We'll ask, why was France, land of revolution and all its promises of democracy, why was France willing to let Napoleon increasingly run the show? How did he consolidate his power and move toward one-man rule? As one of my students said, it's about Napoleon, so it's complicated. But in some ways, it's also straightforward. He combined two key things, military glory and political acumen. And he fused some revolutionary gains with a reassuring conservatism. He threaded his way between left and right, and he occupied the center. He repressed with one hand and conciliated with the other. And through it all, he was irrepressibly, magnificently himself. Now, to understand Napoleon's success at home in 1800, we have to start by going abroad, because his domestic power was always entangled with an international story, a military story. When Bonaparte took power in 1799, France was at war with Great Britain and Austria. They weren't willing to put up with France's expanded size. France had lost almost all of northern Italy to Austria, and in the spring of 1800, Bonaparte began to prepare for war. He'd beaten Austria and Italy before. He was sure he could do it again. Bonaparte assembled an army in eastern France, not too far from the Alps. The Austrians had about 93,000 men in Italy under the command of General Melas. He was marching to attack the French forces who were holding out at Genoa. The Austrians hoped to march up along the Mediterranean coast and invade southeastern France. There they'd rendezvous with the British Navy. Now, to fight the Austrians, Bonaparte came up with an exceptionally bold strategy. He decided to send 50,000 men straight over the Alpine passes and down toward Milan. He planned to execute a great manœuvre sur les derrières, an enveloping maneuver behind Melas's Austrians. He cut off their supply lines on the plains of northern Italy. It was May, so there was still snow in the mountains. Crossing the Alps demanded not just snowshoes and guts, but also ingenuity. Hardest of all was getting the cannons over the passes. The soldiers hollowed out tree trunks to cradle the mortars. They dragged them over snow and rocks, 100 men per gun. At the top of the 8,100-foot Great St. Bernard Pass, monks gave each weary soldier a welcome reward, 2 small glasses of wine and a slice of rye bread and cheese. Bonaparte himself rode over that pass on a sure-footed mule. But the painter, Jacques-Louis David, immortalized the moment in a splendid canvas of a serene and triumphant Napoleon on a bucking white charger in a brilliant red cape. The crossing of the Alps riveted the European imagination. It was trademark Bonaparte, eye-catching, unexpected, dazzling in its boldness. It allied Napoleon in the popular mind with Hannibal and Charlemagne, other great men who'd also crossed the Alps. In his painting, David etched the name of these conquerors into the rock at Napoleon's feet. Once the French reached the plains and headed toward Milan, Bonaparte wrote home to Joseph, "The enemy was not expecting us and seems barely able to believe their eyes." But in early June, the Austrian enemy defeated the French at the siege of Genoa. Bonaparte was back in Milan, stirring up the Italian patriots. He was putting together food and munitions for his army, and he was taking time out to attend the opera and have a fling with the diva. Now he set out toward Genoa. And then he made an uncharacteristic mistake. He underestimated the Austrians. They always seemed to move so slowly and cautiously. He thought the 71-year-old Melas would never attack him first. And faulty intelligence reports only made Bonaparte less worried about a possible attack. On the night of June 13th, legend has it that he had chicken for supper. The chef made do with whatever ingredients he could find. He invented a sauce out of tomatoes and garlic and mushrooms and Mediterranean herbs and white wine. That recipe would go down in history as chicken marengo, my mother's favorite party dish when I was a kid. That makes the Battle of Marengo my favorite of all Napoleon's battles. It was not his finest or his most glorious, however. It was a near thing. The French were camped on a riverbank on the plains near the village of Marengo, roughly halfway between Genoa and Turin. There were only about 15,000 of them because Bonaparte had sent away some of his forces to block the Austrian movements, heading either north toward Lombardy or back south toward Genoa. The leader of one of those divisions was Louis Desaix. He was a 31-year-old general, slender, charming man with a head of long black hair. Like Bonaparte, he came from minor noble background, and he'd come of age, rising up through the ranks in the Revolutionary Army. He admired Napoleon's genius, and he was his right-hand man in Egypt. In fact, Desaix is just back from Egypt, where he chased Murad Bey up the Nile and deep into Egypt without success. Now, back in Italy, near Marengo, at dawn on June 14th, the Austrians crossed the river with 100 cannon. They stunned the French with a head-on attack with 31,000 men deployed into 3 columns. By 11 in the morning, Bonaparte gets to the scene and realizes, too late, that this attack is for real. The French right flank is peeling back. Bonaparte calls up his reserves to shore up the right. Already, he sent couriers with an urgent message for Desaix. Quote, "For God's sake, come up if you still can." But even before he got the message, Desaix had heard distant gunfire and turned his men toward Marengo. By 3 p.m., the Austrian general Melas is so confident of victory that he's turned over command to his chief of staff. At that same time, Desaix arrives. He reportedly said, "The battle is completely lost, but we have time to win another today." He leads his division into the line to back up the 2 exhausted corps that have barely been hanging on all day. On his right, Bonaparte and the French round up some 18 cannon into a battery. They hit the Austrians with an artillery barrage before the counterattack. On horseback, Desaix leads the countercharge. The Austrians know for certain that victory is already theirs. They try to dig in at first, but then an ammunition wagon explodes in their midst. It stuns them and throws the soldiers into confusion. And at just that moment, a young cavalryman, General Francois Kellerman, wheels his cavalry into the left flank of the Austrians. By chance or skillful timing, he has picked the best possible moment to send 500 horsemen on a charge with their sabers slashing. Desaix and Kellerman have turned the tide. The Austrians turn tail. It becomes a rout, but at a cost to the French. The French had sustained over 6,000 casualties, and the Austrians some 14,000. And mid-battle, Desaix took a bullet to the heart. Hours later, his body was retrieved from the battlefield. He was recognized by his mane of long black hair. When he heard about Desaix's death, Napoleon murmured to an aide, "Why am I not allowed to weep?" On the Austrian side, Melas was stunned and disheartened by the loss. Within 2 days, he agreed to an armistice to withdraw Austrian forces out of Genoa and Lombardy. Much ink has been spent assessing Bonaparte's shortcomings and his mistakes at Marengo. And much ink has been spent examining how Napoleon spun the news to camouflage his missteps. But the bottom line was this: he'd done it again. And his victory at Marengo secured Bonaparte's hold on political power at home. Many historians have argued that it was more important than the 18 Brumaire coup that brought him to power. All France was swept up with rejoicing. When the news hit Paris, the cabarets filled to overflowing with people toasting the Republic, the First Consul, and the army. As one royalist put it, Marengo was the baptism of the personal power of Napoleon. And Napoleon himself told an old friend that the cheers of the crowds welcoming him home were, quote, "as sweet to me as the sound of Josephine's voice." Napoleon's political power always rested on his military prowess and glory. But it also rested, especially at this moment, it also rested on his ability to make peace. To understand how Napoleon consolidated his power in the early 1800s, we have to recognize that he combined this military glory with diplomatic prowess and the ability to make peace. People saw him as a strong man of peace. Between 1800 and 1803, Bonaparte negotiated treaties with Bavaria, Naples, Spain, Portugal, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, and as we'll see later, the new United States. And above all, he achieved peace with Great Britain and Austria, France's old enemies. To achieve that peace, he got some key help in December 1800 from the French General Moreau. In a crucial victory, Moreau smashed the Austrians at Hohenlinden near Munich. French victories in northern Italy and then up at Hohenlinden meant that Bonaparte could make peace with the Austrians and the British in 2 separate treaties, the treaties of Lunéville in 1801 and Amiens in 1802. For the first time in 10 years, all Europe was at peace. The revolutionary wars had ended. France was ecstatic, and Bonaparte was their leader. Great Britain still ruled the seas, but she'd barely gained anything, only Trinidad and Sri Lanka. And England agreed to withdraw from various small occupied territories and islands like Malta and the Mediterranean. Russia dominated Eastern Europe. And, all important, the treaties acknowledged that France had hegemony over Western Europe. That included control over much of northern Italy, Belgium, and the left bank of the Rhine. The Austrians also recognized France's satellite republics in the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Italy. The old Cisalpine Republic became the Italian Republic, with Bonaparte as its president. Britain celebrated the peace, but some people reacted with disgust. The newspaper, the Morning Chronicle, complained that Britain had spent nearly £400 million to establish the French Republic, quote, on the foundations of eternal and unshakable glory. We now have nothing. France has everything. Peace would not last much longer than a year, but it served Napoleon well in 1802. Much later, in exile on St. Helena, he recalled, "We drowned the revolution's earlier shame in floods of glory." Those words would have rung true in the spring of 1802. Military glory and triumphant peace made up one pillar of his early power. Let's turn to the domestic scene now and watch Napoleon as a new political leader. The first important point, he had a fundamentally different model of politics than the revolutionaries had had. He believed that politics and decision-making should come from the top, not from the bottom. The point of government was to administer France and bring stability and order. This goal seemed all the more necessary after the messy and contentious revolution. The point of politics was not to debate and discuss, but to get things done. Bonaparte also had tremendous confidence in his own ability and his energy. The first consul should embody the unity of the nation. He incarnated popular sovereignty, and he should run France. By 1804, he would make himself emperor, but he didn't simply leap onto the imperial throne. Instead, he got to work, step by step, to create his vision of stability. He built on various revolutionary reforms, and he also dealt with his opponents. In February 1800, 3,000 troops led a procession of government figures across Paris. Bonaparte was moving into the Tuileries Palace. In the king's palace, the young consul cut a different figure than had the French kings. He presented himself as an ordinary man of the people. He worked hard. He was the product of the revolution. He was securing the republic. He dressed in simple clothes. He ate fast. He wore the same old hats. And later on, onto his coat of arms, he put the emblem of the bee, the bumblebee, the ultimate emblem of work. He brought along his council of state into the Tuileries. He wanted them to work with him hour after hour. The next lecture will include some of their impressive state-building accomplishments on the way to empire. Now, if politics came from above, if politics was crystallized in the state and the first consul, you didn't need to have politics in the streets. In the early consulate, Bonaparte engaged in what historians usually call depoliticizing France. He wanted to bring order and calm to France. He took steps to tamp down all the political talk, agitation, and conflict. He no longer allowed the political clubs that had revived during the Directory. And Bonaparte booted out 2/3 of the members of the Paris municipal government. And soon he'd purge one legislative chamber, get rid of men who opposed him too often in the tribunate. And right after the Brumaire coup, he began to shut down the press. Paris had had 73 newspapers in 1799. Already, in early January 1800, he abolished 60 of those and limited Paris to just 13 newspapers. Later, under the Empire, Paris would have only 4 newspapers, and each department could have only 1. Now, the revolutionary years had been full of dreams and conflicts, so politics couldn't quite disappear. Instead, it smoldered underground. Oppositional political talk became secret or anonymous. Maybe it'd be a hastily tacked up poster on a city wall, grumbled rumors circulating behind closed doors. Politics often moved inside into houses, salons, taverns, and cafes. Madame de Remusat was the lady-in-waiting of Josephine. she commented, quote, "With the magical power of this sacramental phrase, ma politique, my politics, he crushed the thoughts, feelings, and even the impressions of people." As you can imagine, some French hated this suppression of politics. But for others, it was a great relief. Some were even surprised by how relieved they were. One of Bonaparte's ministers commented that former revolutionaries who backed the consul, quote, "were astonished to gain a kind of security that they had not known when they themselves governed." Napoleon's suppression of political talk brought a new orderliness, but not everyone was happy. Let's look now at an incident that took place on Christmas Eve of 1800. Bonaparte was rolling toward the Paris Opera to see Haydn's oratorio, The Creation. He'd been consul for just over a year, and he'd been back from Italy for 6 months. Not too far from the Louvre Museum, the coachman rounded the corner off the Rue Saint-Nicaise at just a few minutes before 8 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion shook Napoleon's carriage. Just a few yards away, around the corner behind him, a bomb shattered a seed cart with 2 barrels. Rubble and glass flew every which way. The blast killed at least 8 people, including a little girl who'd been given a little bit of money just to hold the cart horse's reins for a few minutes. 28 more people were wounded. Luckily, Josephine's carriage was running late and missed the explosion. Who could be behind this diabolical plot to kill the consul? Bonaparte's chief of police, Joseph Fouché, he set to work immediately to ferret out the answer. Fouché, a tall, thin-lipped man, was a force to be reckoned with. When he was a revolutionary, he'd been more militant than Robespierre. He crushed rebels in Lyon. He pushed for dechristianization in central France. And as a leading Thermidorian, then he plotted to overthrow Robespierre. And now he was organizing Bonaparte's police system across France. As Talleyrand said about Fouché, he had, quote, "a heart as hard as a diamond, a stomach of iron, and a tearless eye." He also had a network of able policemen. They took the horseshoe off the horse's blown apart leg, and they found the blacksmith. From him, they tracked down the horse's owners. Fouché and his men discovered irrefutable evidence that the Christmas Eve plot had been carried out by royalists. But Bonaparte thought differently. He insisted that anarchists had done it. By anarchists, he meant Jacobins. In the consulate, despite the tamping down of politics, Bonaparte still had some vocal critics and opponents. That list included disillusioned intellectuals like Madame de Staël, some rival generals, some leading liberals. It included members of the legislature, and of course, the royalists and the Jacobins at the two ends of the political spectrum. Of all these critics, Bonaparte most mistrusted the Jacobins. Fouché's police spies regularly reported on their threats and mutterings in the cafes. And on a gut level, Bonaparte knew that some Jacobins, he called them anarchists or terrorists, he knew they'd never surrender their old beliefs and take his side. To him, they disrupted both the social order and his will to power. As Napoleon said to his Council of State, the Chouans, that is the royalist rebels, the Chouans and the émigrés are simply skin diseases, while the terrorists are an internal disease. The Christmas Eve plot gave him his opening. From across France, Bonaparte's supporters sent in letters. They poured out their relief and their anger. Some of them pointed the finger of accusation at royalists, but more often they ranted against Jacobins as suspects. In the end, 11 men were executed, 2 royalists who were in fact guilty, and 9 Jacobins who were not. But Bonaparte also decreed the deportation of about 130 Jacobins without trial or even a specific accusation. Fouché knew the truth, but he held his nose and he drew up the list of names. Liberal advisors in the Council of State balked at arresting men based on the vaguest of charges. But in the end, they supported Napoleon. As the historian Isser Wallach points out, the liberals' willingness to follow Napoleon down this road helps us answer a key question. How was it that former revolutionaries were willing to surrender their ideas of rights and instead back a more authoritarian regime? They took the trade-off of stability and order over uncertainty and the defense of rights. And Napoleon didn't seem to be going back to the old hierarchies. There were opportunities to move up for those men who supported Bonaparte. One ex-revolutionary wrote, "Access to public employment was open to all the talented friends of the new government. Finally, order had been reestablished. The Constitution was respected. Then a terrible attack occurred that disturbed for a certain time the fortunate situation that France was beginning to enjoy." In the aftermath of the attack, in February 1801, Bonaparte also stepped up his system of military tribunals in certain parts of southern and western France that were especially unruly. These tribunals put on trial, executed, or imprisoned hundreds of brigands, draft dodgers, and political opponents of the consulate. But Bonaparte knew how to combine conciliation with repression and the pursuit of order. Already, in early 1800, he opened the door to the return of the émigrés. He welcomed back any émigrés who were willing to help out his cause. And in 1802, he issued a general amnesty for all émigrés, except about 1,000 or so of those who were most notorious backers of the king. Let's look a bit more closely at how Bonaparte dealt with royalism. At first, some royalists thought his rise to power would maybe offer an opening. In early 1800, Louis XVI's brother, in exile, sent Bonaparte a feeler about maybe restoring the monarchy. Napoleon let months go by before he even bothered to answer, and then he wrote, "Monsieur, you must not hope for your return to France. You would have to walk over 100,000 corpses. Sacrifice your interest to the peace and happiness of France." Still, royalism inside France was far from dead. Remember that counter-revolutionary region called the Vendée? The Vendée and other parts of the West had never made their peace with the religious and political policies of the Republic. And in 1799, when Bonaparte first came to power, royalist guerrillas in the Vendée, in Brittany and Normandy, were fighting tooth and nail against the French Republic. The British, behind the scenes, were offering these rebels support. So Bonaparte sent in one of his toughest generals to crush the revolt. But he also met with prominent royalist leaders and urged them to join his cause. Quote, "You are good men. Ally yourselves with the side of glory." Crucially, Napoleon also recognized that the best way to rally them to his side would be to solve the religious problem left behind by the revolution. And many people in France who were not royalists also wanted the full practice of Catholicism back. Napoleon saw that clearly. Later on, he would claim, "By becoming Catholic, I ended the war in the Vendée. By becoming Muslim, I established myself in Egypt. If I governed a people of Jews, I would rebuild the Temple of Solomon." When Bonaparte seized power, Catholicism was in bad shape. Priests were in short supply. The church was split in half between two factions. Religious practice was supposed to be private or only very limited in public. But ordinary believers continually flouted the law. The Directory had never made peace with the church. And in 1798, the French army invaded Rome and set up the Roman sister republic. Then in 1799, they kidnapped Pope Pius VI. He actually soon died in captivity in the French city of Valence. Bonaparte was not a spiritual man, but he valued the social and moral usefulness of religion. If he could reach an agreement with the new Pope, Pius VII, if he could regularize the position of the Catholic Church in France, he knew he'd diffuse the biggest reason for opposition to the government. He'd make all France happy. He'd also reassure Catholics in occupied lands like Belgium, the Rhineland, and northern Italy. And Napoleon wanted to control the church. He remarked, "The people need a religion. This religion must be in the hands of the government." The new Pope, Pius VII, also wanted to reestablish the Catholic Church in France. So negotiations began in secret in 1800. It wasn't easy for them to come to agreement. It took 21 drafts and 8 months of discussion to come up with a compromise, an agreement that was called the Concordat. This Concordat would govern France's relationship with the church all the way until 1905. Napoleon agreed to recognize Catholicism as, quote, "the religion of the great majority of French citizens." He kept in place many of the innovations of the revolutionaries. For example, the state would keep on paying clergymen. And by the way, through separate agreements, the state also salaried Protestant ministers, and eventually they began to pay Jewish rabbis as well. In the Concordat, the Pope let Bonaparte nominate bishops, though it was the Pope who consecrated them. And Pius surrendered any claim to the church lands that the revolutionaries had nationalized and sold over the last 10 years. This last concession was huge. Bonaparte always worked to get the support of property owners. He didn't want to alienate all those land buyers. Many of them were former revolutionaries. Pius VII claimed he had marched, quote, to the doorstep of hell. But in truth, each side got something he wanted. On Easter Sunday, the 18th of April, 1802, the bells rang for the first time in years at the great Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. Not everyone was happy. At the official mass promulgating the Concordat, one anti-clerical general muttered, "All we need is the 100,000 men who got themselves killed to be rid of all this fanaticism." And on the Catholic side, in the decades to come, many priests would feel torn in their loyalties between Paris and Rome. But most Frenchmen welcomed the Concordat, and it shows us a striking side of Bonaparte that we'll explore further next time. His ability to negotiate between the modern and the traditional, the revolution and the past. He had saved religious toleration and maintained the secular state. It was an agnostic state with much control over the church. But he'd also restored Catholic practice to France. Only 3 weeks earlier, Bonaparte had brought an end to the war with his treaty with Britain. And now he'd made another kind of peace. He was a hero, and he was a peacemaker. In August 1802, a second plebiscite took place in France. It asked, should Napoleon Bonaparte be made first consul for life? He won a hands-down victory, and slightly more than half the eligible voters actually turned out to vote to sign their names publicly in his favor. It more than doubled the 20% turnout of the first plebiscite in 1800. The next lecture will ask, how did this son of the revolution continue negotiating his new vision of French state and society? And how and why did he crown himself Emperor of the French?
Lecture 38. Napoleon becomes emperor.
By 1802, when Napoleon became first consul for life, everyone noticed changes in his behavior and surroundings. His very presence seemed to call for more deference. He seemed to be taking on a new formality. A certain regal distance was becoming part of his mystique of power. Bonaparte wasn't a king, but now he presided over a veritable court. That once simple Corsican insisted on rules of etiquette and rank, formal speech, elaborate dress balls, fancy costumes, and spectacles. Listen to one foreign observer. Quote, everyone agrees that the splendor of the court is much greater than ever was the old court of France. Clearly, France was changing during the consulate. As we'll see, by 1804, Napoleon would become Emperor of the French. Why were French people from different backgrounds willing to accept this huge change? To answer that question, we'll also return to Napoleon's relationship to the revolution. As a new consul, Bonaparte had stressed his ties to the revolution alongside images of order, glory, and stability. But bit by bit, changes took place in the political culture of France in the early 1800s. In his language, Bonaparte increasingly replaced the word republic with the word nation, less revolutionary. Fewer festivals commemorated the great moments of the revolution and the republic. Instead, ceremonies had a more military tone, or they focused on the great man himself. And in 1802, a new festival popped up on August 15th to celebrate Napoleon's birthday alongside the Catholic holy day of the Assumption of Mary. Out in the provinces, people worried that the annual festival of the 14th of July would disappear. But Bonaparte was wise enough to keep that holiday for the moment. In 1803, his face began to appear on coins. And he had 3 residences now. Malmaison, that he bought with Josephine, the Tuileries Palace in Paris, and in 1801, a new one, the Château Saint-Cloud. Soon it was completely remodeled with a new theater, guest suites, and formal French gardens. As Napoleon constructed his more monarchical style, his family played a key role. That role would only get bigger when he built his empire. So now let's look at Josephine and the Bonapartes a bit. He and Josephine seemed to be at their happiest in the early 1800s. When he came back from Egypt in 1799, he'd been dead set on divorcing her because of the affair she'd been having since the earliest days of their marriage. But when Josephine begged his forgiveness with tears and promises to be faithful, he backed off. Later on, he explained to a friend that he was overcome by the tears of her children from her first marriage, Hortense and Eugène. What could I do? I was not born with a heart in my bosom that would be able to endure the sight and sound of weeping. Now the couple seemed to develop a real tenderness for one another. She'd given up her lover for him. And as Napoleon put it, Josephine possessed an exact knowledge of all the intricacies of my character. And at his new court, she was elegant and gracious. She was also politically capable. She helped him to integrate returned émigrés and former nobles into Napoleon's France. Like a monarch, Bonaparte promoted members of his family to positions of power. He counted on their help. He had 4 brothers and 3 sisters. He worried about his sisters' marriage pursuits. The lively Pauline and the ambitious Caroline both married high-ranking officers. As he got more ambitious, Bonaparte also worried that he had no heir. Josephine was getting close to age 40, and she hadn't given birth to a child with him. So in 1802, the couple convinced Hortense, who was Josephine's daughter from her first marriage, they convinced Hortense to marry Napoleon's 3rd brother, Louis. Maybe this marriage might bring the families together and produce an heir or even a successor. Napoleon relied the most on his older brother, Joseph. He'd negotiated the Treaty of Amiens with the British in 1802. Bonaparte had a harder time getting along with his second brother, Lucien. He was more hot-headed, pro-revolutionary, and critical of Napoleon's growing authoritarianism. He made Lucien Minister of Interior, but then he sent him off to Spain as ambassador. And after a huge fight with Napoleon, Lucien withdrew to Italy in 1804. Their mother, Laetitia, took Lucien's side and followed him to Italy for the moment. And as for the youngest brother, Jerome, Napoleon worked hard trying to discipline him and rein him in. But on Christmas Eve, 1803, on the other side of the ocean, Jerome, the independent-minded one, married an American woman in Baltimore. Napoleon was disgusted. The Bonaparte clan squabbled continuously, but Napoleon counted on them, and they would gain a great deal from his ascent to power. Now we need to go back to Napoleon's political trajectory and watch him become emperor. How did that come about? To answer that question, we need to look at one key incident. On March 14, 1804, a detachment of French soldiers crossed the border into the Duchy of Baden, just to the east of France. In the dead of night, they found one man, they snatched him, and spirited him back to Paris. Who was he? What was going on? This man, the Duc d'Enghien, was a second cousin of Louis XVI. He was an émigré and a well-known royalist. He'd made the mistake from time to time of talking a bit too loosely about his royalist dreams. He'd made forays into Alsace and even written down plans to invade France from Baden. The French police claimed he was part of an immense Anglo-royalist conspiracy, a plan to kidnap Bonaparte. The police had learned that this conspiracy included plans for a Bourbon prince to march into France to stir up people for restoring the crown. Enghien became their #1 suspect. Two things were true. There was a web of conspiracy. This plot involved British agents, a prominent ex-revolutionary general, and a swashbuckling rebel leader from the west of France. And they were tied to a web of plotters inside and outside France. But the Duc d'Enghien had nothing to do with the conspiracy. He'd made blustering royalist statements, but no evidence linked him to the plot. He still faced an immediate court-martial a week later, and he was executed by a firing squad at 2 o'clock in the morning. All Europe was shocked. The French had violated international law by crossing into Baden and seizing Enghien. It was virtually an act of war, and the trial was a joke. It stunned Bonaparte's own court. All the nobles who'd recently come back to France felt betrayed. And among the royal courts of Europe, it made Bonaparte look like the worst of the revolutionaries. Like them, he'd killed a Bourbon prince. Fouché had this to say about Enghien's execution: "It was worse than a crime, it was a mistake." Later, especially in exile on St. Helena, Bonaparte seemed intent on explaining Enghien's treatment, and he even defended his actions in his will. But for now, to Bonaparte and his closest supporters, the discovery of this latest royalist plot proved that his own position really needed shoring up. He felt too vulnerable to assassination or overthrow. It was time to act. Only a few days after Enghien's death, the second consul, Cambacérès, told the Council of State that the first consul wanted them to debate whether perhaps he should be made emperor. Napoleon was not in the room. Some advisors advocated a delay. One old revolutionary argued, quote, "Not a trace will remain of the Republic for whose establishment and preservation France has sacrificed untold treasure and human lives." But the writing was on the wall. Napoleon's supporters argued that strengthening his position and making it hereditary, that would stave off assassination attempts. They insisted that France had nothing to fear. After all, Napoleon, quote, "is himself the child of the revolution." The Senate backed the idea. So did the tribunate, all but one man, Lazare Carnot. As a member of the Committee of Public Safety, Carnot had spearheaded the efforts to organize all of France's manpower and resources to save the Republic from outside invaders during the crisis of the Terror. Now he stood before the tribunate in 1804 and spoke truth to power. He refused to vote for what he called the reestablishment of monarchy. Carnot lamented that Bonaparte had missed an opportunity to solidify the Republic at last. Memorably, Carnot argued that it was easier, quote, "to make a republic without anarchy than a monarchy without despotism." Naturally, Bonaparte saw it differently. France was back at war again, and he alone could protect the gains of the Republic. He'd already said, "The older I get, the more I realize that each person must fulfill his own destiny." The Senate had declared him emperor. Now he introduced his third plebiscite and his third constitution in 5 years. The men of France got to vote yes or no on this pronouncement: the government of the Republic is entrusted to the emperor. Once again, the yeses won out, though voter turnout had dropped considerably since 1802. The new constitution made the imperial crown hereditary. Napoleon was founding a dynasty, and he was founding it on a popular vote. This was a new and unusual form of one-man rule. Many people were deeply disillusioned by Napoleon's move to emperor. Beethoven had perhaps the most famous response. He had admired Napoleon, and he was going to dedicate his latest symphony to him. But now he tore up the dedication. He renamed the piece Eroica and roundly denounced Napoleon's ambition. Within France, some former revolutionaries pulled out of politics altogether. The royalist Chateaubriand left the government, and the liberal writer Madame de Staël dismissed the coronation as a farce. But Napoleon had already exiled her from Paris a year before. Overall, France was calm, but Bonaparte's siblings were fighting about the line of succession. Bonaparte had bypassed all his brothers and named his nephew as his successor. Joseph was so angry that he took pistol shots at his brother's portrait. And Louis never forgave Napoleon for skipping a generation. Meanwhile, Napoleon and Josephine got ready for the coronation ceremony. It would not be at the cathedral in Reims where the Bourbon kings had been crowned. Instead, it'd be at Notre Dame in Paris, which was suitably magnificent and sacred, and right at the cultural center of France. The ceremony would combine religious ritual with Roman imperial pageantry and references to the medieval emperor Charlemagne. It took 8 months of negotiating, but Napoleon even managed to convince Pope Pius VII to come and take part. Charlemagne had been crowned by the Pope 1,000 years earlier. Bonaparte would do him one better by getting the Pope to come to Paris and give the whole affair an additional layer of legitimacy. Napoleon's own mother, delayed in Italy, she was still taking Lucien's side against his brother. She deliberately missed the glorious coronation. But never mind, in his famous painting, Jacques-Louis David painted her in anyway. She looks on regally from the sidelines. David's painting would reveal the full splendor of the event. Napoleon and Josephine were both sumptuously attired in white satin and crimson velvet. This cloth was decorated with the imperial bee, the Napoleonic replacement for the fleur-de-lis, the lily symbol of French kings. Napoleon's robe was so loaded with gold and jewels that it reportedly weighed more than 80 pounds. Josephine's long crimson train was lined with ermine. Countless diamonds adorned her tiara, earrings, and necklace. It cost over 100,000 francs to outfit Josephine that day. Even her undergarments were decorated with emeralds. Almost everyone who was anyone came to the event. The former consuls, two of Bonaparte's brothers, his sisters, the great dignitaries of the empire, his highest military commanders. According to one attendee, the ladies of the court had dressed their hair into such high and elaborate hairdos that they had to sit upright all night to preserve their look. At the peak moment, Pius anointed the emperor and empress. He'd agreed ahead of time to let Bonaparte crown himself. So then Napoleon turned his back to the Pope and faced the crowd. He placed the golden crown squarely on his own head. Spectators were astonished by his chutzpah. For his painting, David made sketches of Napoleon crowning himself, but in the end, he chose a more dignified portrayal. The emperor crowns Josephine, with the Pope in white robes sitting calmly behind him, his hand raised in blessing. Napoleon approved of David's magnificent canvas, which was finally finished in 1807. You have understood my thoughts. You have made me a French knight. Why did Napoleon make himself emperor? He wanted dynastic power, but it would have been far too dangerous and controversial to claim the title of king. But emperor, now that had panache and power. It evoked Caesar and Charlemagne. It hinted at the imperial expansion of territory. And it seemed as if it would nullify the royalist claims of the king's brother in exile. And it conveyed a greatness, a power beyond a mere royal crown. Bonaparte was happy to one-up the kings of Europe. Later on, he said, "My blood, after all, was not made of mud. It was time to show that it was the equal of theirs." In an attempt to understand Napoleon's psyche and his personal motivations, the historian Stephen England has argued that we shouldn't reduce Napoleon simply to blind ambition. He had a sense of his own destiny and an unconscious will to glory and power. He spoke constantly of destiny. For example, "All my life I have sacrificed everything, comfort, self-interest, happiness, to my destiny." Or another revealing quotation, "Me, I have no ambition, or if I do, it is so innate to me that it is part of my very existence, like the blood that runs in my veins with the air that I breathe." Why did France agree to replace the republic with an empire and let this single man rule them after they had fought so hard for a republic? To answer this question, we have to go back and consider another crucial issue, Napoleon's own relationship to the French Revolution. Back in 1802, when Bonaparte pushed for being named first consul for life, some of his advisors, who were former revolutionaries, were uneasy with this arrangement. One of them said it was, quote, too abrupt, a move away from revolution. But Bonaparte boldly reassured them, "For the men of the revolution, I am the best guarantee." What was it that Bonaparte guaranteed to the people of France? What would he continue from the revolution? And what would he abandon? First, it needs to be said that without a doubt, he suppressed crucial elements of the revolution's dreams and goals. Three big ones in particular. The first one, democratic politics. One-man rule at the top and appointed administrators replaced the French revolutionary experiment with representative Republican politics, local elections, and grassroots decision-making. And a second thing gone from the revolution, free-form political discussion and lively public debate. There would be no more free press, political clubs, no more sans-culottes rabble-rousing in the streets. And a third thing, he mistrusted and overturned the most socially egalitarian moves of the revolutionaries, such as granting many civil rights to women and freedom to slaves. But it needs to be said that there were certain elements from the revolution that Bonaparte preserved and transformed. These were gains that people valued. Here it helps to reiterate a couple of points from the last lecture. Remember that in the international realm by 1802, Napoleon had made peace, and he'd secured France's expansion to her so-called natural frontiers. It's true that by 1804, France was already at war again, but no one knew just how drawn out that war would become. And remember also that by 1802, Bonaparte had restored Catholicism to France without surrendering certain revolutionary principles like the secular state, religious toleration, the sale of former church lands, and state control over the clergy. Napoleon seemed to offer something to everybody. To many ordinary people, he represented glory, peace, a return to religion, stability after disorder, and the possibility of upward mobility. Men of means also appreciated the way he had tamped down popular activism and defended property. And in the eyes of many Republicans, Napoleon stood as the best remaining barrier against royalism and the return to the old regime world of privilege. To understand his appeal, we need now to look a bit more closely at how Napoleon negotiated and reshaped the social goals and institutional innovations of the revolution. Here we're also considering him as a state builder, a man who contributed to changing fundamental institutions in France and beyond. Some historians have gone so far as to pronounce him the founder of the modern state. During the 5 years of the consulate, Napoleon and his advisors acted with phenomenal energy. Crucially, they continually created institutions that tempered the revolution and reined it in, but they also built on the revolution. As Bonaparte said, "We have finished with the romance of the revolution. We must now see what is realistic and possible in its principles." Take the Legion of Honor, for example. In 1802, Bonaparte set up this system to reward men who had provided crucial service to the state, either in the military or in the civilian service. A man appointed to the Legion of Honor won a title, a pension for life, and a medal, a white star with a laurel wreath on a red ribbon. The Legion had a system of 15 different ranks. Most of the recipients were military men, but some were artists, engineers, and musicians. On the one hand, the Legion of Honor represented a true value of the revolution. A man could rise up through the ranks as Napoleon himself had done. Napoleon proclaimed, "My motto has always been a career open to all talents without distinction of birth." On the other hand, many skeptics and opponents saw the Legion restoring a system of titles, ranks, and privileges. Almost half the Council of State and a third of the tribunate opposed this new institution. Lafayette refused the honor. But Bonaparte defended his actions vigorously. "I defy you to show me a republic, modern or ancient, that did without distinctions. You call them baubles, but let me assure you, it is with baubles that men are governed." As Napoleon negotiated his way between revolutionary change and Napoleonic stability, he denounced revolutionary individualistic society built on grains of sand, as he called it. He called instead for erecting masses of granite on the soil of France. That phrase, masses of granite, that phrase came to refer to a social group, the solid notables, the men of property. These men would back his regime. But masses of granite also means a wider set of institutions that would underpin French state and society. In every instance, these masses of granite built on revolutionary innovations, but they toned down their more controversial or ambitious goals. For example, take education. Here, Bonaparte did not return to the project of primary schooling, especially not for the poor and not for girls. Instead, he built on the secondary schools of the Directory, but he made the system more centralized, less autonomous. It should be directed from above. In 1802, he initiated a system of lycées, or secondary schools. Ideally, all the teachers would use identical textbooks and the same syllabi. This was a model of educational unity and rigidity that endured. It would in fact contribute to provoking student uprisings in 1968. These lycées got the approval of his notables, the masses of granite, who supported his power and gave stability to France. Their sons went to the lycée, and there they trained to become the future military and administrative elite. In 1809, France instituted the nationwide test called the baccalauréat, the BAC, the all-important credential for entry into university and various careers right up to this very day. Now, of all his acts of state building, Bonaparte was proudest of his civil code, which was completed by 1804. This law code governed questions of family, property, and the civil status of individuals. In a modified form, it still governs French civil law. The Civil Code wasn't just some dry set of laws. It had towering importance because it set in stone certain revolutionary acts that had fundamentally changed French society. It put a permanent stamp on France's abolition of feudalism and privilege. It formally backed up one of the critical acts of the revolution, the equality of all men before the law. At the same time, it guaranteed the status of private property. Like the revolution's laws, it was national, and it was meant to be rational and systematic. That old hodgepodge of local customs and varying laws from the old regime was now gone forever. In family law, the code shows us well how Bonaparte and his backers reacted against the revolution's attempt to institute full liberty and equality inside families. But at the same time, they maintained other revolutionary innovations. Bonaparte didn't write that code, but he met often with the four jurists and the Council of State that hammered out its central ideas. He repeatedly and successfully pushed these men towards strengthening the power of fathers and weakening the independence of women. He was, in fact, notoriously conservative about gender questions. He commented, "The husband must possess the absolute power and right to say to his wife, 'Madame, you shall not go out. You shall not go to the theater. You shall not receive such and such a person, for the children you bear shall be mine.'" And when Madame de Staël asked him what kind of woman he would love best, he replied, "The one who would have the most children." The code kept divorce, but it made it much, much harder to get, especially for women. For example, in cases of adultery, a man could divorce based on a single act of infidelity by his wife. He also won back his old regime ability to imprison her if she was unfaithful. But a wife could divorce an adulterous husband only if he actually maintained his mistress inside the family household. Because the code made divorce so hard to get, divorce rates in France plummeted. The code imagined a kind of alliance between fathers and the state, an alliance to reestablish order in France. It reinstated paternal power over children. A father once again could imprison a wayward child. He could overrule his children's marriage choices, all the way up to age 26 for sons. But at the same time, the code definitely preserved some egalitarianism and some limits to the father's power. A father had to pass his goods down equally to all his legitimate children, although he could give one or two a larger share. In a nutshell, the code gives us a great example of Bonaparte threading his way between maintaining certain pivotal revolutionary changes and creating a new stability. Look at what he kept: secular state, clearly codified and unified law, a defense of property, equality of men before the law, no more privilege. And many people agreed with Bonaparte that restoring patriarchal authority within households would help hold France together. The code shored up his support among the middle classes and the elites of France. Down the road, Napoleon would take the code to much of Europe, and in France, long term, it encouraged the development of a certain kind of domestic role for wives of the bourgeoisie and the upper classes. Now let's step back and think again about our question of why the French accepted an emperor after a revolution. Yes, he ended the revolution, and he drained politics of its voice. But in exchange, he brought a valuable stability, and he secured certain revolutionary reforms, huge ones. Keep in mind, too, that France's political options didn't seem so infinite in the early 1800s. Many people were afraid of either a return to royalism and the old regime, or a return to radical revolution and the terror. Napoleon seemed like the best bet, the best guarantee against those threats. He seemed to be moving France forward in an orderly and even a glorious way. As the 19th century French politician François Guizot observed a few decades later about the emperor, quote, "It's a lot to be at the same time a national glory, a guarantee of revolution, and a principle of authority." And while he was at it, Bonaparte had made lasting changes in French state and society. In the next lecture, we'll return to the international arena and look at France and Napoleon in the Americas and the Atlantic world.
Lecture 39. Napoleon's Ambitions in the New World.
Napoleon left behind many wonderful statements and quotations. Here's a classic. In 1815, shortly before Waterloo, he famously said, "I wanted to rule the world. Who wouldn't have in my place?" While Napoleon would grow famous as the conqueror of Europe, he had even wider aspirations. This lecture will look at his colonizing goals in the Atlantic world. We'll especially focus on the North American territory of Louisiana and the Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue. Bonaparte's Atlantic ambitions were particularly motivated by France's colonial rivalry with Great Britain. They'd been competing for decades over North American goods and the even more valuable products of the Caribbean. Now they were also jockeying for trade with the new United States. From the moment he seized power, Bonaparte saw possibilities for strengthening France in the Americas. He imagined a vast Western empire with Saint-Domingue and the other Caribbean islands at its rich, sugar-producing center. In North America, he envisioned that it would also include Louisiana, named after Louis XIV over 100 years earlier. Around 1800, Louisiana referred to an uncharted chunk of land that sprawled west from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. It included much, much more than the current state of Louisiana. It encompassed the entire Great Plains, all the way west to parts of Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. Around 1800, the various European powers saw this territory as up for grabs. The vast majority of the inhabitants, of course, were Indians, but the Spanish had claimed it ever since the French had given it to them in 1763 at the end of the 7 Years' War. The British up in Canada also had their eye on this territory. And the French were interested in getting Louisiana back. It had the crucial capacity to provide timber, flour, salted meat, and other food for the Caribbean colonies. And whoever held New Orleans controlled the shipping of goods down the Mississippi. Here's an important point. In a treaty with Napoleon in 1800, the Spanish agreed to give Louisiana back to France sometime soon in exchange for some Italian territories. There's another major player here that we haven't discussed yet, the United States. What were Americans and their leaders thinking about these lands? Americans who lived west of the Appalachians needed to be able to ship timber, tobacco, furs, cotton, and grain out through the port of New Orleans on the Mississippi River. In the late 1790s, Spain had been letting them do that. So in 1801, the new president, Thomas Jefferson, wasn't at all happy when word began to spread that France was going to get the Louisiana territory back from the Spanish. In Jefferson's view, the Spanish were feeble and pacific, as he put it. But he predicted that France would be a more troublesome neighbor, given, quote, the impetuosity of her temper. He forecast that France and the U.S. would necessarily come to blows over the Mississippi corridor. And that wasn't all. Once the French held the Mississippi, Jefferson was worried that they might convince the Western Americans to break away and form a rival American state west of the Appalachian Mountains. After all, only a few years ago, in 1793, the French revolutionary diplomat Genet had angled for exactly that move. And Western Americans were interested in access to the Mississippi River. They were more interested in that than they were loyal to the new United States. When Spain was finally about to surrender Louisiana to the French, the Spanish suddenly cut off shipping at New Orleans late in 1802. This move infuriated Western Americans. One Virginian who was just back from the West, he said that Westerners were, quote, like a large combustible mass. They want only a spark to set them on fire. He warned that they would grab the Mississippi, quote, either by treaty or by the sword. Thomas Jefferson decided he'd better cut a deal with the French. Otherwise, he might face war or the possible breaking apart of the American Union. That spring of 1803, Jefferson never imagined that he could possibly buy the vast Louisiana territory west of the Mississippi. But he wrote to Robert Livingston, the American representative in Paris, and authorized him to offer $10 million to France in exchange for New Orleans and the Florida area. He sent James Monroe to Paris to help cut the deal. Meanwhile, Napoleon had made up his mind. He said, "I renounce Louisiana. I know the price of what I abandon. I renounce it with the greatest regret." But he told his finance minister to sell it all. Jefferson's envoy, Livingston, couldn't believe his ears when the French offered to sell all of Louisiana. Then, 2 days later, when James Monroe showed up, he and Livingston quickly agreed to buy all of Louisiana, including New Orleans. They paid France $11.5 million, and they forgave $3.5 million in debts owed to the U.S. by France. Talleyrand remarked to Livingston, "You have made a noble bargain for yourselves, and I suppose you will make the most of it." In a single stroke, the Americans had added more than 800,000 square miles. They paid less than 4 cents an acre. They more than doubled the size of the territory they claimed as the United States. Now, why were the French suddenly so willing to sell Louisiana to the Americans? To answer that question, we need to think about a broader global context and turn to a different part of the Atlantic world, the French colony of Saint-Domingue. Remember that a massive slave revolt had caused the French to abolish slavery in 1793-94. But the island continued to be torn apart by warfare across the 1790s. In the cauldron of conflict, all kinds of groups battled for control. The French, the Spanish, the British, and rival black generals forging alliances with former slaves and people of color. By 1800, there was one man who'd emerged as the dominant figure in Saint-Domingue, the one-time slave and brilliant military leader, Toussaint Louverture. Toussaint Louverture had a particular vision of how to lead Saint-Domingue. First of all, he thought that to survive politically and economically, they had to keep the plantation system. He forbid former slaves from moving to the cities or taking to the mountains. As much as he could, he forced them to stay put and work. By 1800, Saint-Domingue's plantation economy was just starting to recover from being decimated by years of revolt and warfare. But at the same time, Toussaint defended the abolition of slavery. When Napoleon took power in France, Toussaint viewed him with suspicion. He was afraid Bonaparte would bring back slavery. He noticed that the first Napoleonic constitution had no guarantee of rights for anyone, and it had no word about slavery or freedom in the French colonies. When Napoleon's men arrived in Saint-Domingue in 1800 with news of the new government, they suggested that Toussaint's military flags should bear the words, quote, "Courageous blacks, remember that only the French people recognize your liberty and the equality of your rights." But Toussaint angrily refused. He told the French officer, "We are free today because we are the strongest, but we will be enslaved when Napoleon becomes the strongest." And here's another component of Toussaint's thinking. He wanted to consolidate his own power and create a constitution for Saint-Domingue. The Constitutional Committee was made up of white men and men of color. It included Julien Raymond, who had fought so hard for the rights of free people of color 10 years earlier. In 1801, their constitution declared Toussaint Louverture governor for life. Strikingly, it also promised the eternal abolition of slavery and declared that, quote, "all men, whatever their color, are eligible for all positions." It made a path-breaking modern move. It established a legal end to racial hierarchy, and it secured emancipation as a civil right. At the same time, this contradictory document reinforced the militarized system of forced labor on the plantations. Laborers would be paid, but they could not leave the plantations. Toussaint thought this was necessary for the political and economic survival of the island. As one historian put it, to defend their freedom, ex-slaves had to surrender their new freedom to the state. Let's step back and think about the fact that Toussaint has made this constitution. Remember that Saint-Domingue was a French colony. Why did it need a constitution of its own? Toussaint and his fellow leaders acted boldly, but it was more than a power grab. They took part in the great adventure of the revolutionary era. They experimented with new forms of politics and new social visions also often based on the new ideology of rights. And they tied that experiment to creating a constitution and the rule of law. All across the Atlantic world, this experiment was filled with contradictions, inequities, and uncertainties. We know that's true also in the more familiar examples of France and the US. The Saint-Domingue case is also intriguing because they didn't explicitly break away from France. The 1801 Constitution declared flatly that all men in the territory, quote, are born, live, and die free and French. But at the same time, 4,500 miles from France, Toussaint had claimed his own constitutional control. In many ways, he'd already challenged the bonds of colonial control, and he'd acted as if Saint-Domingue were independent. On the other side of the ocean, Napoleon Bonaparte was paying attention to this display of power by an upstart black general. Who knows whether Napoleon secretly recognized that he shared certain traits with Toussaint? Like him, his counterpart on the other side of the Atlantic was an authoritarian military man and a pragmatic politician who had risen out of nowhere to rule a land. Toussaint Louverture would later be nicknamed the Black Napoleon. So what was Bonaparte thinking about Saint-Domingue? And another key question, what did Bonaparte think about slavery? 2 points stand out. Point one, he wanted to assert French control over the colonies in whatever ways he could. He knew they were economically valuable, and he knew their role in his great rivalry with Britain. And point two, Bonaparte had absolutely no ideological commitment to ending slavery. On the contrary, he was always pragmatic. He would work things out according to what was possible. He decided to keep slavery in places where it had never really been abolished, like the tiny islands in the Indian Ocean. And about Saint-Domingue, for the moment in 1800, he told his Council of State that he thought he had to guarantee freedom from slavery. If he restored slavery there, the ex-slaves might ally with Britain. He explained, quote, they may make less sugar, but they will make it for us. But at the same time, Bonaparte was actively listening to merchants and white plantation owners who were now in Paris. They urged Napoleon to reestablish slavery in Saint-Domingue. They pointed out to him that their property had been stolen from them and that slave plantations had long made France rich. Napoleon wanted to have a vibrant economy, and he built his regime on support from men with property. But those plantation owners were out of touch with how much things had changed in Saint-Domingue since the abolition of slavery. They underestimated just how hard men and women would fight to prevent a return to the old system. No one knew quite what Napoleon would do. But in the fall of 1801, he asked his brother-in-law, General Charles-Victor Leclerc, to lead an expedition to Saint-Domingue to rein in Toussaint's feisty moves. Napoleon gambled that the British and the Americans wouldn't interfere. He was just then moving toward making peace with England. And those other slave-owning powers, Britain and the U.S., were nervous themselves about the possible spread of slave rebellion. They did nothing to stop the French expedition. Leclerc set sail to Saint-Domingue with 20,000 soldiers and over 50 ships and frigates. He was so confident of victory that he even brought along his wife, Pauline, Napoleon's sister. Toussaint's two sons, Isaac and Placide, had been studying in France. Now they were also on board, carrying a letter from Bonaparte to their father. The letter asked him to submit to Leclerc. As it turned out, they would return to France a few months later in chains. The former slaves on the island watched the French approach with trepidation. When he saw the size of the French fleet that February 1802, Toussaint said, "We will die. All of France has come to overwhelm us." As Leclerc's fleet sat in the harbor, one of Toussaint's generals ordered the people of Le Cas to leave the city. Then they burnt it to the ground rather than let the French take it over. That general announced, "Even on these ashes, I will fight you." Despite the opposition, in the beginning, the French were able to win victories on the northern plains of Saint-Domingue. Already that first spring, Leclerc realized, though, that this would be no cakewalk. He wrote to France demanding more supplies. He said, "The wine is bad, the biscuit no good." But that wasn't the half of it. He wrote calling for shoes, hats, medical supplies, money, then more troops. The French could win conventional battles, but their opponents took to the hills. Many of them thought their own liberty was at stake. The French couldn't overcome the guerrilla style of warfare. Leclerc desperately tried to explain this impossible situation to Bonaparte. As one of his officers put it, quote, "Victors everywhere, we possess nothing but our rifles. The enemy held nowhere, and yet never ceased to be master of the country." In addition to guerrilla resistance, the French faced another problem, disease. Already, by the end of April, about a third of Leclerc's men had fallen ill. A deadly epidemic of yellow fever struck the colony, and the whites didn't have much resistance. That spring of 1802, with the fighting in a stalemate, Leclerc was finally able to convince some black generals to lay down their weapons. One of them was Toussaint Louverture. But Leclerc thought that Toussaint was still working against him behind the scenes. So in early June, the French lured him to a meeting. They arrested him, and they shipped him across the ocean to prison in France, along with his captive sons and wife. From shipboard, Toussaint famously warned the French, "In overthrowing me, you have cut down in Saint-Domingue only the trunk of the tree of liberty of the blacks. It will grow back from the roots because they are deep and numerous." Toussaint would die a year later in 1803 in a cold prison cell high up in the Jura mountains of eastern France, hundreds of miles from the sea and possible escape. He was 59 years old. Back in Saint-Domingue, after capturing Toussaint, Leclerc boasted to Bonaparte, "The blacks have lost their compass. They are divided among themselves." And it's true that Leclerc had some ex-slaves fighting on his side. But he hadn't counted on what would happen next. That summer, rumors began to circulate that Napoleon was definitely reestablishing slavery. And people heard that in the neighboring island of Guadeloupe, a French general had smashed ex-slave insurgents and begun to reestablish slavery. A ship even arrived from Guadeloupe. It was carrying captives who would be sold as slaves. On Saint-Domingue, rumors also spread about a new and terrifying law in France. In fact, that May 1802, on the 30th of Floréal, year 10 by the revolutionary calendar, Napoleon had announced a new law. It repealed the 1794 universal abolition of slavery. It maintained slavery in those places where it hadn't been abolished in practice, like Martinique and the islands in the Indian Ocean. The French also reopened the slave trade. That decree didn't mention Saint-Domingue, but the meaning was clear to the ex-slaves fighting on the island. Now they knew what they had suspected ever since Leclerc's arrival. They were fighting for their freedom, fighting against slavery itself. They left behind no written records to reveal their thoughts, but they fought on with a new level of desperation and determination. And the black generals and troops who had sided with Leclerc, now they abandoned him. And that fall, he wrote bitterly to Napoleon and called for a drastic war of extermination. He said, "We must destroy all the Negroes in the mountains, men and women, sparing only children younger than 12. Destroy half of those who live in the plains, and not leave alive in the colony a single man of color who has worn an officer's epaulette." Then, like so many of his men, the general himself fell victim to yellow fever. Only a few weeks before his death in November 1802, Leclerc confessed to Bonaparte, "I have seen nothing but fires, uprisings, massacres, the dead and the dying. My soul is withered." In France, when he heard of Leclerc's failure and death, Napoleon fumed, "Damn sugar, damn coffee, damn colonies." The brutal war to conquer Saint-Domingue was lurching toward its endgame. One black general, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, unified all the insurgents under his command. He ripped the white panel out of the French tricolor flag, and he made a new flag, blue and red, to stand for the unity between blacks and mixed-race people of color. By the end of 1803, the French withdrew in final defeat. But of the some 50,000 soldiers who had come to the island over the last 2 years, only about 8,000 boarded ships to go home. They were so decimated by war and disease. But the losses among the black population, including civilians, were even higher. One historian even estimates twice as high. On January 1st, 1804, Dessalines led a ceremony to declare Saint-Domingue's independence. They renamed it Haiti, a Taino Indian name for the island of Hispaniola. Political leaders established a dictatorship and a militarized state, but there was no return to slavery. As the historian Robin Blackburn wrote, "Part of the grandeur of the Great French Revolution is that it came to sponsor slave emancipation in the Americas. And part of the grandeur of the Great Revolution in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, is that it successfully defended the gains of the French Revolution against France itself." Haiti became the first independent state in Latin America. Its successful overthrow of slavery inspired abolitionists and rebel slaves, and it terrified slaveholders across the Americas. And as for France's other colonies, In places like Guadeloupe and Martinique, under Napoleon's new law, slavery was reestablished and lasted all the way to 1848. So now, what had happened to Napoleon's Atlantic vision? For Napoleon, after the loss of Saint-Domingue, the Louisiana Territory began to look like a lot more trouble than it was worth. He knew he wouldn't need it anymore to feed and supply the plantations of Saint-Domingue, and it'd be hard to defend this huge Louisiana Territory against the British. France was on the verge of going back to war with Britain, and Napoleon needed some cash. I need money to make war upon the country that has the most money. He also thought a stronger U.S. might grow to counter British strength. So at that point, the Americans' offer became too good to pass up. The repercussions of the Louisiana Purchase were huge. The deal clearly transformed the U.S. into an empire. France's own imperial failure in the Caribbean paved the way for the westward surge in America. Ironically, the courage of former slaves battling for freedom in Saint-Domingue created the opportunity for American colonial expansion, with all its complicated repercussions, including a tremendous increase in American resources, the contentious spread of American slavery west of the Mississippi, and also decades of warfare against Native Americans. And for Napoleon and France, these momentous losses in the New World left him focusing his full attention on Europe. He set aside his expansive Atlantic plans. So now let's go back to Europe to pick up one last strand of the Atlantic story, Napoleon's ongoing rivalry with England. Remember that back in the spring of 1802, France and England had made peace in the Treaty of Amiens. That peace lasted only 14 months, and then England and France would be at war continuously until Napoleon's fall. Why did France and England go back to war? This is a question fraught with historical controversy. Frequently, English historians have cited Napoleon's overweening ambition, and French historians have tended to blame British intransigence. Both sides bore some responsibility, and deep structural tensions were built into Franco-British relations. And that was even more true now that the French had so decisively expanded their European territory during the Revolutionary Wars. And during the brief months of peace, both Britain and France made moves that antagonized one another, and both sides violated the Treaty of Amiens. The ambitious and always restless Napoleon annexed territory in Italy. He delayed his evacuation of Holland, and he sent troops into Switzerland as a French client state. He refused to open French ports to British products. And as we've seen, he'd been angling to expand his power in the Americas. For their part, the British had never liked the arrangements of the Treaty of Amiens. One English politician named it, quote, a peace which every man ought to be glad of, but no man can be proud of. The English press escalated its insulting personal attacks on Napoleon and his family. They vilified Bonaparte as the little monkey of 4'2" or the Corsican ogre. And more importantly, English secret agents actively organized with royalists inside France. Although Napoleon had clearly acted against the revolution in various ways, he still represented revolutionary politics, and the British continued to wage ideological war against the French Revolution, both secretly and out in the open. And finally, Britain refused to surrender Malta. They'd promised this in the Treaty of Amiens. Napoleon called them on it, and he claimed that it was ridiculous to go to war over what he called a miserable rock. He warned the British ambassador, "You will be the first to draw the sword. I will be the last to sheathe it." Both sides stepped up their threats, and in May 1803, Britain declared war on France. Then the French began making plans to invade Britain across the English Channel. Napoleon famously boasted, "Let us be masters of the Channel for 6 hours, and we will be masters of the world." For 2 years, from 1803 to 1805, Napoleon massed troops, ships, and supplies along the Atlantic coast, and he maintained the threat of invasion. Some historians speculate that he just meant to create a distraction while he built up his own army. Maybe, but it certainly looked like he was serious. All up and down the Atlantic coast of France and Belgium, he had shipbuilders designing special flat-bottomed boats that could transport armed men, artillery, horses, and supplies across to Britain. At Boulogne, on the Atlantic coast, Napoleon also began building up his army until it would reach close to 200,000 men. The British government made preparations also, but they also expressed confidence in their navy. The press pumped up the national spirit by printing caricatures of the French trying to invade. Their satires heaped scorn on the French navy. They'd show Napoleon trying to get across the channel in a floating box, or John Bull calmly dissing the French from the cliffs of Dover. And on the French side of the channel, fantasy images circulated of the French troops spiriting across the channel in hot air balloons. In reality, the logistical difficulties of an invasion would be huge. The British Navy had only widened its advantages over the French Navy during the period of peace. And the French Navy was poorly administered and it was poorly equipped. And as for the invasion plan, Napoleon's own admirals advised him that his, as they called it, swarm of pretty little boats couldn't face off against British ships of the line and frigates. It would take too long to transport enough French troops across the channel. Finally, in 1805, once the Spanish had allied with the French and Spanish navies attempted to lure the British off toward the Caribbean to leave the channel unguarded. But they completely bungled their attempt. And the French, under Admiral Villeneuve, headed to safety at Cadiz on the Spanish coast, all opportunity lost. Ultimately, in August 1805, after this latest flub, Napoleon shelved his invasion plans. By that point, Russia and Austria had joined the British in a new coalition against the French. So he took his well-trained fighting force, now called the Grande Armée. He turned that army around and he marched it east, hundreds of miles back across France and into German territory. Napoleon had set aside his Atlantic dreams, but he would make up for it inland as he and his Grande Armée began to build a massive European empire. But that is a story for the next lecture.
Lecture 40, Taking on the Great Powers.
The French Romantic author François-René de Chateaubriand summed up Napoleon in just a few words. Here's what he said. He threw himself upon the world and shook it. This lecture will look at one of the best possible examples of Napoleon throwing himself upon the world and shaking it. In 1805, Napoleon's army, the Grande Armée, swept into Central Europe and decisively beat the Austrians and Russians. Napoleon transformed France's great nation into the great empire. At the end of the last lecture, we left the French camped out on the Atlantic coast at war with England in 1805. By that summer, war had spread across the continent. England had convinced Russia, Austria, and Sweden to join in the Third Coalition against France. Why did Europe go back to war? The European monarchs in general saw Napoleon with growing suspicion. After all, in 1804, remember that he'd shocked Europe by kidnapping and then executing the Duc d'Enghien. That incident especially disillusioned Alexander I, the young Tsar of Russia. He'd been quite taken by Napoleon as consul. But now the Tsar could only see Bonaparte as a rival to his own ambitions in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. And remember also that Napoleon had recently crowned himself Emperor of the French. This also raised hackles abroad. It didn't matter to foreign monarchs that he'd squelched revolutionary politics in France. They could never accept him as a brother monarch. They still saw him as a usurper and the incarnation of revolution, as Robespierre on horseback. To them, he represented a revolutionary will to power. And like a revolutionary, he continually defied the old rules of diplomacy. He was always dreaming up new ways of expressing his international power and thumbing his nose in the face of the old powers. In 1803, in the Holy Roman Empire, he'd reorganized the boundaries of small German states. He'd occupied Hanover. And even more provocative, in May of 1805, in the Cathedral of Milan, there was Napoleon being crowned again, this time crowned as King of the Kingdom of Italy. He'd renamed that Italian republic to match his imperial ambitions. To add insult to injury, For that ceremony, Napoleon deliberately used the Iron Crown of Lombardy. This crown had been worn by every Holy Roman Emperor since the 12th century. No wonder Francis II of Austria was seething. He was the current Holy Roman Emperor. And then, in June 1805, that Corsican upstart annexed Genoa. For Austria, this was it. This was the last straw. By then, Russia had already signed an alliance with Britain. Alexander burst out, "This man is insatiable. He is the scourge of the world. He wants war, does he? Very well, he shall have it, and the sooner the better." The Austrians invaded France's ally Bavaria in September 1805, and the War of the Third Coalition had begun. But before we fight the war, let's take a look at Napoleon's army, the Grande Armée. His success depended on his men. Napoleon built on the conscription machine that the French revolutionaries had solidly put in place by 1798. Between 1801 and 1804, 60,000 men were drafted each year. Other than Russia, France was the most populous country in Europe. It was now more than 30 million strong. It was rich with manpower and resources. As Napoleon commented once, "I have only one passion, only one mistress, and that is France. She has never failed me. If I need 500,000 men, she gives them to me." The men who'd been stationed on the west coast of France preparing to invade England, they formed the core of the Grande Armée. Napoleon's fighting force of 1805-1806 was his finest army. It was a hybrid group. One ordinary sub-lieutenant, a guy named Pierre Paris, he thought the strength of the army came from its diverse composition, its mix of old and new. There were still officers from the old regime with their old discipline and their training. And from the revolutionary era, he claimed that the volunteers of 1792-93 still had, quote, something of their Republican enthusiasm. And the younger ones had come through their baptism by fire at Marengo and Hohenlinden. And as for a fourth group, the new recruits, the sub-lieutenant called them, quote, good soldiers, even if they tend to play about and lie a little. Military historians trace a key evolution in army culture in the years since the early revolution. Already during the Directory, French soldiers had grown more professional. They were more disciplined than the early revolutionary volunteers, more willing to obey. It still mattered to some of them that Napoleon was leading them to make war on kings. But a fraternal culture of honor had replaced the old emphasis on revolutionary ideas and fervor. Soldiers' letters home talked about hardship and boredom, but they also spoke of honor and the possibility of promotion in this new system. One of them remembered, pulling on an officer's dress coat, buckling on a sword. These are such grand things when you are 18. We were soldiers. A minute later, we had become officers. Another one wrote home to tell his father what really mattered about his promotion. Now the army would feed his horse. Just like back in the days of the First Italian campaign, Napoleon paid attention to material details and personal rapport with his soldiers. Again and again he came to the camps along the Atlantic coast. He held reviews and decorated his most prized men with the stars of the Legion of Honor. He was well known for fraternizing in his beat-in, cocked black hat with the simple cockade. He routinely wore the same green coat of a cavalryman. One soldier couldn't believe Napoleon would visit them in the freezing, quote, freezing rain, mud, and snow. I don't think I have ever been as cold as I was that day, but his presence warmed us up. And the emperor egged on his officers in drilling and training. The French would become known for being less well-drilled than some of their opponents. But at the coast, they had more time for it. Marching maneuvers, target practice, and musket loading. The infantry mostly used the 1777 Charleville musket from pre-revolutionary days. This muzzle-loading flintlock musket took 5 steps to fire. You tear open the paper cartridge, hold the musket ball in your mouth, while you dump gunpowder into the musket pan and then down the barrel. Then spit the musket ball down the barrel and ram it home. Don't forget to pull out the ramrod before you present and shoot. With training, in theory, infantrymen could get off up to 5 shots in a minute, or more likely 1 to 2. And they had to be ready to march carrying packs of 58 pounds if fully equipped. In campaign, they'd need to march 20 miles a day, even up to 35 miles a day. Napoleon was especially intent on improving the cavalry. He declared that they, quote, needed audacity and practice. He divided them between heavy and light cavalry. The sturdier, heavy cavalry would be used for charges and head-on attacks, and the light cavalry could do many roles. They defended supply lines, carried orders to other corps, and conducted reconnaissance and shock attacks. The soldiers knew that Napoleon worked every bit as hard as they did. He didn't sleep much. He often napped from 8 p.m. to midnight, and then he worked through the night before a brief cat nap just before dawn. The diplomat Talleyrand once joked, "What a pity the man wasn't lazy." Experience, honor, training, and loyalty to the emperor weren't the whole story. Beginning in 1800, Napoleon set up an important and innovative organizational system made up of 7 corps. Each corps of roughly 14 to 25,000 men would operate like a miniature, semi-autonomous army. One of Napoleon's marshals commanded each corps. Each corps included 2 to 4 infantry divisions, a brigade of light cavalry, and several companies of artillery, engineers, medics, supply train, and headquarters. Napoleon had command over the whole army, but the corps system had crucial advantages. First of all, it gave tremendous strategic flexibility and mobility to the Grande Armée. In the fall of 1805, the 7 corps traveled independently. They each foraged for themselves, spread out over a wide terrain as the Grande Armée advanced. As one corporal wrote home, luckily it was the height of the potato season. In this system, since the corps followed different routes, they could forage enough to supplement light supply trains. And the corps, moving independently, could take on enemy armies separately, or they could march together swiftly. Napoleon commanded from the center, but the marshals had independence for making tactical decisions on the battlefield. Napoleon kept certain units apart from the regular corps, including, above all, his famous reserve, the Imperial Guard of elite soldiers. To sum up, Napoleon's army was more centralized and more flexible than the armies he would face from Austria, Russia, and eventually Prussia as well. This army was built for covering territory. It was built for flexible operations and tactics with its versatile cavalry and its swarms of skirmishers to pester the enemy. And the Grande Armée was built for bringing troops together swiftly and provoking decisive, massive battles. Napoleon himself put it this way: "There are in Europe many good generals, but they see too many things at once. I see only one thing, the enemy's main body. I try to crush it." Let's turn now to the Danube campaign of 1805. The Austrians thought that Napoleon would concentrate his firepower in Italy. In early September, the Austrian general, Karl Mack, invaded Bavaria with 72,000 men. The Russians followed, far to his rear. Mack guessed that Napoleon would bring an army of maybe 70,000 to Germany, and he figured it'd take him 80 days to get there all the way from the Atlantic coast. So Mack staked out a position in the area of Ulm on the Danube River, about 75 miles west of Munich. Then, on October 8th, his Austrians suddenly encountered French troops under Napoleon's brother-in-law, Murat. Then Mack realized that there were more French troops behind him. They'd cut off his line of communications, his supply lines to the east. How was this possible? The French had encircled him in a tightening net. Napoleon's marshals had marched almost 200,000 men at breathtaking speed from the Atlantic coast. They crossed the Rhine at various points, and then they swung around in massive southern arcs to get behind the Austrians to their east, north, and south. Meanwhile, to the west of Ulm in the Black Forest, a few detachments of Murat's cavalry distracted the Austrians, while the rest rode north and wheeled around to join the enveloping move. The Austrians were trapped. They tried to break out in several directions. The Archduke Ferdinand fought his way out to the northeast with about 6,000 cavalrymen, but Murat's cavalry were nipping at his heels. And from October 15th, Mack was completely surrounded, and the Russians were still over 100 miles to the east. Less than a week later, he surrendered 27,000 Austrians as prisoners. Overall, without fighting a single major battle, the Austrians lost over 60,000 men. Napoleon wrote home to Josephine, "I have achieved my objective. I have destroyed the Austrian army by sheer marching." If truth be told, there'd been a few glitches, but overall, the French had humiliated the Austrian army with Napoleon's flexible corps system, his strategic acumen, the men's marching speed, and his aggressive marshals. We need now to take a brief detour back to the Atlantic. The French were triumphant that fall of 1805, except for one major event. On the very day after Mack surrendered Ulm, disaster struck the French at sea at Trafalgar. In the fall of 1805, the French admiral Villeneuve had orders from his emperor. If they got a good opportunity, the Franco-Spanish fleet at Cadiz should attack the British Navy, commanded by Horatio Nelson, and they should make for the Mediterranean to help the French assault on Naples. Now, Villeneuve was afraid of Nelson. Nelson was a renowned risk-taker and the victor of Aboukir Bay. Villeneuve knew that the British Navy was better than the French and Spanish, better in command, seamanship, gunnery, and tactics. But finally, he couldn't delay anymore. On October 21st, 1805, off the Spanish coast, Nelson, with 27 English ships of the line, faced off against 33 French and Spanish ships. On the day of the battle, he famously sent out a flag signal to his sailors. England expects that every man will do his duty. Then Nelson enacted a bold plan to attack the reluctant Admiral Villeneuve. He didn't fight the Franco-Spanish fleet in the classic pattern of a single facing line, full front to full front. Instead, he drew up his fleet into two columns, perpendicular to the French and Spanish fleet, and he cut through them like crossing a T. He carved them into separate groups for isolated attacks. Mid-battle, at around 1 in the afternoon, a French sharpshooter spotted Nelson. He was easily recognizable. He was fully decked out with his medals gleaming. Nelson had once written to his wife, "A glorious death is to be envied." Now he was struck down with a musket ball through his shoulder to his spine. While he lay dying, his sailors decimated the Franco-Spanish fleet. By late afternoon, a storm blew up, and the Franco-Spanish fleet had lost 22 of their ships of the line. At least 8,000 men had been taken prisoner, and another 6,000 either died or were wounded. The unlucky Villeneuve had been taken prisoner. He committed suicide the next year, a broken man. Not a single English ship was lost. It was one of the greatest naval victories of all time. But the English hardly knew whether to mourn or to celebrate. They'd lost their great hero. Admiral Nelson's body was shipped home in a barrel of French brandy for a full state funeral at St. Paul's in London. Off in Germany, when he heard the news of Trafalgar, Napoleon muttered, "I can't be everywhere at once." The French loss at Trafalgar had major significance. It reinforced certain recent patterns. British sea power continued to rule triumphant. Trafalgar further squashed Napoleon's Atlantic ambitions. It only made him focus even more on continental Europe. And the loss at Trafalgar also deepened Napoleon's obsession with defeating the British. He kept trying to build up his navy, but before long, he would turn to a new method, an economic blockade against the greatest commercial power in the world. Now, we need to get back to Germany. The Danube campaign wasn't over yet. After the French victory at Ulm that October 1805, the Russians approached from the east. The savvy Russian general Kutuzov chose to slow down those speedy French. He retreated, deliberately avoiding a major battle. While the Russians were withdrawing north of Vienna, the French occupied that glittering capital. Francis II, the Austrian emperor, was leaning toward asking the French for an armistice, but the young and feisty Tsar Alexander overruled that idea. There were now over 80,000 Allied, Austrian, and Russian troops in the area, with more on the way. Napoleon knew that soon he might be badly outnumbered. The force of 90,000 Austrians in northern Italy were also heading back to Vienna. And Prussia had been toying with the idea of joining the Allies in the Third Coalition. Napoleon knew he needed a major victory. He'd get one. That battle, the famous Battle of Austerlitz, would turn out to be one of Napoleon's finest. But it was not his most typical. This man, who was known for deft maneuvers or sudden and unexpected concentrations of troops, now he did something different. He set a trap and he waited. About 75 miles north of Vienna, with his great eye for terrain, Napoleon checked out the rolling plateaus along the road from the Czech town of Brunn to Olmütz. He said to his staff, "Gentlemen, examine the ground carefully. It is going to be a battlefield." How did the Battle of Austerlitz play out? First, Napoleon staked out his men nearby on a high plateau known as the Pratzen Heights. At that point, he had only about 55,000 men. The Allied Austro-Russian force had far more, roughly 89,000. On the Allied side, the Austrian Emperor Francis II and the Russian General Kutuzov advised patience. They wanted to withdraw, but Alexander and his younger generals were itching to attack. They were sure they could cut the French off from their supply lines south toward Vienna. Napoleon knew that he was outnumbered, so he sent orders to two of his marshals to march their men toward Austerlitz, Bernadotte with 10,000 troops from 50 miles northwest, and Marshal Davout with 8,000 more men. Near Austerlitz, Napoleon deployed his men along a north-south line about 6 or 7 miles long. He engaged in clever acts of deception. On November 30th, he had his men come down off the Pratzen Heights. They looked as disorganized as possible. Then he anchored his left securely on a small conical hill, but he especially spread out his right along a north-south running stream and some frozen ponds. He deliberately made the French right look vulnerable, strung out there on the flats. But to the rear, the French forces were growing. Bernadotte's corps was approaching. On December 1st, Alexander's men claimed the Pratzen Heights. That evening, Napoleon restlessly walked the lines. He visited his troops and chatted with them in the freezing cold. They honored him with lit torches and cheers. They wished him happy anniversary. Because the next morning, December 2nd, marked 1 year to the day since his coronation as emperor. Around 7 a.m. on December 2nd, just as Napoleon had hoped, the Russians sent 3 columns down off the Pratzen Heights to smash the spread-out French right. The French began to fall back under the attack. The Allies were encouraged. They poured in more men to hit the French right, maybe 40,000 Russians total. Through his spyglass, Napoleon watched the Russians take men away from their own center on the Pratzen Heights. The French right gave a bit, but it hung on. Then the French Marshal Davout began to bring up his men to shore up the right. They covered more than 70 miles in about 48 hours to get there just in time. Napoleon waited and he watched. Then, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, he sent his Marshal Soult at the center of the French line to lead his men up the Pratzen Heights straight at the center of the Russian line. Soult's men had been half hidden by morning fog. The Russians on the heights were shocked to see so many French bayonets emerging out of the fog and glinting in the morning sunshine. One of the Russian generals saw what was happening and desperately tried to call some of his men back toward the center, but not enough returned, only 2 battalions. Under Marshal Soult, the French seized the heights early on, only to fall back from a counterattack by the Russian Imperial Guard. But Soult's forces rallied and wheeled right. And then Bernadotte's men now stormed the heights from the left. And Napoleon sent in the cavalry of the French Imperial Guard to strike the center and split the Allies. Farther to the north, the French left had held off repeated charges after massive artillery fire. They began to push the Allies back east along the Olmütz Road. The French forces on the Pratzen Heights then turned southward to their right, rolling up the Russian forces. By early afternoon, the Russians were in full retreat, some of them scrambling across the frozen ponds to the south. Napoleon's artillery fired cannonballs onto the frozen lakes to crack the ice. Dozens of cannon, horses, and men crashed through the ice. To this day, historians dispute how many drowned. Snow began to fall. The Battle of the Three Emperors was over. The Allies had suffered crushing casualties, some 27,000 men, 1/3 of their strength that morning. Perhaps 15,000 lay dead on the battlefields. One Russian artillery officer who'd been taken prisoner, he cried out that he'd rather they shot him. When Napoleon overheard him say, "I am not worthy to live, for I've lost my battery," the emperor replied, "Calm yourself. It is no dishonor to be defeated by my army." For their part, the French had almost 9,000 casualties at Austerlitz. Later, Napoleon would adopt the sons of the French soldiers who died that day. To Josephine, he wrote, "I am a little weary." Over in England, when he heard news of the battle, the minister, William Pitt, knew that Napoleon would vastly expand his territory. He said, Roll up the map of Europe. It will not be wanted these 10 years. Alexander and the Russians didn't surrender, but they withdrew for now. And the Austrians sued for peace. Talleyrand had suggested to Napoleon that he should transform Austria into an ally, but the emperor brushed that idea aside. Instead, Napoleon chose to humiliate Austria. In the Treaty of Pressburg, the Austrian Emperor Francis II signed away chunks of territory in southern Germany, in Italy around Venice, and along the Dalmatian coast. He gave up 1/6 of his empire and 4 million of his subjects. He promised to pay a huge indemnity to France, and on the 6th of August, 1806, he formally renounced his title as Holy Roman Emperor. The 1,000-year-old Holy Roman Empire had come to an end. What had begun was a very different kind of empire, the French Grand Empire, the Great Empire. It would be a hybrid empire, one that combined new and old techniques. It would combine a version of old-style dynastic rule by the Bonaparte family with modernizing and centralizing reforms. It would introduce all kinds of modern policies, from mass conscription to the abolition of feudalism. We'll look at how people experienced those huge changes in a later lecture. For now, let's watch Napoleon begin to piece together pieces of his empire. He redrew the map of Germany. Out of the western part of the old Holy Roman Empire, he created a new vassal territory called the Confederation of the Rhine. This Confederation of the Rhine was made up of 16 little states, places like Bavaria, Baden, and Hesse. It would be a buffer zone between France and the Central European powers of Prussia and Austria. It was a client territory that provided Napoleon with tens of thousands of men for his armies. In 1806, he also began another key part of his improvised imperial policy. He carved out chunks of territory across Europe for family members to rule. He turned his relatives into kings, princes, duchesses, or princesses. He declared, "I am making a family of kings attached to my federative system." In this system, Napoleon wanted to reward those who had served him. For example, soon after his victory at Austerlitz, he gave his brother-in-law, the cavalryman Joachim Murat, he gave him an enclave around Dusseldorf on the Rhine. It was called the Grand Duchy of Berg. In this system, Napoleon also believed that enlisting family members to help him rule would work better than giving out power to men who had no deep bond with him. In Holland, for example, he'd already experimented with allowing a local Dutchman to run the Republic. That man had the catchy name of Schimmelpenninck, however you say it in Dutch. But it was too messy. There was too much local squabbling. Now, in 1806, Napoleon needed a man he hoped would be more loyal. And republics, they were so yesterday. This was an empire. So he turned that republic into the Kingdom of Holland, and he plunked his brother Louis onto the new throne of Holland without even asking him. Whether being a brother to Napoleon guaranteed loyalty to the emperor would turn out to be a different question. And as for his older brother Joseph, Napoleon convinced him to become the king of the Kingdom of Naples. That kingdom stretched across the southern third of Italy. Napoleon kicked out the old Bourbon dynasty. The king and queen fled to Sicily. Already, remember that the year earlier, in 1805, he had created the Kingdom of Italy across the northern part of the Italian boot. Notice that Napoleon now dominates the Low Countries, much of Western Germany and much of Italy. He's not done either. Astonished Europeans watched this patchwork empire building. Some of them had hope for revolutionary changes. Others had trepidation and dread. In France, things were changing too. On New Year's Day, 1806, that would be the 11th of Nivose of the year 14 on the revolutionary calendar. On that day, the revolutionary calendar officially met its demise. The Republican dream of remaking time and the rhythms of everyday life had officially come to an end. With that act, the great empire of Napoleon continued to distance itself from both revolution and republic. In the next lecture, we'll watch that empire continue to grow until it stretches across Europe from Spain to Poland, just a bit too far.
Lecture 41. Expanding the Empire.
How big an empire is big enough? Napoleon never could answer that question. In this lecture, we'll watch him between 1806 and 1808 push his empire beyond the limits of the possible, beyond the limits of what he could actually rule. We'll follow him across Prussia all the way into Poland, and then in the other direction down into Spain. By 1808, his empire encompassed a federation of satellite kingdoms and territories that extended all along the Atlantic coast from the Netherlands down to Spain, across the Mediterranean to include most of Italy and the Croatian coast, and up through Central and Eastern Europe to encompass Switzerland, much of Western Germany, and a huge chunk of Polish lands. And of course, France. As he put it succinctly to his Minister of Police, I must make all the peoples of Europe one people, and Paris the capital of the world. The same fundamental characteristic influenced Napoleon's behavior as a military leader and as an empire builder and diplomat. He had a headlong quality, an instinctive boldness, an incapacity to believe in limits or even to see them. This personal characteristic often served him well as he led campaigns and built his power, but it was also his weakness. In 1806-07, Napoleon was at war with Prussia and Russia and Britain. It was the War of the Fourth Coalition. His expansionist moves in this era give us a great place to look at how his pursuit of war and diplomacy were interconnected with each other, and also with his personal character. The new factor this time was Prussia. The Prussian king, Frederick William III, had done his best to stay out of war. But by 1806, he'd gotten increasingly wary of Napoleon's increasing power. Napoleon was threatening him right in his own backyard. The French emperor had created that Confederation of the Rhine. And in 1806, the French Grande Armée was still hanging out in southern Germany. And Napoleon toyed with Frederick William. He ignored the Prussians' growing resentment. He promised that Prussia could have control over the northern German mini-state of Hanover. But then Napoleon secretly told England he'd give the territory back to them. When he found out, Frederick William was shocked, and he'd had it. He finally listened to his anti-French advisors and to his warmongering wife, Louise. Napoleon, by the way, blamed the war on her and grudgingly called her the only real man in Prussia. In September 1806, Frederick William issued an ultimatum to Napoleon. Take your troops back to the other side of the Rhine or face attack. Napoleon backed down? No way. He was already heading back to join his army in southern Germany. Now, as for the Prussian army, what kind of shape was it in? Ever since the era of Frederick the Great's victories in the 7 Years' War, the Prussian army had a towering reputation. But that very success made Prussia's generals slow to reform. They still counted on the power of endless drilling so that their well-disciplined soldiers could move like clockwork in line formations perfected by Frederick 50 years earlier. They valued precision over speed or flexibility. They still counted on extensive supply trains or food depots. And the Prussian military hierarchy mirrored the traditional social structure of Prussian society. There was no room for rewarding able young non-noble officers and letting them rise up through the ranks. One historian joked, "It seems literally true that in Prussia, old soldiers never died." The Duke of Brunswick ran the army with a group of older men, mostly traditional men, and they had a disorganized chain of command. Now, in 1806, the Prussians prepared to strike the French with full force. And here's a key point. They didn't wait for their Russian allies. This meant that Napoleon could do one of his favorite things, pick off his enemies separately, just the way he'd taken down the Austrians at Ulm a year earlier before the Russians got anywhere close. Meanwhile, Napoleon had a vision for his assault. He didn't want to attack the Prussians directly head on and push them back toward Berlin and towards the Russians and supply depots. Instead, he decided he'd move fast and try to outflank them from the east. He assembled his men, his 180,000 men, into a massive marching formation. It was called the Bataillon Carré, the square battalion. Imagine a huge diamond shape made up of 3 columns of 2 corps each. They moved northward on parallel roads, about 20 to 30 miles apart. Cavalry screened them out ahead and on the sides as reconnaissance. Now, what's the point of this formation? to be able to move a huge number of men northeast swiftly, and still be able to feed them by foraging off the local peasants, and maintain contact between the different corps, keeping them within about a day's march of each other, and then also be able to pivot and move in any direction. Be ready to concentrate the corps for that kind of huge, decisive battle that Napoleon adored. In the history of warfare, the square battalion was a daring, beautiful move. It swept across the countryside, it sliced through the Thuringian forest, and then wheeled westward. The French had moved around the left flank, the eastern flank of the Prussians. Napoleon wanted to strike them from behind. He didn't know exactly where the Prussians were. On October 14th, when he found them at Jena, he routed them, and he thought he'd found the main body. But an even more important engagement was happening that very same day, about 13 miles north at Auerstedt. There, the French Marshal Davout, with his corps of about 27,000 men, was holding off 64,000 Prussians. They outnumbered him 6-1 in cavalry, 5-1 in artillery, and 3-2 in infantry. But Davout's infantry squares withstood the early cavalry charges. And then Davout displayed tactical mastery. He sent his divisions forward one by one to take down different parts of the Prussian forces, each one in turn. In the middle of the battle, the Duke of Brunswick fell mortally wounded. By 1 o'clock, the Prussians couldn't hold out any longer. These double battles of Jena-Auerstedt became the crucial turning point in this Napoleonic blitzkrieg. Now, some of the French corps chased the Prussians relentlessly. They pursued them westward, away from Berlin, the capital of Prussia. And other French corps swept northeast to occupy Berlin. And as for Napoleon, he rode out to Potsdam to visit the tomb of Frederick the Great and paid tribute to a military man he admired. And he couldn't resist taking Frederick's sword back home to Paris to show off. And military historians can't resist comparing Napoleon's triumphant speed to Hitler's occupation of France in the spring of 1940. One French historian gleefully points out, Napoleon, at 33 days, was faster, despite his lack of tanks. Now let's step back and look at what's happened. In less than 5 weeks, Napoleon and the French had decimated the great Prussian army, and they'd taken perhaps 140,000 men prisoner. The philosopher Hegel lived in Jena, and he looked for words to capture the importance of these events. Quote, "The connecting bonds of the world are dissolved and have collapsed like images in a dream." He'd caught a glimpse of Napoleon in Jena. He called him the world soul, who sitting here astride a horse reaches out across the world and dominates it. This Prussian campaign demonstrated core elements of Napoleon in action. His headlong pursuit of victory, his constant taking of the initiative, his isolation of a single enemy, of course, the mobility and flexibility of his corps system, and his willingness to take risks in pursuit of the great victory. Next, as Napoleon goes further east, we'll see how these key characteristics of his military style match his character as an empire builder. He was an improviser, a precipitous actor. He was a take-charge character who didn't believe in limits. The French victory didn't lead to an immediate treaty. The Prussian king, Frederick William, and Queen Louise had fled to East Prussia, and Napoleon was still facing the British and the Russians. His troops were tired, and supplying them with food would be tough as the winter came on. But Napoleon wasn't daunted. He headed east into Poland, or into what used to be Poland. In the 1770s and 1790s, Prussia, Austria, and Russia had each taken chunks of Polish territory, until by 1795, Poland no longer existed as a state. But Poland still existed as a people. So when Napoleon showed up in Warsaw, many Poles now turned to him as a potential savior. The French, especially the revolutionaries, had had a tie with Poland. Maybe Napoleon would help them kick out their occupiers. And Napoleon, he liked the challenge of rearranging international boundaries. And he definitely wanted Polish help in taking down Russia and finishing off the Prussians. The Polish patriots joined together with the French against Russia and Prussia. And when local patriots saw that a gorgeous 20-year-old Polish countess had caught Napoleon's eye, they urged her to make him happy. Maybe Marie Walewska could help win him over for the Polish cause. Josephine was far away, and Marie's own husband was more than 50 years older than she was. So Marie and Napoleon set out on a whirlwind romance. He promised her, "I have revived your country's name. I shall do much more for you." Meanwhile, the war had not gone away. In February 1807, the French and Russian armies met in a howling snowstorm near the Polish town of Eylau, and they fought to a bloody draw. Both sides withdrew, exhausted. But back at it again that summer, Napoleon's men crushed Alexander's troops at the Battle of Friedland, and that put a decisive end to the war of the Fourth Coalition against Prussia and Russia. Now, what would peace mean for Poland, Prussia, Russia, and the French Empire? As a general, Napoleon liked to isolate and take out a single enemy one at a time. As a diplomat and empire builder, he followed that same strategy. In July 1807, on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River in Polish territory, the Russian Tsar Alexander and Napoleon met together to begin to hammer out the peace. They left Frederick William standing on the shore for hours, and Napoleon would make separate treaties with the two different countries. Prussia was the great loser of the moment. Napoleon even considered taking away Frederick William's crown. But he decided to settle for forcing Prussia to pay a huge indemnity and then surrender more than a third of her territory. And with his typical chutzpah, Napoleon created more new kingdoms. Out of the Polish lands that the Prussians had seized back in the 1790s, Napoleon invented a new entity. It was called the Duchy of Warsaw, and it was the latest satellite kingdom in his ever-growing empire. And farther to the west, out of former Prussian lands, he soon created another kingdom for his youngest brother Jerome, the Kingdom of Westphalia. Frederick William had this to say about Napoleon: "That monster, choked out of hell, formed by Beelzebub to be the scorching of the earth." The Prussians would not forget that Napoleon had rubbed their faces into the dirt. They went home and began to overhaul and reform their army. Now, Napoleon treated Russia quite differently. He and Alexander emerged from their negotiations as allies. They were two great powers sharing hegemony on the continent, Napoleon in the west and Alexander in the east. People at the time, and historians ever since then, have been fascinated by the relationship between these two men. At Tilsit, they set up a mutual admiration society, or at least a kind of mutual flattery society. Over a 2-week period, they often went out horseback riding together, they dined together. The younger Alexander later said, "I never had more prejudices against anyone than against him. But after 3/4 of an hour of conversation, they all disappeared like a dream." For his part, Napoleon was drawn to the younger Tsar, who seemed to admire him. He was sure he'd effectively seduced him. Napoleon wrote home to Josephine, "If Alexander were a woman, I would make him my mistress." According to their treaty, Alexander didn't have to surrender any Russian lands, but he did agree to recognize the Duchy of Warsaw and Napoleon's empire. He also promised to put pressure on Britain to negotiate peace with the French. And he said Russia would back Napoleon's economic boycott of England. For his part, Napoleon, in effect, recognized Alexander's dominance in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, and he agreed to ally with him against the Ottoman Turks if necessary. Now, let's take a pause. Napoleon's power was at its pinnacle. By the summer of 1807, after the treaties at Tilsit, he'd forced the three great continental powers, Prussia, Russia, and Austria, to recognize his supremacy and become his allies, at least in theory. He'd managed to put members of his family on the thrones of various states in the Germanies, Italy, and the Netherlands. His empire stretched as far east as Poland. Arguably, he was already overextended. One historian calls Tilsit the point of no return. And Prussia, Austria, and Russia were not too happy about his presence that far east. Now, Napoleon still had one more enemy. his eternal and indomitable foe, Great Britain. Britain sent money to help pay for the land wars of her continental allies. But she exercised military might through her navy, not so much by fighting the French with her own armies on land. Not yet, anyway. So how could Napoleon get back at Britain? He decided to wage economic war against this nation of shopkeepers, as he called England. In 1806, he invented something called the Continental Blockade, the Continental System. Late in 1806, he decreed that all of Europe under his control could not buy British goods. They couldn't even buy goods that had been carried in British ships. Then he decreed that he would seize any ship that went to a British port, or cooperated with British countermeasures. As we'll look at later, this continental system had a huge impact on his empire. But for now, just one point needs highlighting. The strategy of the blockade was risky, and it was difficult to enforce. After decimating the French and Spanish fleets at Trafalgar, Britain ruled the seas more than ever. She was already disrupting French maritime trade quite successfully. Napoleon announced, "I wish to conquer the sea by the land." But his allies and empire didn't necessarily want to go along with him because it could hurt their own economic interests. And as powerful as he didn't really control the whole continent. Trying to make all of Europe comply with the continental system would get Napoleon entangled ever deeper in warfare. Already in 1807, Portugal refused to take part. She was a longtime ally and trading partner of Great Britain. So Napoleon cut a deal with his own ally, Spain, in late 1807. Spanish leaders agreed to let him send 25,000 French troops across Spain toward Lisbon. They let him invade Portugal to block her trade with Britain. Even before the French got there, the Portuguese royal family had fled across the Atlantic to Brazil. But here's the bigger significance of that march across Spain to Portugal. It became the opening wedge of Napoleon's attempt to conquer the huge country of Spain and make it part of his expansive empire. But Spain would be the ultimate tipping point, the step too far. What made Napoleon think that he should take over Spain, this ally of France? Why and how did Napoleon end up doing this or trying to do this? He thought he saw a golden opportunity that he couldn't pass up. Spanish high politics were a mess. The court was full of factionalism and feuding. Manuel de Godoy was chief minister. Years ago, as a young royal guardsman, he'd won the favor of the king, Carlos IV. And then he'd risen to power through shrewd moves and through cutting deals. And as for the king, to put it mildly, he wasn't the sharpest tack in the box. Carlos IV was yet another Bourbon king who'd rather go hunting than think too much about politics. So it was Godoy who ran the show. Unbeknownst to the king, Godoy was also the lover of Carlos's wife, Queen Maria Luisa. But that's not all. Carlos had a son by the name of Ferdinand. This prince resented Godoy for stealing away his parents' attention and their power. Ferdinand had no trouble stirring up noble resentment of Godoy because they saw him as a nobody, an arriviste, someone who'd gained power despite his relatively lowly origins. And he pushed for various Enlightenment reforms that angered people, like abolishing bullfights, for example, for the one and only time in Spanish history. So Ferdinand plotted away against Godoy and against his very own parents. He even thought about poisoning them. Instead, he and his followers suggested to the French ambassador that Ferdinand should marry into the Bonaparte family. He'd secure his status and succession by allying tightly with Napoleon, the toughest kid on the block. Napoleon seems to have considered this marriage idea, but he didn't pursue it all the way. But what he did notice was how dysfunctional the Spanish royal family was becoming. And there's more. In late 1807, Carlos arrests his own son and begins to investigate whether Ferdinand is plotting against him. This fighting between father and son had given Napoleon an opening that fit well with his improvisational expansionist style. What an opportunity to take out Spain herself. What a possibility for adventure and riches in that populous land that was so full of taxes to be collected and young men to recruit for his armies. So Napoleon made a fateful decision. Early in 1808, he sent more troops across the Spanish border. His brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, marched triumphantly toward Madrid with 25,000 men. Ferdinand figured he'd better take charge of the situation before the French could. So he organized his supporters in March 1808 to lead a rebellion against Godoy. It wasn't hard for him to find popular followers because Godoy was hated as a religious reformer. That uprising forced Godoy to resign and Carlos IV to abdicate in favor of his son. Ferdinand was proclaimed the monarch. Enthusiastic crowds called the new King Ferdinand VII the desired one, the longed for one. But then Carlos IV changed his mind and decided he didn't want to abdicate after all. Now, both father and son were looking for Napoleon's support, and he had the unbelievable chance to be the kingmaker. So Napoleon convinced Ferdinand and his parents all to come to French territory, to the town of Bayonne, to meet with him and sort things out. When he met with them, the Corsican demanded that they both abdicate and hand the Spanish throne over to him. Then he sent the Spanish royal family into exile in France. Remember that Spain had been France's ally. Dethroning an ally was unthinkable by the rules of European diplomacy. As Henry Kissinger put it, Austerlitz had shown how risky it was to be Napoleon's enemy. Jena demonstrated that it was fatal to remain neutral. But Spain proved it was disastrous to be Napoleon's friend. Next, the kingmaker made a classic Napoleon-esque move. He immediately declared his own brother Joseph the King of Spain and the Indies. Napoleon's vision was vast, after all. One Spanish cardinal was so outraged at the idea of Joseph as king that he declared, "We cannot recognize as our king someone who is a Freemason, a heretic, and a Lutheran, as are all the Bonapartes and indeed all the French people." As usual, Napoleon was sure that things would go his way in Spain. But he'd made a drastic misjudgment. He had no idea how the Spanish people would react to the French. But he immediately got a major hint about things to come. When he was in southern France with the Spanish royal family, on May 2nd, 1808, a crucial incident took place in Madrid. On that day, people in the streets hear word that the youngest Spanish prince, Ferdinand's little brother, the 13-year-old Francisco, and his sister Maria will also be sent to Bayonne. They also hear that the little prince is in tears and doesn't want to leave Madrid. Already the crowd is nervous since thousands of French have swarmed into their capital and their king is gone. The crowds attack the French soldiers who have the difficult job of taking the royal children out of the palace. They revolt against Murat and the occupying French troops. French soldiers then open fire on the crowd. Murat has thousands of troops. He puts down the rebellion and sets up martial law. Over the next few days, his forces execute some 200 insurgents. The Spanish romantic painter Francisco de Goya later immortalized the brutality of the French with 2 memorable paintings and a series of etchings on the disasters of war. In his immensely powerful painting, the 3rd of May, 1808, a single Spanish rebel faces a French firing squad. To heighten the terror of the moment, Goya places the firing squad unnaturally close to the victim, and he floods him with light. The victim embodies the humanity and vulnerability of the Spanish people. This Madrid uprising of the 2nd of May, 1808, was just the beginning. It sparked off widespread resistance to the French all across Spain. In July, Joseph arrived solemnly in Madrid to take the throne. But he stayed only 11 days that time. His brand new kingdom was in open revolt against him. Provincial juntas were organizing local armies against the French in many regions. And the very day after his arrival in Madrid, the official Spanish army beat the French badly in the south at Bailan. They'd even taken 20,000 French soldiers prisoner. All Europe was stunned. Napoleon's men just didn't lose big battles like that. So late in 1808, Napoleon himself marched to Spain with 300,000 troops and put Joseph back on the throne. But Joseph never could get full control of his kingdom back. Because for the next 5+ years, the French would be engaged in relentless warfare in Spain. The Peninsular War, as it's called, took two forms: guerrilla warfare of localized resistance, and also more conventional warfare by the Spanish, British, and Portuguese armies fighting the French. The endless guerrilla war made it impossible for the French to truly occupy and hold Spain. The very word guerrilla means small war in Spanish. The word first entered the English language during this era. And Napoleon will come to call the situation the Spanish ulcer. Ongoing guerrilla resistance in Spain will eat away at his empire from within. He constantly has over 200,000 men there. We'll go back to Spain in a later lecture. For now, let's ask, beyond his innate ambition and his headlong drive for action and power, how had Napoleon so entirely misjudged the situation? For one thing, in Spain, just like in other parts of Europe, there were some urban elites who were followers of the Enlightenment. They wanted to enact exactly the kind of reforms that Napoleon favored. He thought there were far more potential supporters in Spain than there really were. He also thought that he could easily take down the notoriously weak Spanish army. And he was so adept at winning the big, decisive battle in conventional warfare that he didn't think about the alternative. He didn't anticipate the endless guerrilla resistance that developed in Spain. He essentially thought the Spanish people would easily come over to his side and be regenerated by his reforms. Napoleon's boldness had taken a step too far. His empire had grown too big. There was also a structural flaw in the very nature of the Napoleonic Empire. It had only one leader, Napoleon, who wore all three hats. He was head of state, lead diplomat, and general of the Grande Armée. He had made it virtually impossible to voice serious opposition. Only recently, in 1807, he'd simply abolished the legislative chamber that was most likely to speak out and oppose his ideas. This immense concentration of different kinds of power in the hands of one highly capable and aggressive man meant that Napoleon could dominate Europe in impressive ways. He could weave together strands of politics, diplomacy, and war in a unified way. But this concentration of different kinds of power also meant that Napoleon's empire had a fundamental weakness. It had no balance of power, and it depended much too much on the judgment and the choices of just one man. The situation was all the more dynamic and all the more dangerous because Napoleon thought that what was good for him was good for the people. In the next lecture, we'll go back to the heart of the empire and check in on the people of France. We'll ask how Napoleon marshals the resources of the nation on behalf of the empire and see what he intends to do about one major problem. He needs a son.
Lecture 42, France during the Empire.
In his memoirs, the Romantic poet and politician Alphonse de Lamartine recalled how images of Napoleon circulated in his village in the Mâconnais in southern Burgundy. One man gathered all the children around him to show them drawings and tell tales about, quote, a small, thin, dark man who was winning the Battle of the Pyramids in far-off exotic Egypt. The poet wrote, "Thus it was that I felt the first sensations of la gloire, glory." Lamartine wasn't the only little boy who grew up admiring the great warrior. Napoleon had spent his career crafting his image, and it was glory. Glory, both at home and abroad. It was glory that gave him his legitimacy. In this lecture, we'll go back to France and ask two interconnected questions. How did Napoleon build his glory and his legitimacy at home? And in return, how did France serve Napoleon's quest for glory and international empire? And what was the impact of Napoleon's actions as he marshaled his resources to build his empire? It may sound strange given his immense power, but Napoleon's legitimacy was always a fragile thing. After all, he'd risen to power unexpectedly. In this Europe of kings and tradition, he had no royal blood, no ancient claim to rule. It's true that he had restored Catholicism, but he couldn't convincingly claim legitimacy rooted in the sacred, though he tried. With his plebiscites, He asked for the backing of the people, but the people are notoriously fickle. And Napoleon himself, for all his confidence in his destiny, he knew that his legitimacy was unstable. He said, "I am the instrument of Providence. She will use me as long as I accomplish her designs. Then she will break me like a glass." In monarchical Europe, Napoleon thought that he needed an heir, a legitimate son, to give lasting claim and dynastic power to his status as emperor. Josephine had not been able to produce one. But in 1807, when he was in Poland, Napoleon heard that a former mistress, Eleonore Denuel, had given birth to his very first son, an illegitimate one, the year before. This seemed to demonstrate his fertility. At least he hoped so. Rumor had it that there might have been other possible fathers. Then in 1810, his Polish mistress, Marie Walewska, gave more decisive proof when she too gave birth to a son. Napoleon had several nephews from his siblings, and he'd formally adopted his stepson. But because his legitimacy was fragile, Napoleon knew that he couldn't found a lasting dynasty with one of his brothers or a nephew, illegitimate son, or stepson. By the fall of 1809, he decided he had to divorce Josephine. As he put it with trademark bluntness, "I need a womb." But he agonized about telling her. As one of Napoleon's courtiers put it, Josephine's, quote, grace surpassed any beauty. The emperor had loved her. And it's probably true that the couple's tenderness for one another had delayed the divorce. Josephine herself was now 46. She had dreaded this moment for years. But in the weeks before the divorce, she was careful to get some promises from her husband. She'd be allowed to keep her title as empress and keep her palace at Malmaison, and she'd receive a sizable pension. Now, there was one possible glitch in Napoleon's plan. Ideally, in Catholic France, the Pope should annul the marriage. But it just so happened that the Pope at that time was Napoleon's prisoner. A year earlier, in 1808, Pius VII had refused to enforce Napoleon's continental blockade in the Papal States in central Italy. So Napoleon had his men invade Rome. Then the Pope excommunicated Napoleon, so the emperor annexed the Papal States. He arrested the Pope and had him taken to northern Italy and later on to France. To make a long story short, the Pope was not in the mood to annul Napoleon's marriage. But the emperor did manage to convince some high-ranking French ecclesiastics to defy the Pope and annul the marriage. Napoleon did everything with panache and public ceremony. On the 15th of December, 1809, a well-attended official divorce ritual took place in the Tuileries Palace. Napoleon was visibly moved as he read a formal statement of his gratitude to Josephine. In tears, she could barely get through her own statement. "The emperor will always be my dearest love. I know how much this act, demanded by politics and wider interests, has crushed his heart." Napoleon's mother and his siblings were also present in the room that day, and they were not upset. They'd always known that Josephine wasn't good enough for their Napoleon. But who was good enough to marry the emperor? Not just anyone. Napoleon needed a dynastic marriage to a fertile young woman. Now, there were two top contenders. The first one, Tsar Alexander's younger sister, Anna, only 16. And the second one, the daughter of the Austrian emperor, Marie-Louise, 19. Napoleon's relationship with Alexander had gone downhill since their glory days at Tilsit, and the Russian public didn't like the idea of the French alliance. Alexander was going to refuse. So in 1810, Napoleon married Marie-Louise, an Austrian princess. When she was brought to France and met him for the first time, she supposedly said, "You are much better looking than your portrait." This marriage stunned people in Europe. For one thing, Napoleon had beaten her father, Francis of Austria, again and again. Just the year before, in 1809, he'd again crushed Austria on the battlefield in the War of the Fifth Coalition. And now, here he was, Napoleon, that upstart son of the French Revolution, marrying the great niece of Marie Antoinette. He was marrying into one of the most powerful royal families of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise gave birth to a son, Napoleon François-Joseph Charles. Now that he had a dynastic heir, Napoleon needed a better imperial court to increase his status and his legitimacy. The etiquette and rituals of the court of the empire were every bit as ceremonial as they had been back in Louis XIV's day. But the mood was markedly different. Napoleon's court had a decidedly military atmosphere. Elite men paraded around in military uniforms with gold braid. Their chests were adorned with medals, and swords jangled at their sides. For women, the glamorous Josephine popularized the high-waisted, free-flowing dresses that later came to be called the Empire fashion. This style broke away from the old regime corseted look, but it had elegance, and it was more sedate than the see-through gauze gowns of the late 1790s. Napoleon preferred less revealing dresses for women, and he wanted to encourage gold embroidery and decorative jewelry to give work to the luxury trades. And as for the emperor himself, most of the time he dressed simply in a gray riding coat and that trademark black hat to remind people that he had come out of nowhere. Who were all these people at court? Napoleon had done an astonishing thing. He'd officially invented a new form of nobility in the land where revolutionaries had fought so hard to bring down the aristocracy and its privileges. Of course, because of recent history, he didn't use the words nobility or aristocracy. Instead, he named the new titles that he would give out: Duke, Count, Baron, and Chevalier of the Empire. These noble titles would go to men who had performed exceptional service, quote, for their devotion to the prince and the homeland. By 1814, in addition to making his siblings into kings and princesses, he had created more than 3,200 noblemen. About a fifth of these men came from old regime noble families. Napoleon was always trying to get their support. But the Napoleonic nobility had certain key differences from the old regime version. It was not based on blood or birth. It carried no legal privileges, no exemption from taxes. Instead, Napoleon used the new aristocracy to build the upper echelons of his state and army. He was working to secure elite support and reinforce his own legitimacy. Having his own dukes and counts reflected his glory for all the world to see. And these noble elites could now mingle with greater ease in all the elegant courts of Europe. Most of these noble titles went to military men, but another segment went to civilian servants of the state, technocrats, administrators, senators, bishops, and a few industrialists. Each Napoleonic nobleman received a coat of arms, and also the income from a piece of landed property in the outreaches of the empire, which Napoleon happily took over for his most loyal servants. Napoleon, the one-time son of the revolution, had structured inequality into the very makeup of his state. But he still stressed the possibility of moving up through merit, just the way he had done. One could earn nobility by helping Napoleon. One brand new count commented, "One must have followed him and been of use to him, for he was not interested in mere charm." Some members of the new nobility advanced out of Napoleon's Legion of Honor. By 1812, that group numbered 25,000 men. They were making their way up in society by serving their emperor. But for all this talk of earning nobility by merit, plenty of former revolutionaries were not quite comfortable with bringing back an aristocracy, even if it was a modern aristocracy. The most hardcore Republicans had abandoned public service. But some of Napoleon's closest counselors had been revolutionary leaders who now found themselves compromising on earlier principles as the empire evolved. Take Théophile Berlier, for example. 15 years earlier, as a Jacobin, he'd voted for the death of the king. But now he was a member of Napoleon's Council of State. He wrote, "What a singular destiny was mine." And Berlier expressed his uneasiness at now being made into a nobleman, and he felt that he had to rationalize it in his memoirs. Quote, "Caught up in this general movement, I yielded to it. I was never in any way a courtier, but simply was assiduous in fulfilling my duties." Berlier was assiduous enough to be rewarded with income from land, mines, and foundries from distant territories, including territories in Swedish Pomerania in the north and the Dalmatian coast in the south. Here's another interesting wrinkle. A Napoleonic nobleman could make his title hereditary only if he could prove that he had a substantial amount of wealth to pass on to the next generation. With this stipulation, just like always, Napoleon mixed new values with old ones. Making nobility hereditary smacked of the days of feudalism, but at the same time, it was a modern move to make nobles prove that they had wealth in order to maintain their status. This requirement recognized the growing power of money. It was money and service to the emperor, not birth or blood or land, that conferred status in the post-revolutionary world. The Austrian diplomat Metternich called Napoleon's invented nobility a stroke of genius. Making a new nobility reinforced Napoleon's backing among elites. And like marrying into the Austrian royal family, it seemed to give legitimacy and monarchical prestige to Napoleon's self-created power. Napoleon also wanted to transform Paris into a showcase of his power and glory. Later on at St. Helena, he remembered that one of his, quote, ceaseless dreams was to make Paris the true capital of Europe. I wanted it to become something fabulous, something colossal and unprecedented. He fantasized about, quote, forcing every king in Europe to build a large palace for his use in Paris. Napoleon did his best to improve Paris and imprint it with his military grandeur. He commissioned one neoclassical monument after another to honor his soldiers and his own victories. He transformed the church La Madeleine into a temple of glory for his military men. And he built the Arc du Carrousel down near the Louvre. He began the huge Arc de Triomphe at the top of the Champs-Élysées. He imitated Trajan's column in Rome by erecting a great column in the Place Vendôme, and he coated it with bronze bas-relief plaques. These plaques were literally made out of melted down cannons that had been captured at Austerlitz. Napoleon also expanded the Louvre. During the old regime, it had been a royal palace. The revolutionaries transformed it into a public national museum in 1793. For free, the people could go see art taken from aristocrats' homes and from the king's palace in Versailles. Then, during the Directory, Napoleon and other generals had added artistic booty taken from Italy and other places. Now Napoleon renamed the Louvre the Napoleon Museum and made it into a grandiose venue for the splendid art that had been taken from across the empire. It was an appropriate space for the gigantic history paintings he loved and for the work of so many painters, artists, and sculptors that he patronized. The emperor said, "The purpose of all these public works is to ensure that my name is indestructibly linked with the name of France." But his motives were more complicated than that. He also saw the value of keeping Parisians employed with public works. He wanted to boost the economy, and he didn't quite trust the people not to rebel. Napoleon once said, "I'd rather face 20,000 soldiers on the field of battle than 2,000 workers on the streets of Lyon." He could have said Paris instead of Lyon. He remembered the power of the crowd, and he knew that many Parisians resented the way he'd silenced their political voice. As he put it, quote, "By nature, Parisians are ungrateful rebels." But his mistrust of the people could actually work in their favor on occasion. When he listed the 4 most important things for the city of Paris, what did he choose? Not monuments to his own glory. Instead, he listed building wine warehouses, improving the downtown food markets, moving slaughterhouses outside the city for reasons of hygiene, and fourth, constructing a canal system for drinking water and shipping. The man who had made his career by providing well for his troops now carried out a series of practical reforms for city dwellers. He rebuilt streets in the center of the city, and he paved the riverfronts along the Seine. He made new cemeteries outside the city, including the famous Père Lachaise. And he hired Parisians to build several bridges over the Seine. 2 of them were named after his great victories at Austerlitz and Jena. In those bridges, we see the classic Napoleon combination of pragmatism and glory. If you've been to Paris, you may have been to the sprawling metro station called Les Halles, and you've wisely resolved to avoid it at all cost. But back in the day, Les Halles was the ramshackle central food market of Paris. In Napoleon's view, revolutionary Paris had too much politics and too little bread. So at Les Halles, he set up a better system of grain storage, and he re-roofed the grain depot. He proclaimed, "I want Léal, the market, to be the people's Louvre." Napoleon wanted all of France, not just Paris, to become stable, orderly, and rich, to reinforce his domestic stability, and also to help him rule the empire and win wars. So how did he achieve that stability so crucial for his legitimacy? How did his pursuit of imperial expansion affect citizens across France? Napoleon had always assiduously applied his attention to improving the economy. It's true that during the consulate, the stability he brought to France had helped the land recover from the economic dislocations and disastrous harvests of the Revolutionary era. In the early 1800s, there was a series of good harvests that helped the economy out, and peasants began to benefit more fully from revolutionary reforms, like the end of seigneurial dues and the abolition of the tithe. To boost the economy, Napoleon thought the state should do everything it could to support trade and industry. So the state subsidized certain industries, and it laid the foundations of a national bank. He promoted industrial expositions and the education of technological experts. And with his anxiety about popular unrest or chaos, Napoleon stepped up surveillance of workers. They had to carry passbooks that recorded their employers and listed their place of residence. And his laws prohibited worker associations, though workers still set them up in altered form. Laborers faced more limits and more oversight, but in many ways they also did well under the empire. Because so many men were away at war, wages for workers went up during Napoleon's empire. Napoleon's wartime ambitions had a big impact on ordinary citizens in another way. Remember that he wanted France and her empire to outgun Britain economically. So he had invented the Continental Blockade against British goods from 1806 on. This choice led to mixed results. For certain workers and industrialists, the Continental Blockade was a boon. Without competition from cheap British goods, France embarked on the very beginnings of its own industrial revolution under Napoleon. France still lagged far behind Britain, but certain parts of northern and eastern France, like Normandy and Alsace, for example, these areas experienced a big boom in the growth of textile production. In 1807, one triumphant textile entrepreneur declared, "And I also will make war on England." He employed 12,000 workers in the woolen industry. But Napoleon's continental system also weighed heavily in certain parts of France, in areas that depended on maritime commerce. It sharply cut back on trade, and it produced misery in coastal cities like Bordeaux and Nantes. The blockade also meant higher prices on certain manufactured goods, and it meant shortages of all kinds of goods, like coffee, sugar, or dye for textiles. By 1810, 1811, France's brief industrial boom had maxed out due to overproduction. Also, the harvest of 1811 was disastrous. Meanwhile, the military expenses of the nation kept on growing. In 1807, the state already spent 60% of its revenue on war. By 1813, that percentage had risen to 80%. Napoleon's glory was expensive for France. His commitment to war and military matters began to penetrate French society in all kinds of cultural ways. There was still a distinction between the civilian and the military worlds. But the military popped up so much more often everywhere in everyday life. Dozens of plays and festivals celebrated the courageous exploits of soldiers. And in the high schools, in the lycées, for the sons of the elite, each class created companies, as they were called, companies of boys in uniform who marched to class by martial drumbeat. They participated in regular military drilling. And for the youth of the country, Napoleon had an official imperial catechism produced. It was modeled on the Catholic catechism and aimed to inculcate loyalty to the emperor and his imperial project. As the imperial catechism put it, what are our specific duties to Napoleon I, our emperor? We owe our emperor Napoleon I love, respect, obedience, loyalty, military service, and taxes. Under the empire, he stepped up censorship and the production of imperial propaganda. The revolutionary brouhaha of popular discussion in pamphlets, political clubs, and newspapers had ended a long time ago. The consulate had permitted only 13 of the hundreds of revolutionary newspapers to circulate. By 1811, this number had been trimmed to just 4 official newspapers for Paris and 1 for each department. These papers were filled with news of military successes and France's prowess at war. The theater, the book trade, salon society, the cafes, all these venues were subject to careful surveillance. That surveillance increased during the Empire. The police in Paris and the provinces routinely shut down subversive print shops, and they closed down cafes where rabble-rousers were heard to mutter threats or complaints against the emperor. In a typical scenario, in 1809, the police down in Nîmes promised to reopen several cafes, but only once the owners agreed to serve as informants. Talleyrand joked, "A minister of police is a man who minds his own business and then minds other people's." It was well known that the police chief, Fouché, had his agents everywhere. Many of them were informal spies, like the 59-year-old veteran who wrote to the police, "Since I see a lot of people, I can sometimes provide you with information with no other motive than my gratitude toward His Imperial Majesty, who so gloriously took hold of the reins of government and has provided honest people with peace of body and mind." At schools, theaters, and village squares everywhere, people heard imperial military bulletins read out loud. These bulletins had been written by Napoleon and his assistants. They recounted battle victories in riveting detail and romanticized language. They were personal. They were heroic and powerful. They told the tale of one company, one general, or one soldier. Napoleon peppered them with his experiences and his personal insights on strategy. As one young man wrote, "I belong to the generation which, suckled on imperial bulletins, always had before its eyes a naked sword. To us, war seemed the natural state of our country." To fight those wars, Napoleon drew tremendous resources from outside France, including taxes, men for his armies, and indemnities from defeated enemies like Austria and Prussia. But he also relied on France. Wars demanded manpower. Under the Empire, mass conscription reached unprecedented levels. Each year, between 1805 and 1810, about 80,000 young men were conscripted into the army. From 1810 to 1813, the numbers only went up and up, and the age and height requirements of conscripts went down. By 1813, the new recruits were so young that they were nicknamed Marie-Louises after Napoleon's new wife because they couldn't yet grow beards. And to be exempted as too short, a man had to be quite small, less than 4'8" tall, instead of less than 5 feet. For some men, the army became an opportunity, a way out of ordinary humdrum life, a possibility to move up. But not everyone wanted to race into Napoleon's glorious armies. So resistance to conscription was widespread. Young men used all kinds of means to dodge the draft. The most well-off could pay for a replacement, but the price for a substitute went up as Napoleon's wars consumed more and more young men. There was another, cheaper option: get married. Weddings proliferated when spring recruitment season came around. Some of these weddings were called ghost marriages. These couples never lived together, and they wed with every intention of divorcing. Elderly widows sometimes agreed to marry 19-year-olds to keep them home. Departmental administrators were furious at the rush of weddings between would-be conscripts and women in their 70s and 80s. A few women even became professional wives. They'd marry and divorce 2 or 3 young men in a row. One mayor defended his son's marriage to a 55-year-old woman as a good economic match. Besides, he said, at 55, quote, "a woman is not yet a piece of trash. She is still in good shape for running a household and for many more years of work." By 1809, a man needed a child as well as a wife to be exempt from service. A potential draftee could also always try for a medical release. He might even hurt himself on purpose. A soldier needed good front teeth to tear open cartridges, for example. Maybe knock those teeth out, or better yet, claim a malady that was harder to detect, like epilepsy or an ulcer. Occasionally, fellow villagers denounced a faker, especially if they'd been drafted themselves. In the vineyard country near Pauillac, for example, the new draftees denounced Antoine Lambeau and his defective leg. They couldn't believe it. They said, "He danced with us almost all of Carnival. He was a member of our dancing society until he knew he had to take part in the draft lottery. In much of France, there was no strong cultural sense that young men needed to serve the state. On the contrary, whole communities often supported draft dodgers. They defended them as a communal point of honor against the powerful state. In one village in Burgundy, for example, when 2 gendarmes came to arrest a draft dodger, 60 villagers surrounded the policeman, and then they unleashed a huge attack dog. Draft resistance ran highest out in the countryside, and especially in those areas where the terrain allowed young men to run to the mountains, the marshland, forests, or sand dunes. Napoleon soon increased the methods for capturing evaders. He sent in armed men, and he even billeted troops at the homes of families whose sons had fled. Techniques like these increased compliance, but they alienated many. And they definitely broke the revolutionary ideal of citizen soldier, the ideal that all young men of all groups served the homeland and earned their rights as citizens in exchange. Napoleon was nothing if not ambitious in his pursuit of glory and transformation. He marshaled all of France's resources to aid his empire. But in some ways, his impact outside of France was even more striking. There he tried to bring revolutionary reforms which the French had already experienced in the 1790s. Everything from abolishing feudalism and serfdom to promoting religious toleration to implementing mass conscription. The next lecture will examine Napoleon's impact on the broader empire as he instituted all kinds of reforms.
Lecture 43. Living Under the Empire.
One of the intriguing things about Napoleon is that he wanted to do more than just conquer and rule. He wanted to transform Europe. He wanted to remake it. He had a vision for reforming society, politics, and the state. And he wanted to integrate Europe as a whole. This lecture will examine Napoleon's impact across his European empire as his men tried to bring about a whole host of reforms. Ever since he fell from power, historians have debated how to interpret Napoleon's imperial project. Was he a modernizer who brought efficient and liberal reforms? Or was he a cultural imperialist who arrogantly believed that French civilization was superior? Or was he at heart an old-style ruler who exploited conquered peoples and then dressed up his exploitation in fancy claims of liberation? It's possible to make a strong case for every one of those interpretations because there was a fundamental contradiction at the heart of Napoleonic imperialism. He did try to introduce innovative and modernizing reforms, progressive moves like implementing legal equality and abolishing serfdom and feudal dues. But his policies also were designed to subordinate peoples and to extract a heavy toll in taxes, soldiers, and lands. The demands of fueling and feeding his army undercut the extent and success of his modernizing reforms. What was Napoleon's ideal vision of empire? What kinds of reforms did he hope to institute? As always, his vision was both breathtakingly ambitious and an act of improvisation. He was influenced by the Enlightenment with its scientific models of progress and enlightened reforms from above. And he also picked and chose among revolutionary ideas and reforms. And his military experience informed his thinking as well. The great empire was vast, it was ad hoc and cobbled together. But Napoleon and his men believed, first of all, that policies across France's empire should be centralized, they should be rational, uniform, and efficient. Second, the empire was authoritarian. Power and reforms were meant to come from Paris and from Napoleon. He did everything he could to build a stronger state. Listen to this advice to his brother-in-law, Murat, King of Naples. Do as king what you did as a soldier. In other words, command from above. Third, Napoleon wanted to promote a new social and legal model. He aimed to eliminate the world of traditional privilege and feudalism. Instead, he wanted to introduce judicial uniformity, equality of men before the law, and the defense of private property. Here, it's important to point out that although he built on the revolution, he was not a social radical. He didn't like the old-style privileged hierarchy of nobles and high clergy, but he had no desire to press for social equality. As one of his marshals told a group of German townspeople, "We have come to bring you liberty and equality, but don't lose your heads about it." And here's his fourth goal. The secular state should have power over religion, and minority faiths should be recognized and tolerated. A fifth and final point. The empire should be French. New territories had to send men and taxes for France's armies, and they should imitate French ways of doing things. French reformers thought that they were carriers of civilization and modernity. Marshal Masséna put it succinctly, "Only the efforts of France can stop Europe from falling back into the barbarism into which her enemies are plunging her." Let's start by looking at a group that was small but important, the Jews. Napoleon's treatment of them embodied many of his guiding visions for the empire in one way or another, and his reforms would have a lasting influence in Europe. Back in 1797, during his first Italian campaign, Napoleon had marched into Ancona and freed the Jews from the ghetto. His soldiers symbolically pinned tricolor cockades onto the Jews' hats and tore off the demeaning badges that they were forced to wear. In celebration, one inhabitant translated Buona parte into Hebrew as Helek Tov, or literally, good lot, good fate. Ancona fell within the Papal States, and Bonaparte, in his youthful anti-clericalism, wanted to defy the Pope. But he also seemed favorably disposed toward the Jews. 9 years later, when he was emperor, Napoleon had much bigger ambitions. He wanted to redefine Jews' relationship to the state, and he wanted to encourage them to assimilate within the empire. As his lead representative said to Jewish leaders, "His Majesty wants you to be French." First, we need to ask, why was Napoleon interested in addressing the status of the Jews? Enlightenment ideas about religious toleration influenced his thinking, but a much, much stronger motive was that he thought of the Jews as a social problem, quote, "a degraded nation," as he put it. He wanted them to serve the state just like everyone else. When he was coming back from the Danube campaign in the winter of 1806, he heard lots of complaints about Jewish moneylenders cheating the local peasantry. The revolutionaries had given the Jews rights, and conservative intellectuals portrayed emancipated Jews as greedy and as the embodiment of revolution gone wrong. Napoleon decided that the problem was bigger than Gentile resentment of Jewish usury. He was bent on introducing uniform practices that demanded uniform obligations from people across the whole empire. And the Jews, down through the centuries, manifestly didn't fit, even after the revolutionary laws had made them citizens just like everybody else. Napoleon saw Jews as too recalcitrantly separate, and their rabbis and communal leaders had too much power over communal politics and civil life. Surely the state should have more say over Jewish life. Also, several years earlier, the Concordat and other laws had clarified how the state would officially treat Catholicism and Protestantism, but not Judaism. So, in 1806, Napoleon convoked an assembly of Jewish notables in Paris. Its participants came from Jewish communities in France, Italy, and the annexed territories like the Rhineland. The notables included well-known rabbis from places like Strasbourg, Venice, and Mantua, and Jewish laymen, mostly men of property, men of means, bankers, merchants, and doctors, a few horse dealers, but also a clock manufacturer, a school teacher. The job of the Jewish leaders was to illustrate how Jewish practices and beliefs could be compatible with loyalty to the empire. The notables had to answer a series of 12 questions. Some of these questions dealt with usury, rabbis' activities, or Jewish attitudes toward the French, their, quote, brethren. A set of questions on marriage revealed the true extent of Napoleon's ambition to assimilate Jews as citizens. It wasn't just a matter of following laws, paying taxes, and joining the army. Here's question 3. Can a Jewish woman marry a Christian, or a Christian woman a Jew? Or does the law order the Jews to marry only among themselves? Napoleon basically agreed with conservative pamphleteers who argued that the state should encourage Jews to intermarry with Christians so that they would disappear as a separate people. The Jewish notables were keenly aware of their delicate position. To renounce citizenship in the empire seemed impossibly dangerous. One Italian rabbi regretted this moment, quote, when the rabbis lack all power to protest. They disagreed deeply among themselves over how to satisfy Napoleon's demands without violating their own beliefs and laws. In the end, the notables gave answers that left some room for interpretation, but still satisfied the emperor. Now, let's look at the upshot. What did Napoleonic emancipation of the Jews mean? It worked out very unevenly among the Jews of the empire, but here are some key points. First, Napoleon kept a version of the revolutionary citizenship principles for the Jews and spread them beyond France. As equal citizens, Jews were no longer subject to residency requirements or limits on their occupations. As citizens, they also had to pay taxes and serve in the emperor's armies. Ironically, however, immediately Napoleon placed limits and specifications on the treatment of Jews as citizens. For example, because he was so intent on pushing them to assimilate, he decided that Jews facing conscription could not hire a replacement the way Gentiles could. And in 1808, he introduced a devastating decree known as the infamous decree. This decree placed severe limits on Jews' ability to lend money, and it even annulled some past loans owed to them. You can see a contradiction here in Napoleon's policies of uniformity. He wanted to push assimilation even more than he wanted uniform or equal treatment. Another key aspect needs highlighting. The state became more involved in overseeing Jewish life. Napoleonic officials and the Assembly of Jewish Notables hammered out a new system of consistories. These would be governing councils of Jewish affairs. In Jewish communities, the consistories would be run by both laymen and rabbis. They'd be approved by the state. They were meant to promote obedience to imperial laws. They also ran synagogues and schools. They policed communities, and they taxed Jews to pay the salaries of their rabbis. Because it was not until 1831 that the French state paid rabbis' salaries the way they did for Protestant and Catholic clergymen. Consistories spread across the empire in cities with sizable Jewish populations, from Hamburg to Amsterdam to Venice. In some parts of the empire, Napoleonic reforms significantly changed Jewish life. But first, an important limitation. By far the biggest population of Jews in the empire, close to 800,000, lived in the Polish Duchy of Warsaw. Here, Gentile elites convinced the French authorities to suspend Jewish emancipation on the grounds that Jews hadn't integrated enough into mainstream society. Only a few of the most well-established Jews were able to gain rights enough to own property and move into upscale neighborhoods in Warsaw. Anti-Semitism also limited the practices of emancipation in other places. By and large, the biggest transformations in Jewish life took place within France and in nearby areas like northern Italy and western Germany. Opening the ghettos and lifting residence requirements meant that Jews had more mobility than before. More of them flocked to certain places like Paris. At the same time, when wealthier Jews moved out of the ghettos, their poorer neighbors often suffered because key donors of money had left the community. For example, the impoverished Jews of Venice who stayed behind in the ghetto complained about the crumbling of bridges, houses, and the poor relief system. Same problem in Amsterdam and other places. In some places, Jews were able to move into once forbidden occupations, or they could buy land, a practice previously forbidden to Jews. Sephardic Jews of southwestern France now became city officials, artisans, professionals, and landowners. More and more Jews sent their children to public schools. Napoleon had set up a model of assimilation that had lasting power in Europe, but especially in France, where Napoleon's fall did not bring the experiment in Jewish emancipation to an end. As the historian Paula Hyman wrote, he began, quote, a powerful social process of assimilation that would gradually transform the descendants of Yiddish-speaking village peddlers into comfortable members of the urban French bourgeoisie. Napoleonic Jewish policy left models of legal emancipation and assimilation that would have a tremendous influence in other parts of Europe across the 19th century. Now, let's broaden out and look more generally at the experience of living under the empire. The Napoleonic Empire attempted to institute a long list of reforms. To give you a sense of the extent of their goals, here's a partial list of what Napoleonic reformers tried to introduce. The Civil Code, new education systems, uniform taxation, the dissolution of serfdom, an end to noble privileges, centralized police forces, censorship, nationalizing church property, due process, trial by jury, a regularized judicial system, national markets, economic boycott of trade with Britain, the metric system. I'll stop. If I've overwhelmed you, just think how it felt to live then with Napoleonic reforms raining down fast and furious. And maybe you also noticed how diverse and ambitious these reforms were. The great empire and its reforms met with mixed results. They provoked plenty of opposition and discontent, but sometimes they also had local supporters. Let's start with supporters. Who might favor these reforms and why? Sometimes a particular region had reason to back Napoleon for a while. For example, in southern German states like Bavaria, people called him a hero after he had defeated their enemy, the Austrians, in 1805. Here, his genius seemed to transcend political divides. Conservatives championed him for restoring order and religion, and liberals praised him as a prince of peace, a political reformer, and the guardian of bourgeois interests. Bavarian booksellers sold newspapers eulogizing his glory. They hawked copies of the Civil Code. Peddlers sold pipes, snuff boxes, and pottery decorated with battle imagery or Napoleon's portrait. Although he occasionally rode a wave of popularity like this, much more often Napoleonic reforms were hotly contested and controversial. Overall, outside France, Napoleon won much more support from the upwardly mobile middle classes and new elites than he did from the popular masses. And he had the greatest success in those territories that had been occupied for the longest time by France, areas like Belgium, the Rhineland, and northern Italy. Especially in the early years, educated elites often associated Napoleonic reforms with the Enlightenment and the possibility of progress. That meant that in cities like Milan or Brussels, Napoleon could get the backing of a wide array of individuals, including former supporters of the Enlightenment, anti-clerical Freemasons, lawyers, city officials, scientists, old radicals and patriots, and in some cases, merchants or industrialists. Frenchmen held many of the highest positions within the imperial administration, but they enlisted local elites to help them in their reform projects. Take the town of Aachen in the Rhineland, for example. It so happened that the Continental Blockade protected this region from British competition. So textile industries, mining, and commerce on the Rhine River all thrived. In boom times, the Rhineland textile industrialists set up their first English-type spinning mills and power looms. Army contractors, bankers, and businessmen all lent backing to Napoleon's economic and political policies, at least for a time. Aachen had also been made the new administrative center of a French department, so local elites had opportunities to advance within its bureaucracy. And since Aachen had once been the capital of Charlemagne's empire, Napoleon gave special honors to this town as he crafted his image as a modern-day Charlemagne, an international emperor. When his son was born, the leaders of Aachen carried an effigy of Charlemagne through the town. It bore the inscription, "I am only surpassed by Napoleon." No one knows the author of that claim. Maybe it was Napoleon himself. As one of his biographers quipped, Napoleon was a self-made man, and he loved his creator. For the European elites who had embraced the Enlightenment, the empire created the possibility of making desirable innovations in science, engineering, and technology. So in the Kingdom of Naples, for example, the liberal Giuseppe Parisi leapt onto the chance to open a polytechnical school for teaching high-level math and engineering. With other liberal reformers, he took part in a bigger project to set up an educational system across the Kingdom of Italy, especially at the high school level. It was modeled on the French lycée, and it had an enduring influence in Italy. Legally trained figures could help implement Napoleonic judicial reforms or run the new streamlined court system. Up in Amsterdam, for example, when Napoleon's brother, King Louis, began to introduce the Civil Code, local lawyers helped him create a new code that combined French and Dutch ideas. It did away with the old, local, particularistic customs that they hated. But Napoleon eventually overrode the local Dutch lawyers and his brother. He insisted on instituting the pure French civil code. That move by the emperor suggests a much broader point. His insistence on doing things the French way eventually reduced reformist creativity, and it fatally alienated many elite followers across Europe. But to stick with his supporters for the moment, many local elites and middle classes viewed the Napoleonic regime as an opportunity to move up in his merit-based bureaucracy. Maybe they could become tax collectors, land surveyors, policemen, or local officials. And the empire also rewarded military men of all nationalities with special economic and administrative opportunities. One former officer from Sardinia rejoiced at his access to a civil service post, and he added, "My brother, Amédée, has asked for a tobacco warehouse." In Catholic parts of his empire, Napoleon nationalized church lands and put them up for sale. Men with money could buy into this valuable new real estate. Bourgeois city dwellers snapped up rural and urban properties. Manufacturers could buy old monasteries or convents and turn them into workshop spaces. The buyers of nationalized lands included all kinds of people: merchants, speculators, military officers, some nobles, and Jews who had never been able to buy land before. Only rarely could peasants afford to participate. To sum up, as Napoleon's men introduced reforms fast and furious, they won local backing of some groups, but not others. Now we need to take a closer look at how Napoleonic reforms produced controversy and opposition, for he never really won widespread backing outside France for his imperial project. A few points need highlighting. Even among the most enthusiastic local elites, loyalty to Napoleon was always a fragile thing. French administrators repeatedly found themselves mediating between the goals of local reformers and Napoleon's insistence on standardized reforms à la française. Former advocates often stopped supporting him due to the economic downturn of 1810, 1811, and also because of his incessant demand for taxes and men. For example, at a banquet in his honor in Cologne, one businessman defiantly refused to toast him and shouted out, "We do not drink the health of the man who ruins us." Just a little while earlier, Rhineland businessmen like this one had welcomed the imperial economic protection, but times had changed. And here's a huge important point. Napoleon never was able to win the heart of the popular classes across Europe. Many people disliked his anti-religious policies, and he had never prioritized deep-rooted egalitarian reforms that might benefit them. It's true that he tried to abolish serfdom from Poland to Naples, but administrators often had to temper the abolition of feudalism, and it often brought mixed results. The all-out assault on feudalism in the Kingdom of Naples was far-reaching, but nobles still managed to maintain their former wealth and power over the peasantry. And east of the Rhine in Germany, authorities settled for doing away with personal serfdom, and they required peasants to pay redemption fees for the abolition of seigneurial dues. And here's the real kicker for ordinary citizens under the empire. Imperial wars brought heavy taxes, and worst of all, the blood tax, conscription. The numbers were staggering. From the Rhineland alone in 1810, 80,000 men were drafted into the Grande Armée. Half of them did not return, and far worse was to come with the Russian campaign of 1812. In areas of former support, like the southern German region of Württemberg, resistance grew widespread. Here, Johann Bauer faced a sentence of 16 years of hard labor. He was convicted of cutting off his own trigger finger to escape the draft. And he wasn't the only southern German man who'd long forgotten the days when Napoleon had been celebrated as the Prince of Peace. Napoleon's economic policies wreaked havoc with the livelihood of thousands of citizens. It's true that his continental blockade against Britain helped some inland areas by protecting them from competition. His policies gave a boost to industrializing areas like the Rhineland, parts of northern Italy, or northeastern France. But it also produced depression and despair in coastal areas and whole regions that depended on international trade. Take the Netherlands, for example. The continental system destroyed the economy of this land, whose lifeblood depended on the sea trade. Louis, the King of Holland, failed in his desperate attempt to convince his brother that trying to cut Holland off from British commerce was, quote, like trying to stop skin from sweating. Louis refused to fully enforce either the blockade or the draft, so Napoleon booted him off the throne in 1810. In the city of Hamburg, many people lost their livelihood. Dock workers, merchants, insurance agents, sugar refiners, grain clerks, wine haulers, rope makers, and countless others. To survive, many turned to the underground economy now spreading across Europe. Nearby, in the North Sea, the island of Helgoland suddenly became the warehouse for storing illegal goods to smuggle onto the continent. By 1808, this tiny island held about 1 million pounds worth of products from Britain and her colonies. It had warehouses full of sugar, coffee, indigo, cheap cotton textiles, and stoneware. From all around Hamburg, farmers and fishermen smuggled these goods in tiny boats through the marshy channels of the German coastline. Locals called the 300 French custom agents who were stationed there vampires of our trampled freedom. Old women and little children entering the city carried pepper or coffee beans in their stockings, in their bulky clothes, or in their hats. And the French customs agents finally caught on to the fact that the way too numerous funeral carriages on the move actually contained caskets full of sugar, indigo, and vanilla beans. A huge black market economy grew up across the empire as Europeans invented creative ways to resist hardships brought on by the Napoleonic blockade. Most people who disliked Napoleon just took part in passive resistance like the smugglers of Helgoland. But in a few regions, above all in Spain, resistance spiraled into all-out guerrilla warfare. In Spain, it lasted from 1808 until 1814. Spain became the perfect storm, the place where the Napoleonic Empire met its match, when it attempted its classic triple play: grab power, institute reforms, and extract goods. Spanish guerrillas had many layers of motives. Anti-French propaganda invoked the slogan, "The King, the Homeland, and God." The Spanish populace was infuriated by anti-clerical policies. The French tried to seize church assets and close down monasteries. They deported rebellious priests and turned convents into barracks for French troops. Some priests and monks blessed the uprising and took up arms themselves. At times, religious incidents spurred popular uprisings. For example, in the sky above Saragossa, some believers saw a miraculous crown. It carried the words, "God loves Ferdinand." Rumors circulated that King Ferdinand had secretly returned in disguise and that he would soon liberate the people from the French. Loyalty to God and King soon inspired a rebellion against the French in this town. The French took Saragossa, but only after months of brutal siege warfare and the deaths of thousands of city dwellers. The guerrilla resistance was not a unified national war of liberation. Instead, it was locally organized. But it was persistent, widespread, and resilient. In many cases, insurgents fought mainly to defend their particular region from French taxes and requisitions. In Galicia, in northern Spain, the French Marshal Soult arrived and demanded that two towns hand over their horses, fodder, and rations for thousands of French soldiers. The townspeople began to gather together these requisitions. But then a guerrilla band showed up and seized the rations before the French could collect them. The guerrillas took 51 French soldiers prisoner and killed 15 more in an ambush. In many cases like this one, guerrillas harassed the occupiers endlessly. They cut off their supply lines and ambushed French troops in the rugged terrain. And the French retaliated with cruelty of their own. They couldn't distinguish an insurgent from an ordinary peasant, so they engaged in heartless violence against any suspect. This only hardened the resistance against them. As one French soldier put it, one might fill volumes with the atrocities committed on both sides in this graceless war. Napoleon poured troops into Spain by the tens of thousands, but his men couldn't be everywhere. When they pacified one area, another rebelled. The sheer size and scale of Spain and its resistance would defeat him in the end. His stubborn and tragic attempt to subdue Spain would help to bring down his empire. Napoleon's ambitious reforms failed totally in Spain, and they invariably faced resistance elsewhere. His insatiable need for taxes and men undercut his effectiveness. But in the long run, he nonetheless left behind a model of efficient state administration with the power to conscript, tax, and police the people. His reforms had weakened the traditional nobility and weakened the power of the Catholic Church. They'd promoted religious toleration, uniform legal systems, and the protection of private property. After Napoleon fell, much of Europe reacted strongly against his revolutionary changes. But, especially in administrative matters, some of his former territories and old enemies paid him silent tribute by leaving many of his innovations in place or imitating them down the road. In the next lecture, we'll follow Napoleon's fateful march on Russia.
Lecture 44. The Russian Campaign.
In 1811, a stunning comet appeared in the night sky. Later, some people named it Napoleon's Comet. In his novel, War and Peace, Tolstoy described its, quote, light and long uplifted tail. The huge, brilliant comet of the year 1812 was said to portend all manner of horrors and the end of the world. And 1812 was the turning point year of Napoleon's empire. It was the year he decided to invade Russia, his most famous and fateful decision. Napoleon's empire was already vast beyond imagining. Why would he possibly decide to invade Russia? To set the context for answering that question, let's look at Napoleon's international situation in 1812. He still had two major problems, Spain and Great Britain. Napoleon claimed Spain as part of his empire, with Joseph as king. But he didn't really have hold over the territory. He had over 200,000 troops engaged there, deep in battle against guerrillas. And the British had also sent forces to Spain to ally with the Portuguese and Spanish armies against the French. These joint forces made repeated forays out of Portugal against Napoleon's men. The losses in Spain dogged Napoleon. As one member of the Council of State told a friend in 1811, thoughts of Spain, quote, torment him from morning till night. The conflict is like a maggot gnawing away at him. That counselor went on to speculate, he wants to deliver a great blow that will put Russia on its knees, and has persuaded himself that this will, by extension, settle the fate of Britain and also Spain and Portugal. It sounds crazy in retrospect, but at the time, Napoleon seemed to believe that a glorious victory against Russia would distract France from his Spanish losses. Remember Napoleon's particular psychology and his quest for glory. And remember how his domestic power and legitimacy were constructed on military prowess. But in Napoleon's eyes, much more was at stake than glory. He was furious at Russia and Tsar Alexander. Their alliance had fallen apart since Tilsit. Back then, Alexander had agreed to take part in Napoleon's continental blockade against Britain. But the Russian economy depended on selling the British various goods like timber, grain, and iron. So in 1810, Napoleon's one-time ally, Alexander I, flamboyantly refused to participate in the boycott any longer. Napoleon was outraged. He complained that Alexander had deserted him. He fumed that the Tsar was treacherous. And the Tsar had ruled out any possible marriage between the Corsican and the Tsar's sister. For his part, Alexander also had reasons to resent the French. Napoleon had secretly helped out the Ottoman Turks against the Russians, and his insatiable thirst for territory across Central and Eastern Europe directly threatened Russia. The Tsar had never liked having Napoleon's empire so close right in his own backyard. The Polish Duchy of Warsaw tickled his western elbow, so to speak. And between 1809 and 1811, Napoleon expanded that duchy even more. He also annexed more German lands from the old Holy Roman Empire. Alexander snarled, "I'm sick and tired of Napoleon's continued meddling in our affairs." Meanwhile, the Russians had been reforming, drilling, and expanding their army. They could now marshal over 450,000 men. The two men were also engaged in a personal duel, a dance of rivalry with tragic consequences. On the eve of the invasion, Napoleon wrote to a confidant, "Alexander is making fun of me. He's grown too big for his britches." He was sure he could stun Alexander back into submission with a single catastrophic victory over him. "I know Alexander. I once had influence over him. It will come back." In a nutshell, both personal animosity and geopolitical rivalry pitted the two men against one another. But it was Napoleon who eventually took the initiative, dismissing the doubts and warnings of his advisors. It was Napoleon who fatally misjudged Alexander. And as one French count later recalled, it is a curious thing that Napoleon never discovered the point at which the impossible begins. Now let's turn to look at the Russian campaign itself. In May 1812, Napoleon left Paris with great fanfare. He vowed that he would liberate, as he put it, more of Poland, including the territory that makes up modern-day Lithuania. He then put together the largest army that Europe had seen so far. When this Grande Armée headed east across Polish lands and into Russia in June 1812, it was about 650,000 strong. Its soldiers came from all across the empire and her allies. Less than half the soldiers were French. The others came from across the empire. They were Belgians, Germans, Prussians, Austrians, Dutchmen, Italians, Swiss, Poles, Lithuanians. Maybe 200,000 horses accompanied the men. And the French put together their largest supply train ever, with 26 transport battalions. It included whole herds of cattle and oxen, and huge quantities of biscuit, rice, and fodder for the horses, also brandy for the men. There were over 25,000 wagons, ambulance carts, and ammunition caissons. One historian joked, along with the troops and over 1,400 cannon, they had created, quote, the largest traffic jam in European history. Napoleon assumed that the Russians would fight an offensive war and come to meet him. He believed he'd be able to smash them in a grand, decisive battle, just as he'd done before. He had 3 armies traveling in parallel, and he envisioned conducting a grand enveloping maneuver in western Russia, something like what he'd done in southern Germany at Ulm back in 1805. But nothing went the way he'd planned. First, here's a quick snapshot of his trajectory. On 23rd of June, 1812, the Grande Armée crossed the Niemen River into what was then Russian territory. That summer, Napoleon chased the Russian armies eastward across modern-day Lithuania and Belarus, from Vilna to Vitebsk, then further east, all the way to Moscow. Why didn't things go the way Napoleon planned? How did things work out? Each time he thought he'd meet the Russians in the massive battle he craved, they'd withdrawn further east. The Russians knew they were outnumbered. Their lead generals, Barclay and Bagration, bickered, and they didn't have a concerted strategy. But their constant retreat turned out to be effective. Toward the outset, when Napoleon arrived in Vilna in Lithuania in late June, his forces missed an early opportunity to entrap the Russians under Bagration. The general's men were split off to the south from the other Russian forces. But when the French attacked, only Marshal Davout's northern half of the trap got there in time. Napoleon's younger brother Jerome was slow bringing his men up from the southwest. So the Russians escaped the trap. Napoleon was furious, and he sent his brother an angry rebuke. He blamed him for ruining, quote, the most beautiful opportunity of the war. It would be impossible to maneuver in a more incompetent manner. Insulted, Jerome abandoned the campaign and headed back to his kingdom in Westphalia. And Napoleon had gotten an early hint of an ongoing problem. It wasn't going to be that easy to keep tight coordination and tight communications with his far-flung armies. The vast distances and the sheer size of the army had created an entirely new situation, very different than what Napoleon had faced in his famous lightning strikes against the Italians, the Austrians, and the Prussians in earlier campaigns. Now we come to another crucial problem. Could the French really feed and supply this massive army? And how was it for the ordinary men as they marched east? In truth, moving and supplying the Grande Armée was a logistical nightmare. The French had amassed that huge supply train, but they still counted on foraging as they marched, just the way they'd always done. But already, on June 20th, Napoleon got word from one of his Polish commanders that due to the meager resources of the countryside, quote, the question of supply is becoming more difficult by the day. In her diary, Sophie Tiesenhaus recorded how the army arrived in the city of Vilna in Lithuania in late June. They commandeered all the bread and bakeries. As for the countryside, she reported that the Lithuanians were, quote, animated by patriotic enthusiasm. They flew to welcome the French. But they lost their hopes for liberation quickly, and they fled to the forests with all the food they could carry, desperate to get away from the path of the ravenous army. Everyone has heard of the bone-chilling cold of the Russian campaign. But when the soldiers first marched eastward in the summer of 1812, They faced driving rain and then heat, unbearable heat that plagued them mercilessly, heat and hunger and disease. Temperatures soared as high as 97 degrees. Jakob Walter was a stonemason. We'll call him Jacob. He was a German foot soldier from Württemberg who left behind a detailed account of his experiences. He recorded, "Heat and dust flared up into our eyes as if from smoking coal heaps." To lighten his pack, like other men, he'd already thrown away, quote, vests, cleaning articles, and trousers. When they crossed the Niemen River, he expected food to get easier to find, but the first town and then all the surrounding villages were already stripped of food. The peasants were fleeing ahead of the soldiers. In one deserted hut, Jacob found sacks of flour. He and his fellow soldiers fought off a band of 50 peasants to defend their loot. He confessed, "They charged us. We had no choice but to shoot at them." That flour fed Jacob and his pals for a whole week. It was hard to find water that you could drink also. He remembered how they drank reddish-brown swamp water through a piece of cloth to avoid swallowing millions of little red worms. Soldiers began to drop from thirst and hunger. As Jacob put it, "The men grew weaker every day, and the companies grew smaller. We marched day and night." At the time, another conscript wrote, "I am looking forward to getting killed, for I am dying as I march." In fact, as they headed east, dysentery, hunger, and dehydration were taking Napoleon's soldiers by the tens of thousands. Thousands more deserted or fell far behind. Without enough fodder, the horses did no better than the men. Here is a chilling statistic. By the time he reached Vitebsk in late July, the Grande Armée hadn't yet engaged the Russians in a major battle, but Napoleon's effective fighting force had already lost more than a third of its men. Several times as they marched east, Napoleon thought about turning around and abandoning his pursuit of the Russians. In private, he wrote down, "I have marched too far." One Lithuanian observer blamed Napoleon's own, quote, "fatal genius. From illusion to illusion, he rushed to his ruin, rejecting the truth as an apparition whose presence he could not endure." In fact, Napoleon himself did seem off his game. He'd aged, he'd grown less nimble, and during the campaign, he repeatedly fell ill and suffered from chronic urinary pain. In mid-August, he was hoping to take down the Russians at Smolensk, but he didn't move with his usual speed. The 15th was his birthday, and he delayed unnecessarily. He regrouped his men and held a festive military review. When he attacked late on the 16th and into the 17th, the Russians held out. Jacob Walter's regiment advanced in columns in the assault straight into Russian artillery fire. It took them till nightfall to gain a foothold on the heights above the city. He wrote, "During it all, hunger vanished from my mind. But that night, the thought of the coming day alternated with fitful sleep, and I dreamed of the many dead men and horses as a world of spirits before the Last Judgment." In the morning, when the French forced their way into the city of Smolensk, it was still smoking from the fires set by the French artillery fire. But most of the Russian troops had slipped away. The Russian General Barclay feared a trap, and he'd ordered an evacuation in the night. Once again, Napoleon's chance had eluded him. Smolensk had actually been the farthest point east that Napoleon had even considered going. His men had marched well over 300 miles since entering Russia's territory at the Niemen River. Moscow stood 280 miles further still. Napoleon's army had shrunk to 156,000 men. At Smolensk, for almost a week, Napoleon debated with his generals whether to press onward further east. In the end, Napoleon could not abandon his single-minded pursuit of the Russians. He convinced himself that getting to Moscow would bring victory. He announced, "Before a month is out, we shall be in Moscow. In 6 weeks, we shall have peace." Finally, on September 7th, at the Battle of Borodino, he got his chance against the Russians. The Tsar was under pressure from his own court to make a stand, so he'd reappointed Kutuzov as head general. He ordered him face the French and fight. Near the town of Borodino, Kutuzov liked the look of the terrain. He took advantage of the bluffs and the hill crests to dig in earthworks and to place his batteries. On his left flank to the south, the hills and ravines gave way to rolling plains. This was the weakest section of Kutuzov's line. On September 6, Marshal Davout advised Napoleon to let him make an enveloping maneuver around Kutuzov's weak left flank. But Napoleon was more cautious. He wasn't sure the Grande Armée was strong enough in numbers to pull off this manœuvre sur les derrières. He didn't want to leave the remaining line too vulnerable. He had maybe 130,000 men to the Russians' 121,000. And above all, he was worried that any elaborate maneuver might cause the Russians to pull back and withdraw. Napoleon desperately wanted his big battle. So the next day, Napoleon hurled his troops head-on against the Russians, with some diversionary attacks on their wings. It was a straightforward assault. He aimed to pierce through the enemy line, focusing on the center left. Napoleon was ill. He was burning with fever. One of his assistants later described his own shock at seeing his commander, quote, sitting or walking slowly. He was far back from the battle lines, wrapped in a kind of detached dullness. In an unusual lapse of judgment, Napoleon didn't notice when his artillerymen initially put their guns too far back. They had to quickly move them up to deliver a more devastating artillery barrage. They hammered away. The French side alone fired over 90,000 artillery rounds. In the end, the day boiled down to a hard-fought battle of attrition. The French struggled to take the great redoubt at the center and the earthworks called the Flèche just to the left of the center. Several of his generals begged Napoleon to send in the old guard of the imperial reserves and decimate the Russians. Napoleon did something he hardly ever did. He hesitated. He waited. Then he refused, wary of losing his last reserve when he was 1,200 miles from France. He said, "And if there is a second battle tomorrow, what shall I fight with?" To this day, military historians debate Napoleon's judgment. Should he have tried Davout's flanking maneuver? Should he have thrown in the old guard? By the day's end, technically, the French had won. The Russians had withdrawn. The road to Moscow lay open. With 44,000 casualties, the Russians had suffered even more than the French, who lost more than 30,000 men, including 43 generals or high-ranking officers. The foot soldier Jacob Walter called the battlefield a kingdom of death. But Borodino didn't give Napoleon the decisive victory he needed. On September 14th, the French army marched into Moscow. The city was empty. Its 300,000 inhabitants had evacuated. Soldiers scoured the town for food and drink. They barged into houses and churches. They took everything they could find. Jacob Walter remembered the silks, the multicolored cloths, the red Moroccan leather, and the food and drink. There were beets, he remembered, as large as bowling balls. The very next night, Moscow went up in flames. The city governor had hired arsonists. They would leave nothing for the French. On St. Helena, Napoleon recalled, "Oh, it was the most grand, the most sublime, the most terrifying sight the world ever beheld." The French had occupied Moscow. The city had been destroyed. Napoleon knew for certain that Alexander would surrender. He moved into the Kremlin to await word from the Russian. But the days passed, and his envoys came back empty-handed. Alexander wasn't planning on surrendering. As he wrote to his sister, "I have learned to know him now. Napoleon or I or Napoleon, we cannot reign side by side." In fact, the Tsar was busy at his capital in St. Petersburg, building his army back up. Finally, Napoleon decided he could wait no longer. Winter was looming. On October 19th, the long column of French troops left Moscow. There were fewer than 100,000 men. And on the 6th of November, the first serious snow fell. The temperature began to drop. Eventually, it would fall as low as 35 below at night. Men and horses fell frozen in their tracks. Soldiers fought each other for scraps of food. As one peasant soldier put it, every sentiment of humanity was extinguished. In this surreal world of ice and hunger, Jacob Walter would remember all his life how he stumbled upon a rolled-up sheepskin cloak to keep him warm. He was a believer, and he thanked God for that miraculous moment. One day he saw Napoleon observing his men. Jacob speculated, It is impossible to guess what he felt in his heart. His outward manner seemed indifferent and unconcerned over his soldiers' wretchedness. He may have felt only ambition and lost honor in his heart. The exhausted men limped westward. They were harried by attacks from the Russian army and from the Cossacks. Some of the peasantry formed into partisan bands. They attacked the French. They were furious at the devastation of their fields from both armies. As the Count de Ségur put it, the peasants saw us as, quote, a legion of devils commanded by the Antichrist. They saw us as infernal spirits whose very touch defiled. When the French finally reached the Berezina River, they faced yet another harrowing obstacle. In a bitter twist, despite the cold, the river unexpectedly had thawed. Soldiers and army engineers ripped down the houses along the riverside at the village of Studienka. They waded into the freezing river to throw up 2 makeshift bridges. Under attack from all sides, Napoleon somehow pulled together the remnants of the Grande Armée, and he held off the Russians one last time. One bridge collapsed, and hundreds more people fell off the second bridge into the icy waters in a confused stampede toward safety. About a week later, on December 3rd, Napoleon dictated his famous 29th Imperial Bulletin to send to France. Its language was cautious, but it spoke about the brutal weather, and it carried news of the army's lost men and horses. Curiously, it ended with this incongruous sentence: His Majesty's health has never been better. 2 days later, he met with his marshals one last time and then headed for Paris. He said to an advisor, "I can only maintain my grip on Europe from the Tuileries in Paris." He knew that 6 weeks earlier, a conspiracy had attempted to overthrow him and his empire. And he also knew that there was a possibility that other European powers, his allies, Austria and Prussia, might turn against him. By late on December 18th, he was back in the capital. As for Jacob Walter, he was delayed by a fever in northern Germany. He finally got home to Württemberg in February. But he was a lucky man. Of the 15,800 men in the Grande Armée from Württemberg, only 500 made it home. Overall, the Grande Armée had been destroyed. More than 500,000 men didn't return home. History seems to pay less attention to the Russian losses, but more than 150,000 had died, and at least twice that had suffered severe wounds or frostbite. And it remains impossible to estimate the toll on Russian civilians. So what difference did the Russian campaign make? How were things changing? In later years, everyone saw clearly that the calamitous Russian campaign was the beginning of the end. But when Napoleon's carriage rolled into Paris late on December 18, 1812, no one knew yet just how precarious his control had become. And yet, there were signs of a change. 2 months earlier in Paris, an old revolutionary, a man by the name of Claude François Mallet, had hatched a plot. He'd been a minor general, but he had been thrown into prison earlier for conspiring. He was plotting against conscription. On the 23rd of October, 1812, he broke out of his sanitarium with fellow plotters. They'd written up false government papers to announce an astonishing piece of news. Napoleon had been killed in Russia. The plotters even forged a document from the Senate. That document set up a provisional government to replace the dead emperor. Mallet and his accomplices, with their well-forged documents, managed to convince some high-ranking officers and 5 entire companies of the National Guard to join them. With these forces, they began to take over government offices, and they even arrested the Minister of Police. Finally, the military governor of Paris called their bluff. He put an end to this attempted coup d'etat. Mallet and 13 others were executed a few days later. It's easy to dismiss this failed plot as just a fantasy. But as the Minister of Police later admitted, he, that is Mallet, could have been in complete control of much of the government in little time. And there was one thing that bothered Napoleon more than anything else. It revealed just how fragile his dynastic claim to hereditary power was. As Mallet circulated word about Napoleon's alleged death, no one thought about securing the throne for the emperor's baby son. To Napoleon, the Mallet plot was a stark reminder of the fragility of everything he'd made. That winter in Paris, Napoleon carried on with his operas, balls, and court festivities as if everything should go back to normal. but he quickly made moves to begin to rebuild his broken army. He transferred some of his National Guardsmen into the regular army, and he called up an even younger class of recruits a year before they came of age. Across France, people grumbled, and some men fled the recruitment lottery. But once again, the people of France supported their emperor. They coughed up their taxes, and they let their sons go. Outside of France, the warning signs were much more dire. In January 1813, Napoleon sent word to his brother Joseph, the King of Spain, that he should move his capital out of Madrid and set up headquarters much farther north in Valladolid. That last year of 1812, Napoleon had siphoned off some French armies from Spain, and the British general Viscount Wellington had led his combined army to win several key victories. Already once, he'd chased Joseph temporarily out of Madrid. Far to the north, the Russians had occupied the Duchy of Warsaw, and Alexander's counselors urged him to become the liberator of Europe. The Russians advised the Prussians to join with them. Remember that the Prussians had been forced to ally with the French back in 1807. During the Russian campaign, a corps of Prussians fought in the Grande Armée as Napoleon's men. Some of them deserted to the Russian side during the campaign. Then at the end of 1812, the Prussian commander, without permission from the king, he turned his entire corps over to the Russian side. A few key groups in Prussia began to urge Frederick William to join Alexander in a crusade against Napoleon. Prussian generals had reformed and rebuilt their army. They were itching to take on the Corsican punk. They wanted to restore the honor they'd lost on the fields of Jena and Auerstedt. A wave of patriotism and anti-French sentiment swept through the educated classes and intellectual elites. At the grassroots level, there was no massive nationalist uprising, but the dogged hatred of the French made a difference as the Prussians conscripted a huge army and an emergency home guard. By March 1813, King Frederick William III had signed an alliance with Alexander. Prussia soon had some 270,000 men under arms. The tide seemed to be turning against the emperor, as we'll explore in the next lecture. For now, we'll leave the last words to Napoleon's mother for once. Why not? At the height of the empire, someone asked Letizia Bonaparte how she felt about having a son as emperor and many of her other children as royal rulers. She said, "It's fine, provided it lasts."
Lecture 45. Napoleon's Fall and the 100 Days.
One day in February 1813, Napoleon was riding through eastern Paris. A journeyman metalworker rushed up to his horse. The man grabbed the reins and shouted at the emperor, "You are racing toward disaster." Then, just as abruptly, he turned tail and disappeared into his workshop. His master fired him, and he confessed to the police that he had no idea how, quote, such a quiet, well-behaved young man could bring himself to such an act of madness. With that line about madness, his master got the young man off the hook with the police. But the journeyman's words held more truth than anyone yet realized. In this lecture, we'll watch his prediction come true, but Napoleon will have some surprises of his own in store for Europe. Napoleon's disastrous Russian campaign created an opportunity for the other powers of Europe. For the first time, he looked vulnerable. Maybe Europe could take down Boney, the upstart Corsican, as the British called him. In France, Napoleon had often acted against the revolution. But abroad, in this world of hereditary kings, other rulers and nations had always seen Napoleon as a revolutionary. He was a direct threat to the principles of order and tradition. As the London Times put it, after Napoleon crowned himself, now no sovereign could, quote, sleep quietly in his bed. And the Austrian diplomat Metternich had long ago pronounced that no peace was possible with a revolutionary like Napoleon. He compared him to Robespierre. Now, in 1813, the European powers began to circle round and forge a new coalition against him. Great Britain was there, of course, ever steady. England was sending Wellington's troops up through Spain and pouring cash into the pockets of just about any European power who was willing to join the fight. And the Tsar Alexander was flush from Russian victory. He burned with the desire to take revenge on Napoleon. He eagerly grabbed the mantle of savior of Europe. In Hamburg, the townspeople toasted the Tsar as the Holy Liberator. They filled their shop windows with busts and statues of him decorated with flowers. Prussia, and then Sweden too, entered the lists against Napoleon. Austria was more hesitant at first. Napoleon was the king's son-in-law. But much more important, Austria was wary of letting Prussia or Russia get too strong. Meanwhile, back in France, Napoleon got together his army. He was desperately short on horses, and his new recruits were younger than ever. They were green and untrained and under-equipped, but they were 170,000 strong. He marched his men into Saxony. He defeated the Russians and Prussians twice that spring. Austria was still neutral, and the Austrian king offered the services of Metternich to negotiate a peace. He proposed that Napoleon give up his grandiose outer empire in Poland, Illyria, and Germany. He could keep a fattened-up France, and maybe keep some satellite states. But still, Napoleon couldn't believe his ears. The Russians and Prussians hadn't beaten him down on the battlefield that spring, and Austria hadn't even been in the fight. Metternich pointed out to him that his soldiers were just teenagers. Napoleon then hurled his hat to the floor, and allegedly he barked back that he was ready to sacrifice 1,000,000 men. Metternich declared, "You are lost, sire." This account of the conversation is Metternich's, and we'll never know exactly what each man said. But 3 things were clear. No way was Napoleon ready to accept a trimmed-down empire. He'd rather gamble. He'd rather fight. All or nothing. And a second crucial point. That summer, Austria decided to ally with the other European powers. The Austrian King Francis joined the Sixth Coalition against his son-in-law Napoleon. Think about what this means. For the first time yet, Napoleon has to face all 3 major powers to the east, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Sweden joined them too. And don't forget about Britain and Spain and Portugal attacking from the south. And a third and final crucial point here. France is tired. The French are weary of war. They have stuck by Napoleon. But even the big and populous nation of France could only give so much. As one general's wife wrote, quote, "France had long since been exhausted, not so much of money, but of men. The poor man had to give his last son, and in the fields, it was often the women and girls who led the plow." At the encampment at Dresden that summer, the artillery officer Noel spoke for many fellow Frenchmen and women when he wrote in his diary, "Everyone wants peace, but did the emperor desire it?" And then he reflected, "One began to have doubts." That fall, in October 1813, Napoleon's armies confronted the Allies in the largest and bloodiest battle in European history so far, the 3-day Battle of the Nations at Leipzig. Napoleon's 180,000 men were soundly crushed by some 320,000 Prussians, Austrians, Russians, and Swedes. Casualties were staggering, over 100,000 all told, with the French suffering perhaps 73,000 casualties. One triumphant Prussian leader wrote a letter home to his wife. "The shame in which Napoleon covered us has been washed away by torrents of French blood." Napoleon and the French now had no choice but to retreat home, back beyond the Rhine. A headstrong Napoleon refused one last peace proposal to limit France to its 1797 borders, which included Belgium and the Rhineland. And inside France, the loss at Leipzig produced despair and even panic. In Paris, Victorine de Chastenay recorded, "It's too painful to describe the horrible day when the news of Leipzig reached Paris." Napoleon called up a fresh round of taxes and recruits, but even the authorities began to balk. One department administrator simply said, "I gave up trying to levy conscripts." And there were signs of discontent among the elites of France as well. In December 1813, Napoleon convened the legislative body, and he asked them to call on all France to unite behind him. Instead, the legislators issued a report that was filled with criticisms of his authoritarian ways, and they demanded that he initiate peace talks right away. And then they called on him to guarantee the nation, quote, the free exercise of its political rights. Napoleon was outraged by the suggestion that his ambitions might no longer dovetail with the goals and needs of France. But as the historian J. Christopher Harold put it succinctly, France had had enough of glory. Meanwhile, the Allies circled for the kill. They decided not to wait out the winter season. Down in the south, Wellington and the Anglo-Portuguese army had swarmed over the Pyrenees. The Allied forces crossed the Rhine in the northeast. Napoleon wrote to Joseph in January 1814, France is invaded. All Europe is in arms against her, but more particularly against me. Napoleon had that right, because now his enemies began to seriously think about an idea that had once been unthinkable. Maybe they could do more than just stuff Napoleon back inside a smaller France. Perhaps they could overthrow him altogether and bring about a change of regime. All around France, the empire itself was crumbling or breaking away. Already, the Dutch had revolted. Switzerland declared its independence. The Confederation of the Rhine fell apart, and the smaller German states wisely swung their allegiance to the Allies. In early January, to Napoleon's great shock, his own sister Caroline and her husband Murat, King of Naples, they switched over to the Allied side in an attempt to save their throne. Napoleon denounced Murat's betrayal as, quote, infamous, and as for that of the Queen, my sister, there is no name for it. In early 1814, Napoleon fought frantically, even brilliantly, but he just didn't have the numbers to hold off the Allies. One of his ministers, Caulaincourt, later remembered that as dangers pressed around him, Napoleon deluded himself more and more. He minimized the odds. He predicted that all France shared his zeal to the last. He thought they'd rise up spontaneously against the Allies. He believed desperately that a victory by a single corps would somehow change everything. But finally, Napoleon could deceive himself no more. Enemy armies were approaching Paris, and refugees were streaming out of the city. On March 29th, Napoleon's wife, Marie-Louise, fled the capital with their 3-year-old son. As it turned out, Napoleon would never see her again. Much of the court and government also took to their heels. From her window, one marshal's wife watched Parisians fleeing the city. She called it, quote, the most astonishing sight. What we saw passing was the empire with all its pomp and splendor, the ministers, the entire Council of State, the archives, the crown diamonds. And on March 30th, the last-ditch defense of Paris was forced back to the heights of Montmartre. Now it was impossible to hang on. 145,000 troops occupied the French capital the very next day. Tsar Alexander and King Frederick William marched up the Champs-Élysées. Alexander had finally gotten his revenge against the man who'd occupied Moscow. As events unfolded at breakneck speed, one of Napoleon's old advisors, Talleyrand, was hard at work behind the scenes. This urbane diplomat and Napoleon hadn't always seen eye to eye over the years. In 1809, Napoleon had famously called him a silk stocking of excrement. Now Talleyrand knew that the emperor was doomed, so he jumped into the fray. He invited Alexander to stay in his own home, and he urged the Allied leaders to give the throne of France to the brother and heir of Louis XVI, to that old émigré, the Count de Provence. There were other possibilities, but they all seemed distasteful. Letting France become a republic again was unthinkable, too radical, too uncertain. No self-respecting European monarch in his right mind wanted to live next door to a fresh round of Jacobins. And creating a regency, another government around the 3-year-old son of Napoleon, would only leave the door open to you-know-who to grab back the reins of power. For the other kings of Europe, the lumbering, gout-ridden brother of Louis XVI hardly seemed to be a threat. They could cut France back down to size in its 1792 borders, and maybe things would settle down. In their attempt to give the new Bourbon king a good start, the Allies were quite lenient in how they treated France. They didn't demand an indemnity. They didn't leave behind occupying troops. They didn't even ask that France return the art that they looted from across the empire, At least, not yet. On April 2nd, to make things official, Talleyrand persuaded the Senate to vote to dethrone Napoleon and invite back the Bourbon king. He'd insist on being called Louis XVIII, leaving the number 17 for the little son of Louis and Marie Antoinette. He died in prison in Paris back in 1795. While Paris collapsed and the Allies debated what to do with the once powerful nation of France, Napoleon was about 35 miles south at Fontainebleau with 60,000 men. He wanted to rally them to march on Paris. He insisted to his reluctant generals that the army would back him. They'd obey him. Finally, one of the generals, Marshal Ney, snapped back at Napoleon, "No, it will obey only its commanders, us." So on April 11th, a deflated Napoleon signed his abdication from the thrones of France and Italy. The next night, he lifted a poisonous potion to his lips. He had carried this mixture of opium, belladonna, and white hellebore around his neck during the calamitous retreat from Russia. He took the poison, but he didn't die. Instead, a week later, on the 20th of April, he bid an emotional farewell to the loyal men of his imperial guard. Then he set out on a journey down through the south of France and across the Mediterranean to a small island called Elba. It was not too far off the western coast of Italy. Napoleon did have a guardian of sorts, a British naval officer named Neil Campbell. He was a genial guy with the job of sending updates to the Allies. But otherwise, the Allies had promised Napoleon sovereignty over this miniature kingdom. They also let him bring about 600 soldiers to Elba, and they ordered the French king to pay him 2 million francs a year. The French king was also supposed to send pensions to Napoleon's siblings who were scattered around Europe. But Louis XVIII laughed at the idea. He never shelled out a dime. As for the Empress, Marie-Louise, she was given a new title as Duchess of Parma. But she and her son were forbidden from going to Elba. At first, she sent Napoleon a string of promises that she'd get there somehow. But instead, she immediately fell in love with an Austrian general. And that was that. Elba is a gem of an island. It's gorgeous, idyllic, mountainous, and small. Too small for Napoleon. Only 86 square miles, with only 13,700 subjects to replace the tens of millions he'd once ruled. Over in England, and also in France, cartoonists had a field day ridiculing the once great emperor. They showed Napoleon as a miniature man ruling a miniature island. And the English press couldn't resist making bad jokes about his lack of elbow room. Napoleon did his best. He hit the island like a whirlwind. He constructed new roads, sewers, irrigation systems. He ordered up mulberry trees to start a silkworm industry. And he built a hospital. He set up new fortifications to defend the island. His mother and his favorite sister Pauline played endless games of cards with him. And his Polish mistress made a lightning strike visit with their son. But there was only so much to do on the island. The emperor in Elba was getting bored, and he was going broke. As one historian put it, he was like a pacing tiger in a cage without a lock on the door. Now, let's look back at events in France. Let's check out the new king. In May 1814, Louis XVIII made his ritual entry into Paris in a carriage pulled by 8 white horses. Some royalists cheered and waved the white flag of the Bourbon royal family. But most of the throngs of Parisians in the streets that day eyed their new king with caution. All France was in a state of shock and confusion. Certainly, there were strong pockets of royalism, especially in the South and in the West. But most people weren't really sure whether they wanted a king or not. It had been an entire generation since the French had had a king. And it had been the Allies, not the people of France, the Allies who had put the Bourbon king back on the throne. Maybe that meant he'd be the lackey of France's enemies. No one knew for sure. More than anything, the people wanted peace. So who was this man, their new king? And could he bring unity and peace to France after all these years of war and chaos? 23 years earlier, in 1791, the future Louis XVIII had fled Paris and become an émigré. He was a rabble-rouser who urged the European powers to make war on the revolutionaries. and he'd pronounced himself King of France back in 1795 at the death of Louis XVI's son. In the spring of 1814, he was in exile in England. When he heard that the Allies had proclaimed him King of France, he replied, "And when have I been anything else?" That line gives us a hint of the troubles that hit France. Louis XVIII had mellowed a bit since the 1790s. At age 58, his hair had turned gray and he'd put on a few pounds. Apparently, he tipped the scales at 310 pounds. But however else he'd changed, Louis XVIII certainly hadn't had a change of heart about politics and the state of France. As he rolled into town in 1814, he was overheard muttering under his breath, "The villains, the Jacobins, the monsters." To make a long story short, Louis XVIII didn't have any charisma, and he hated the last 25 years of history. He wasn't the best man for the job of bringing new unity to France. The Allies had insisted on giving him a constitution to reduce his power. He ripped it up. Instead, he created his own constitutional charter. He handed that charter to the people of France. The charter stated that he was in the 19th year of his reign. It called him king by the grace of God, just like in the old days. It's true that he made some concessions to revolutionary changes and to the passage of time. His charter accepted civil equality, and it listed certain civil rights, including religious freedom. And it set up a legislature with 2 chambers. But it saved a fair amount of lawmaking power for the king. And Louis XVIII quickly filled his court with returning noble émigrés. He proclaimed Catholicism once again the official religion of France. And new religious festivals commemorated Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Louis XVIII put his hopes on throne and altar, monarchy and church. He wanted to erase the memory of revolution as much as possible. Meanwhile, over in Elba, Napoleon was paying attention. In mid-February 1815, when his guardian Neil Campbell popped over to Italy to visit his mistress, Napoleon set off on his boldest adventure yet. He slipped away from Elba with 1,000 men in arms, and he landed on the south coast of France on March the 1st. He skirted the most royalist areas of Provence and headed north through the Alps. It wasn't until March 7th that Napoleon and his ragtag bunch faced off against armed men. About 15 miles south of Grenoble, a battalion of almost 800 men stood in his way. Napoleon walked toward them alone. He held open his long gray coat to expose his chest, and he called out, "Soldiers, I am your emperor. If there is anyone among you who wishes to kill me, here I am." No one fired a shot. Instead, the cry went up, "Vive l'empereur! Long live the emperor!" And so it went as he marched north through Grenoble and Lyon. Again and again, the soldiers who were sent to stop him rallied around him instead, including some of Louis XVIII's generals. After all, those generals had been Napoleon's men. Take Marshal Ney. He blustered to his new king that he'd, quote, bring Napoleon back in an iron cage. But Ney had fought by his side at Jena and Eylau and Borodino. How could he fight against him now? When Louis XVIII heard the news that Ney had switched sides, he left Paris in smoking haste at midnight on March 19th. And the very next evening, Napoleon and his troops and followers marched unopposed into Paris. They went straight to the Tuileries Palace. Outside, his followers were busy tearing down the white Bourbon flags. They were putting up the old tricolor flag, and they were adorning the lampposts with tiny eagles, symbols of Napoleonic glory. So began the era known in history as the 100 Days. It was Napoleon's cheekiest, zaniest, most stunning move yet. And he'd done it. He'd grabbed control of France, as he promised, without firing a shot. As the novelist Balzac later wrote, before him, did ever a man gain an empire simply by showing his hat? How could Napoleon return so easily? How could he get together so much support? His biggest backers were the officers and veterans of the old army. Louis XVIII had forced 12,000 officers into retirement on half pay. Officers who were still in the army couldn't help but feel resentment as Louis XVIII promoted returning émigrés and noble favorites who hadn't fought for France. Some of them had even fought against France. And about 300,000 ordinary soldiers had been demobilized quickly. Many of them were happy to return home at first, but some of those soldiers, like lots of other Frenchmen, quickly became disillusioned with the new king. Rumors were spreading that soon he'd bring back the seigneurial dues, the feudal dues, and the tithe from before the revolution. After all, he'd already brought back the old nobles, the crown, and he'd given more power to the clergy. And in the cities and textile industries, unemployment shot up as British goods suddenly flooded France at the end of the Continental blockade. Maybe the glory days of Napoleon weren't so bad after all, whether you'd been a soldier or not. News of his return didn't electrify France in a single shock. Rather, as the rumor spread from village to village that he was back, people responded with disbelief, and it must be said, a certain awe. Could this possibly be true? Back in 1813, one of Napoleon's ministers had remarked to him, "Sire, some say you are a god, others that you are a devil, but everyone allows you are more than a man." So in much of France, military men and plenty of ordinary citizens rallied to him, and lots of others watched with bated breath just to see what Napoleon would possibly do next. Napoleon later remembered the march from the Mediterranean to Paris as the happiest days of his life. Also, here's a crucial point about his popularity. As he headed north, Napoleon reinvented himself one more time. At age 45, he was paunchier and not quite as light on his feet as he had been back in the day. But now, he shed his stodgy imperial self and presented himself as a young revolutionary once again. He was on fire to chase out the Bourbon king and save the nation and the people of France. Only the language of the revolution and the people could win Napoleon the passion, the power, and the legitimacy he needed to sweep all France before him. Listen to him haranguing the crowd at Lyon. "I am a product of the revolution. I have come to save the French people from the slavery of priests and nobles." In this revolutionary town, known for its class war, the workers swept him into their procession. They were crying out, "Long live the emperor! Down with nobles! Death to royalists!" And once he got to Paris, amazingly, Napoleon managed to recruit one of his most fervent liberal critics to write him a new constitution. Way back in 1802, Napoleon had booted out Benjamin Constant out of the legislature because of his liberal rebellious attitudes. Then Constant had been in exile for 12 years until 1814. He described Napoleon as this Attila, this Genghis Khan, this man stained with our blood. But now, here was Constant in April 1815, seduced by Napoleon and seduced by the possibility of writing a constitution for France. That constitution was called the Additional Act because it was supposed to be just an addendum to Napoleon's earlier constitutions. In fact, it essentially limited some of the powers of the former emperor. It turned him into a constitutional monarch. The nervous liberal elites had urged this move. The Constitution defended free press and freedom of religion, and it set up a bicameral legislature that was rather similar to Louis XVIII's system. Napoleon was betting on this new anti-royalist revolutionary stance. Much earlier, he'd said, "I love power, but I love it like an artist. I love it as a musician loves his violin." In other words, in the art of politics, he was willing to play different tunes as long as he got to play. It was a bizarre political moment. Napoleon's liberal empire was a mishmash of contradictions and improbabilities. His grip on power was bold, but it was impossibly fragile. And the French elites looked on breathless. They puzzled over which way to jump, with Napoleon or against him. And what did the rest of Europe think about these latest goings-on in France? In 1814, the great powers had sent their representatives to Vienna to negotiate the peace. There they seemed to have three goals: secure the peace by redrawing the map of Europe, prevent revolution from ever happening again, and throw as many balls and parties as possible to celebrate the fall of that awful little man. So they weren't very happy to hear the news that the upstart emperor had come back. They immediately declared Napoleon an outlaw, and they began to organize their troops. From Paris, Napoleon declared his peaceful intentions. He vowed to the Council of State that that he would focus only on the French Empire. He crooned that he was too fat to have ambitions. He said, no more war, no more conquests. But of course, he knew he needed to win one last time. He needed a big decisive battle, a glorious victory like Austerlitz or Marengo, one that would cement his power and set all Europe back on its heels. So he rallied up his troops, all that he could muster, and he headed north to take on the British and the Prussians at a place called Waterloo.
Lecture 46, Waterloo and Beyond. Lecture 46, Waterloo and Beyond.
Soon after Napoleon catapulted himself back into power in the spring of 1815, his old foreign minister, Caulaincourt, assessed the situation neatly. He is going to be up against the whole of Europe. This lecture will watch the irrepressible Napoleon in 1815 as he tries to hang on to power against all odds in the period known as the 100 Days. Despite his triumphant march up north from the Mediterranean, Napoleon's hold on France was not at all secure. Royalists, especially in the south and in the west, defied his rule. And in the old Vendée in the west, they'd broken out into open rebellion. And right in Paris, someone had tacked up an anti-Napoleon poster on the Tuileries Palace. It read, 2 million francs reward for anyone finding the peace lost on March 20th, the day that Napoleon had returned to power. But peace was nowhere in sight. That spring of 1815, all the major European powers, Great Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, they'd all declared against Napoleon. This Seventh Coalition began massing troops to invade France. Napoleon knew that he'd be facing overwhelming odds. The Allied forces together already had about 400,000 troops. Soon they could possibly have 800,000 men or more under arms. Napoleon decided not to hunker down and fight a defensive war. Instead, he'd move quickly and make a preemptive strike on the Prussians and the Anglo-Dutch forces already gathering up in Belgium. Maybe if he moved fast enough and if he won big enough, he could rally all France solidly behind him. And then he'd be more ready to meet further invasions planned by Russia and Austria. Maybe he'd even topple the Seventh Coalition and edge them towards peace. So Napoleon moved his men north with secrecy and speed. On June 14th, the Allies were stunned to learn that Napoleon's 125,000 men were already just south of the Belgian border. His plan was to drive a wedge between the two enemy armies. He'd try to take them down one at a time. Now first, a quick word on his opponents. In eastern Belgium, General Blücher had 117,000 Prussians and 296 artillery guns. He was a hard-driving commander. He was nicknamed General Forward, an outspoken man known for his temper and his toughness. Further west, near Brussels, was Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington. He commanded an Anglo-Dutch German army of 110,000 men and 196 guns. The French had already lost to him too often in Spain. Wellington was called the Iron Duke. He was an old-school aristocratic commander. He was tall and regal in his bearing. He was unflappable and canny, cautious and precise in his tactical moves. In the novel Les Miserables, Victor Hugo famously said about the steely-eyed Wellington, he was the technician of war, and Napoleon was its Michelangelo. Although Napoleon had a great strategy, it's also true that from the outset he faced disadvantages. He'd lost some of his best generals and his chief of staff to retirement or royalism. And also, he had to leave thousands of forces behind to guard the frontiers and to fight the royalists over in the Vendée. The events leading up to the June 18th Battle of Waterloo make a difference, so let's start with June 16th. On that day, the French moved further north into Belgium to pursue the plan of divide and conquer. Right away, they defeated the Prussians at Ligny. But already, there were signs of trouble. At Ligny, a tired Napoleon didn't order his men to press their advantage and pursue the retreating Prussians. And on this same day, Marshal Ney engaged the British at Quatre Bras, 5 miles away. In Russia, Napoleon had dubbed Ney the bravest of the brave. But on this day, he acted with uncharacteristic caution and let the British pull back to the north and regroup. And because of a flub-up in communications and command, an entire corps of 20,000 French troops spent the day marching uselessly back and forth between the two battles of Ligny and Quatre Bras. They didn't fire a shot in either battle. They could have made the French victory at Ligny into a rout. But by the end of the day, the French hadn't managed to take out either army. In fact, now the Allies had time to regroup and rally. On the morning of the 17th of June, Wellington picked the spot to make his stand. Just south of Waterloo, in the open rolling plains of farmland, he'd identified a small east-west running ridge at Mont-Saint-Jean. Here, he massed his men in the fields of wheat and rye along the crest, and behind it on a gentler backside of the slope. This reverse slope gave Wellington's men a critical advantage. They were partially concealed, and they could gain some protection by lying behind the crest. On his right, to the west, a bit out to the front, the Iron Duke staked out the chateau of Hougoumont with its ditches, thick hedges, and garden walls. His men also occupied the farm and the gardens of La Haye-Sainte, out in front of the middle of the line. Meanwhile, on the morning of the 17th, Napoleon faithfully sent off his general Grouchy with about a third of his army to go find the Prussians and hold them off. The French were sure that the Prussians had retreated east toward their supply lines. But as it turned out, Blücher had headed north. At Ligny, he'd had his horse shot out from under him, but he'd recovered by dosing himself with gin and garlic. And now he was preparing to march his Prussians toward Waterloo. On the day of Waterloo, Grouchy and his 33,000 men would miss the action. The afternoon of the 17th, rain began to stream down from the heavens. The other 2/3 of the French army trudged north in the mud. They bivouacked on a ridge to the south of the British. The French had 72,000 men to Wellington's 68,000. All night long it poured rain. The British foot soldier Albemarle recalled that sleeping, quote, on the slope of the hill was like lying in a mountain torrent. Another soldier recorded that in the morning we were almost petrified with cold, and some were quite stupefied. Then, on the morning of June 18th, Napoleon made a key decision. He chose to wait and let the soft, muddy terrain dry out so that his cavalry and artillery would be able to maneuver. He delayed his assault. He had no idea that on that same morning, Blücher and his Prussians were already heading southwest toward Waterloo. Grouchy was taking his sweet time finding them. And even worse, when he heard the distant sound of gunfire from Waterloo, Grouchy brushed aside one of his officers who urged him to turn back and march to support Napoleon. On the plains south of Waterloo, Napoleon's battle plan was simple and straightforward. He'd send a diversionary attack to Hougoumont on the right. He'd soften the line with artillery fire and then smash through the British center. One curious thing about this battle, no one there agreed on exactly what time it began. But sometime after 11 a.m., Napoleon's brother Jerome spearheaded an early assault on Hougoumont on the British right. The British dug in and hung on to this crucial spot all day. Meanwhile, Napoleon drew up his artillery, 84 of his beautiful daughters, as the guns were nicknamed. They'd blast the center of the British forces. But even when they were opening fire, Napoleon got word that an advanced corps of the Prussians had been sighted, making its way toward them. Could the French hold out against the combined forces of the Anglo-Dutch and the approaching Prussians? Or should they fold and wait for a better day? Napoleon didn't hesitate. He turned to his chief of staff and said, "This morning, we had 90 chances out of 100 in our favor. Even now, we have 60 chances." He pushed on to unleash the main assault. In this second wave of the battle, 4 densely massed columns of infantry marched across the shallow valley to hit the left center of the Anglo-Dutch line. On the hill crest, one Dutch-Belgian brigade that had already been decimated by the cannonade, they took to their heels. But the English infantrymen hung on in the smoke and the whistle of bullets and the peculiar smell that one foot soldier described, the smell of trampled wheat mixed with gunpowder. A counterattack by the British cavalry sent the French reeling backward. Then, mid-afternoon, Marshal Ney thought he saw the British wavering, and so in a third wave, he launched his own cavalry against the British right center, even though he didn't have artillery cover or infantry support. Ensign Groneau of the 1st Foot Guards later remembered, "Not a man present who survived could have forgotten the awful grandeur of that charge. The very earth seemed to vibrate beneath their thundering tramp." But the British drew up their men into infantry squares to withstand the cavalry charge. They didn't give way. Ney, in a frenzy, hurled his men forward again and again. But they never managed to do more than take La Haie Sainte late in the day. At one point, Ney rode back to demand more men from Napoleon. The emperor barked back at him, "Troops, where do you want me to get them?" And in fact, by that point, by late afternoon, the Prussians had arrived and were storming the French right flank to the rear. Napoleon had diverted troops away from the main attack. And his reserves, a group of men called the Young Guard, they barely managed to stabilize the right flank against the Prussians. At 7 that evening, Napoleon knew that a third corps of Prussians was fast approaching. He knew that he ran the risk of being encircled. So he made one last attempt to carry the day and break the Anglo-Dutch line. He sent in almost all he had of his reserves, 9 battalions of his Imperial Guard. All Europe knew that the Guard simply never lost, they never faltered. Now, with drums beating the pas de charge, these elite veterans advanced in their famous towering hats. One British soldier described them as a dark waving forest of bearskin caps. But the Guard, by some mistake, divided and veered toward the right center of the British line. This was its toughest spot. The British soldiers rose and raked the Guard with musket fire from front and flank. Then the Guard wavered and broke. Across the battlefield, the astonished cry went up, "La Garde recule! The Guard is falling back!" In the melee, their general allegedly said, "The Guard dies, but does not surrender." And on Mont Saint-Jean Ridge, Wellington, in his blue coat and his golden Spanish sash, he stood up in his stirrups and waved his hat. He sent his whole line charging forward. And before long, the Prussians broke through on the right, and the French were in headlong flight. 8,000 men would be taken prisoner, and another 25,000 had fallen on the battlefield, dead or wounded. And for Napoleon, all was lost. There's plenty of room for military historians to debate the what-ifs and what might-have-beens, and plenty of room to discuss the most important reasons for Napoleon's defeat. Was it his poor choice of lead marshals in Ney and Grouchy? The repeated missteps in communications? Napoleon's inactivity on the 17th? Or should we blame Grouchy, as Napoleon later did, because he failed to hustle back with his 30,000 men? Or maybe it was Ney's poor judgment, or Wellington's cool tenacity and Blücher's determination. Some historians cite the delay that morning, or could it be the many tactical errors in the waves of the assault? Or last but not least, was it the bravery of the British infantry and their officers murmuring, "Steady, lads, steady," as the French sent wave after wave of attackers? The list could go on. Perhaps the Iron Duke summed it up best when he just called it a near-run thing. For the rest of the lecture, we'll be asking, what difference did it make, this near-run thing? In England, Waterloo brought victory and wild rejoicing. And over the coming years, victory at Waterloo became an integral part of the British sense of identity. It stood for English orderliness, stability, and civilization against French craziness of revolution and the reckless pursuit of glory. And Wellington, the Iron Duke, he became a heroic icon of English resilience under adversity. For Napoleon, as we'll soon see, it would mean abdication and exile on St. Helena. And it meant the return once again, of Louis XVIII to the throne of France. For many in France, at first, Waterloo was associated with bitter humiliation, sorrow, and grief as such a crushing defeat and the end of glory. But Waterloo was quickly reshaped in the French memory as a never-say-die moment, as a moment of the ultimate sacrifice and courage under fire. Intriguingly, Waterloo would echo with emotional power across the generations and beyond France. I have a powerful memory in my mind of my own father. He was born in Belgium in 1908 and came of age in Belgium and France between the wars. When he was a very old man, approaching the end of his life, I can still hear him reciting the poem of Victor Hugo, Waterloo, 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 morne plaine, mournful plain. For my father knew there was one last battle that he couldn't win, one last barrier he couldn't conquer. Forgive me this personal note, but I want to convey the deeper resonance of the turning point of Waterloo. My father didn't care about Napoleon, but Waterloo was far bigger than that man. Waterloo and the fall of Napoleon broke free of that battlefield. It broke free of one man's story to become emblematic of bravery and heroic defeat and human tragedy. Its resonances entered the European psyche and culture with overwhelming power. Alfred Lord Tennyson would call it, quote, that world earthquake, Waterloo. For that battle also came to represent the end of an era of revolution and Republican dreams. In that Victor Hugo poem, the hero is not Napoleon. The heroes are the soldiers who, in Victor Hugo's words, quote, had conquered all the earth, had driven out 20 kings. Their souls sang in the bronze trumpets. As the military historian John Keegan put it, when the French Imperial Guard fell back, quote, its spirit crushed, its solidarity broken, that marked as effectively as anything else we can point to the restitution of power to its former owners. Even over in Britain, radicals and some romantic writers mourned Waterloo as the victory of kings over the people and the tragic end to an era. The Allied powers of Europe certainly saw it as the chance to end an era. For as we'll see, they were anxious to create a world without revolution and without revolutionary usurpers like Napoleon. Even after Waterloo, Napoleon still didn't want to give up. He asked Joseph to raise more troops, but the legislature in Paris had had it. They feared that backing him would destroy France. So on the 22nd of June, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second and final time. He declared, I offer myself in sacrifice. My political life is over. He tried to name his 4-year-old son as his successor, but French political leaders were already cutting a deal with Louis XVIII to return. Meanwhile, the Allies were marching straight toward Paris. Napoleon withdrew to the Palace of Malmaison. There he paid tribute one last time to the memory of Josephine, who had died just over a year earlier. At his advisors' urging, at first Napoleon decided he'd seek asylum in the United States. He told one advisor, they will give me some land, or I shall buy some, and I shall live on the products of my fields and flocks. We might have trouble imagining Napoleon as an American farmer, but the French Navy got ready to take him there, along with his brother, Joseph the ever-loyal. In the end, only Joseph traveled across the Atlantic. He lived out his days quietly in southern New Jersey on a plot of land that now belongs to producers of ocean spray cranberries. As for Napoleon, the British had blockaded the French coast on the Atlantic. They took him prisoner on the 15th of July, 1815. They ignored his pleas to let him stay in England. The British decided instead to send Napoleon to St. Helena, a rocky island in the middle of the South Atlantic. St. Helena is 10.5 miles long and 6.5 miles wide. It wasn't nearly as nice as Elba. It rained much too often, and the wind never seemed to stop. As Charles Darwin wrote when he stopped there in 1836, quote, habitable part is surrounded by a broad band of black, desolate rocks. The British set up a garrison on this volcanic outcropping, and they sent Napoleon his own personal guardian, Governor Sir Hudson Lowe. He quickly alienated the emperor by treating him with contempt and reducing his budget. And did I mention this fact? St. Helena is over 1,200 miles from the west coast of Africa and almost 2,000 miles from Brazil. In short, even Napoleon couldn't escape. When he arrived in mid-October 1815, he said, "This is not a happy place to live. I should have stayed in Egypt. I would now be emperor of the entire Orient." Now, let's go back to Europe and see what would become of the empire he had lost and of the nations that he had fought against for so long. Since Napoleon's first fall from power back in 1814, European diplomats had already been meeting in Vienna to hammer out the contours of a new map of Europe. These negotiations at the Congress of Vienna took place in a social whirl of banquets, medieval tournaments, gala balls, and hot air balloon displays. It was quite the event. All kinds of people showed up to represent political entities and other groups, small states, cities, religious communities. Even some powerful families sent representatives hoping to regain lost land. But the most important figures represented the most powerful nations of Europe. Big players included the Russian Tsar, Alexander, also the Austrian diplomat, Metternich. He was clever. He was deeply conservative, vain, and elegant. England sent the Viscount Castlereagh. Like Metternich, he was a staunch opponent of revolution. The fourth big player was the Prussia of Frederick William III. France wasn't formally invited, but Talleyrand worked his way into the discussions with the big powers. Each country at the Congress had its own individual interests, but they all wanted peace. They'd all been shocked and sobered by the astounding level of destruction in the recent wars. It's hard for historians to estimate the human cost of these wars. But here are the best recent estimates. Within France's 1815 borders during the Napoleonic Wars, 916,000 men had lost their lives on campaign, on the battlefield, or had died from wounds later on. For European armies as a whole, for the Napoleonic era, the historian Charles Esdale estimates 3 million. Maybe another 1 million civilians had also perished as a result of war. Representatives at the Congress had good reason to want an end of war. They were also stunned by a second thing. These wars had caused more than a loss of life and territorial shifts in boundaries. They'd also brought something new, revolution. They'd brought a whole host of revolutionary challenges to the old regime power of princes, nobles, feudal lords, clergy, and on and on. The wars had instituted such a revolution in the way of life that even enemies of France found themselves forced to adapt. For example, Prussia certainly didn't become revolutionary, but that country nonetheless abolished serfdom and instituted mass conscription and other reforms. With the fall of Napoleon, the territories in the empire all reacted differently. Some, like the Papal States or Piedmont Sardinia, they rejected revolutionary innovations and they worked to dismantle them. Other places, like Lombardy and states in southwest Germany, kept many reforms. But overall, the mood at the Congress of Vienna was sharply opposed to revolution. Metternich and Castlereagh especially wanted to establish a new diplomatic order that would guarantee as much as possible a return to the old order. It was a moment for restoring kings to thrones, most notably in Naples, Piedmont, Spain, and of course France. And after Napoleon's return and the 100 Days, the great powers also agreed that France should pay for causing war and unleashing revolution. They cut France down to size. They cut it back to its 1789 boundaries. And France had to pay big reparations, 700 million francs. And Wellington and his troops occupied France for the next 3 years. Eventually, the great powers agreed that they should try to balance out the power of the biggest nations so that no single nation could do a Napoleon, that is, that no country would come to dominate Europe again. But at the same time, every country was angling for its own interests and for territory. One Prussian statesman commented that for all the, quote, great phrases about reconstructing the social order and about lasting peace, the real aim of the Congress was for the victors to divide up the spoils stolen from the vanquished. Two territorial issues were dicier than any other. Russia wanted as much control over Poland as possible. And Prussia wanted to swallow up Saxony, a kingdom in the heart of German-speaking Europe. These disputes stalled the Congress for months. At that point, Talleyrand quipped that the four big powers were, quote, too frightened to fight each other, but too stupid to agree. And another prince joked, the Congress dances, but it isn't getting anywhere. In fact, Europe very nearly went back to war over the issue of Saxony. But in the end, they agreed that Saxony would survive. They still let Prussia bite off 2/5 of Saxon territory. And Prussia also took territory in the Rhineland and in Poland. Prussia emerged as a growing power and the force that would unify Germany by 1871. For now, German-speaking lands remain divided into 39 states in a loose entity called the German Confederation. The Holy Roman Empire wasn't resurrected, but Austria took back control of Lombardy and the Veneto, as well as the Dalmatian coast. And Russia was permitted to create an entity within Polish lands called Congress Poland. The emperor's brother was its ruler. Alexander made much of giving a liberal constitution to this territory, but for all practical purposes, it was essentially under Russian control. England got the island of Malta. But much more important, Castlereagh was able to bargain for a balance of power system that protected the security of Great Britain. It left her free to pursue her imperial interests abroad across the globe. No single power within Europe gained so much as to be able to threaten the others. As it turned out, the balance of power from the Congress of Vienna helped to prevent major wars within Europe for decades. Much of Europe's violent quest for territory now turned outside toward potential colonies across the globe. For the last few minutes of this lecture, let's go back to St. Helena. We'll check in with Napoleon. He never left that island. He'd spend the last 6 years there. For his closest companions, he had an Irish doctor and 4 French officers. Some of them had brought along family members. Napoleon tried to reestablish the bare bones of a small court. The group on St. Helena was often split apart with rivalries for his attention. Above all, Napoleon, he devoted himself heart and soul to spinning his image and spinning his legacy. His companions on St. Helena later published accounts of their conversations with him. In the next lecture, when we turn to the legacies of the Napoleonic and revolutionary eras, we'll see how the best-selling memoirs of his companion, Emmanuel de Las Cases, how those memoirs particularly helped to define Bonapartism in the coming decades. From about 1815 on, Napoleon developed trouble with his stomach and liver. Some people have theorized that he was dying of arsenic poisoning, that arsenic had secretly been fed to him by one of his companions named Montholon. But the evidence of this thesis is circumstantial.
Lecture 47. Emerging Political Models.
In 1986, when I was traveling in the south of France, I fell ill with food poisoning. I went to a doctor in Marseille. When he found out I was a historian of the revolution, he asked, "Are you a monarchist or a Republican?" I paused. I was taken aback. Then I said, "I'm a Republican. I'm for the Republic." He replied, "Me? I'm a monarchist." And then he proceeded to tell me why things would be better in France if they still had a king. Before long, I realized that my doctor belonged to the right-wing political party called Le Front National. That party was led in those years by Jean-Marie Le Pen. It called for a strong national France, and it was opposed to immigration or membership in the European Union. The doctor in Marseille gave me great drugs, I remember, and also a stronger sense of how deeply the experience of revolution remains lodged in the French political psyche, even though there aren't really too many monarchists left. The very words left and right that we use today to describe political leanings come directly out of the revolution. They refer to where the most radical and conservative groups sat in the National Assembly. And many of the fundamental forms of modern politics also come from this era, including conservatism, classic liberalism, democratic republicanism, and authoritarianism. This lecture will ask how the French began to sort out the political aftermath of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic eras. What would France do with the apprenticeship in democracy that had begun back in 1789? France spent the 19th century working out the legacy of the years 1789 to 1815. Three major revolutions occurred in 1830, 1848, and 1871. As the poet-politician Alphonse de Lamartine commented, France is revolutionary, or she is nothing at all. And the French experimented endlessly with politics. They tested out a liberal constitutional monarchy from 1830 to 1848, then a second republic from 1848 to 1852, and then a second empire under Napoleon's nephew from 1852 to 1870. In 1870, finally, they founded the Third Republic that lasted until the German occupation of 1940. Don't worry, we aren't going to cover all those years, although you know I wouldn't mind trying. This lecture will look at the Restoration. That word refers to the era of 1814 to 1830, except for the 100 days of Napoleon's brief and spirited return. We'll examine how political disputes produced key political ideologies, models that resonated well beyond the borders of France. In 1815, when France's enemies put Louis XVIII back in power again, his restoration was one part of the broader European reaction against the whole revolutionary era. This reaction was strongly on display at the Congress of Vienna. The word restoration suggests a return, a going back to old ways. That's what European leaders like Metternich wanted to do, and what Louis XVIII was hoping to negotiate. But restoring the old would turn out to be impossible because France had changed too much, and political consciousness and divisions ran too deep after the tumult of the last 25 years. Before we launch into politics, it's crucial to ask, when Louis XVIII returned, how was France different? How had French society changed as a result of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic era? First, in the realm of religion, France was still Catholic, but the church would never regain its old regime wealth and power. And the revolution had had a profoundly secularizing impact. It had definitely diminished religious practice, especially among men, and above all, among left-leaning men. And in society in general, the changes were also profound. Most people in France were still peasants, like their fathers and grandfathers before them. There was no sudden upsurge in rural economic production. In the cities, the guilds had been abolished, but artisans still produced most goods in workshops. It was England, not France, that led the path to industrial revolution. But something fundamental had shifted in France. To put it straightforwardly, a society based on class had replaced the old regime society of estates. The old deference and the system of judicial and economic privileges had been swept away. In a legal battle with their old lord in 1822, the peasants of Rennes-les-Bains complained about him acting like, quote, a former seigneur armed with feudal power. We do not regard Monsieur de Fleury as anything other than our mayor. Peasants now paid rent rather than seigneurial dues, or they owned their own land. And rural France took its modern shape as a land of small-holding peasants. This land tenure system and way of life would last until the mid-20th century. Returning nobles complained about the end of feudal practices. But in the 1820s, most of the richest men still came from noble backgrounds, and they still owned a fifth of the land. Despite the revolutionary quest for equality, France was still a hierarchical society from rich to poor. But it had become a hierarchy of money rather than a hierarchy of birth or blood. When the old aristocrats rolled back into town, now they were just one part of a broader elite, including wealthy commoners in business, state administration, or industry. And many members of the bourgeoisie had benefited from revolutionary innovations, like the sale of national lands. Listen to one politician in 1820, quote, the preponderance of the middle class is the living essence of the new France. The world seemed full of nouveau riche or nouveau riche wannabes. They'd come to expect more from the state in terms of education, stability, and the opportunity for social mobility. The novelist Honoré de Balzac captured the anxiety produced by the new power of money and mobility. He wrote novel after novel criticizing how money seemed to permeate everything and displace older values of social stability, honor, and traditional morality. To sum up, post-Napoleonic society was a hybrid world. New values and social patterns clashed with embedded practices and expectations. In the political arena, one key question became, what form of politics could best shape this post-revolutionary social flux? Each emerging political ideology developed its own vision of how society and politics should be organized. So how did politics play out during the Restoration? Louis XVIII made some concessions to the last 25 years. He agreed to recognize various civil liberties and set up a legislature with 2 chambers. He himself appointed the Chamber of Peers. The Chamber of Deputies was elected. Among France's population of 35 million, only 10,000 men had enough income to legally qualify to run as deputies, and only 100,000 men had enough income to legally qualify to vote. Now, Louis had imagined somehow unifying France and forgetting about the past 25 years. But Napoleon's return during the 100 Days had only deepened the political divide in France. By presenting himself so successfully in 1815 as the heir to the revolution, Napoleon showed that revolutionary ideas were smoldering just under the surface, ready to be kindled into flame at any moment. The 100 Days infuriated royalists. After Waterloo, royalist gangs in the South let loose a movement called the White Terror against supporters of Napoleon or the revolution. They murdered about 300 people. And Louis XVIII instituted his own legal White Terror. He purged more than 50,000 pro-Napoleon government officials across France, and over 5,000 people were put on trial. More than half of them were convicted. Marshal Ney and several other officers faced the firing squad, found guilty of treasonous betrayal of the king. Hopes for unity were fading fast. Meanwhile, a new hardcore group had emerged called the ultra-royalists. This group included a lot of returning émigrés and nobles, and they were feeling their oats. They wanted revenge on history, revenge on the revolutionaries and Bonapartists, as Napoleon's supporters came to be called. The ultra-royalists backed Louis XVIII as their king, but the man they truly loved was his fiery younger brother and his heir, the Count of Artois. This man was slender, good-looking, and deeply conservative. He thought his brother was a fool for granting the French people the constitutional charter. He thought he was a fool for accommodating any revolutionary changes. He once said, "I would rather be a woodcutter than to reign in the fashion of the King of England." The supporters of Artois backed the emerging ideology of conservatism. Before I discuss conservatism and liberalism as they developed back then, let me just mention that although they are the forerunners of the current words, we cannot project current meanings onto these past ideologies. Like everything, they've evolved. What was conservatism? In a nutshell, conservatives believed in the value of tradition, religion, divine monarchy, and social order. They also believed in a natural hierarchy of kings over subjects, aristocrats over commoners, and fathers over their families. Before the revolution, it hadn't been necessary to articulate conservatism clearly as an ideology, because many quintessential conservative ideas were taken for granted as givens. In reaction to the revolution, Edmund Burke had first begun to stake out a conservative ideology back in 1790. Then, leading French conservatives, Louis de Bonald and Joseph de Maistre, they built further on Burke's ideas and on the fast-changing political circumstances. They defined conservatism as an epic struggle against the destructive, modernizing forces of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. French conservatives defended 3 central propositions. First, the centrality of divine providence and of religion, especially Catholicism, as a force underpinning social cohesion and morality. Joseph de Maistre famously wrote, "Wherever an altar is found, there civilization exists." The world was governed by divine providence, not by progress, reason, or the power of human actions and innovations. As de Maistre declared, nothing is necessary except God. In fact, across the provinces during the Restoration, conservative clergymen led processions to sites of revolutionary violence. They said masses and erected outdoor crosses to expiate for the sin of revolution, and also to strengthen the religious bond between people, God, and king. Now, a second key tenet of conservatism, tradition. Social arrangements and government institutions were the organic products of each nation's particular history. Conserve the past. Suddenly inventing new constitutions or declarations of rights only caused divisive individualism and chaos. Look at how it had resulted into the descent into the terror. Third big point of conservatism, restore hierarchy and patriarchalism. Conservatives believed that the hierarchical authority of kings, nobles, and fathers produced a social glue and orderliness within society. So set aside the destructive forces of liberty and equality. As de Maistre said, man in general, if reduced to himself, is too wicked to be free. De Bonald theorized the moral and political power of unified patriarchal families in alliance with a divinely ordained king. He wrote, "In order to keep the state out of the hands of the people, it is necessary to keep the family out of the hands of wives and children." He attacked revolutionary family policies like divorce or egalitarian inheritance. He said they'd encouraged a dangerous greed and individualism at the expense of social bonds and unity. In terms of practical politics, during the Restoration, conservatives wanted a powerful divine right king. They wanted aristocrats to dominate parliamentary politics and local politics. And they pressed for the omnipresence of clergy in education, politics, and cultural life. In high politics, the conservative ultra-royalists faced off against an increasingly important political group known as the liberals. In contrast to the conservatives, the liberals were hoping to preserve certain aspects of the revolution, especially from the earlier, more moderate phase of the revolution. They supported the constitutional monarchy, and they valued basic civil liberties, like a constitutional rule of law and representative government elected by men with property. So who are the liberals? You've already heard of some of their key leaders. That old moderate revolutionary, General Lafayette, he came back to Paris. He became a deputy and an icon of measured liberty. As Benjamin Constant wrote, Lafayette's opinion carries its certificate of antiquity. Among the liberals, Lafayette was dean, Constant was the leading liberal theorist, and the writer, Madame de Staël, she came back again to Paris as a political salonière, as the muse of liberalism, until her death in 1817, and beyond that, through her writings. Though politics didn't always correlate exactly with class, but liberals often got the backing of merchants, manufacturers, professionals, and civil servants. In social terms, the liberals defended the interests of the elite elements within the middle class. The liberals wanted to solve one central question. How could you have the revolution without the terror? How could you create a political system that preserved the gains of 1789, like rights and representative democracy, without descending into the violence of the terror, and without moving towards the authoritarianism of Napoleon? In response to this problem, the liberals emphasized a new order, a middle way between radical democracy and equality on the one hand, and a return to older hierarchies, tradition, and religious morality on the other hand. Liberals argued fiercely against the conservatives in favor of the rule of law, constitutions, and civil rights. As de Staël had written, the remedy for popular passions is to be found not in despotism, but in the sovereignty of the law. The liberals intently defended personal freedoms, like freedom of the press, of speech, and religion, and also the right to form associations or clubs. But they also they set aside the revolutionary quest for equality and total democracy. They didn't want to reignite popular participation in politics. They didn't trust the lower classes. The lower classes seemed to have led France into the terror. Along with many continental European liberals, de Staël, for example, looked to England with its stable parliamentary system. She thought this was the most advanced system for preserving liberty and the rule of law. Liberals argued that France was making progress too. If the legislature represented people with property, it would give a kind of clear stability to politics and the new social order. When people complained about property qualifications for voting, François Guizot, a liberal politician, he famously responded, "Get rich." Louis XVIII didn't share the liberals' political views, but he was willing to work with them. He tried to hold the ultra-royalists back. He tried to run a moderate form of constitutional monarchy. Then something huge happened one day when his nephew, the Duc de Berry, attended the opera one night in mid-February 1820. Berry was the son of the Count of Artois. He was second in line for the throne. And he was the great hope of the royalists because he was most likely to be the one to father a son who would eventually be king. But at 11 o'clock that night, a journeyman saddler, a man by the name of Louis-Pierre Louvel, he appeared out of nowhere and thrust a 7-inch dagger right into the Duke's chest. Louvel was a die-hard Bonapartist. He'd worked for Napoleon on Elba, and he'd been there at Waterloo. Louvel hated the Bourbons, and he was hoping to put an end to the Bourbon line of kings. As it turned out, the Duke died, but his wife was pregnant, and she gave birth 7 months later to a little boy, Henri, the miracle child. Royalists crooned that divine providence had saved the Bourbon line. This assassination incident also caused politics to swing abruptly and repressively to the right. Louis fired his moderate minister. Then he began to censor the press heavily, and he agreed to back a new law that doubled the voting power of the 23,000 richest men in France. Ultra-royalists benefited from the new electoral rules. They surged into the ascendancy. Their power got even greater when Louis died in 1824. His younger brother, that aggressive conservative, the Count of Artois, now took the throne as Charles X. He held an elaborate traditional medieval coronation ceremony at Reims in 1825, just like the divine right kings in the days of old. And he pursued ultra-royalist policies, like paying the émigrés for the land they'd lost during the Revolution. He cut down the power of the vote, and he closed down the press with various censorship laws. The king and royalists now seemed bent on a collision course with everyone who liked anything about the years between 1789 and 1815. This lurch to the right from 1820 on drove the left-wing opposition underground. That meant that even dignified sorts, people like Lafayette, began organizing clandestine brotherhoods to prevent the ultra-royalists from turning the clock back to the old regime. All across France, secret revolutionary societies formed. They were called charbonneries, named after the Carbonari, these clandestine anti-monarchist societies in Italy. In a network that was tens of thousands strong, these illegal groups met in homes and cafes in the early 1820s. They conspired to overthrow the king, or at least to circulate seditious literature and cultivate the memory of Napoleon and the Revolution. Their members might be liberals like Lafayette, they might be Bonapartists with romanticized memories of Napoleon's glory, or they might be Republicans. Among these groups agitating against royalism, these three political groups didn't have separate, clear-cut ideologies. Instead, they were united in a loose alliance of opposition. Political possibilities seemed up for grabs. In 1820, for example, Lafayette and others founded a club to defend freedom of the press. This club organized thousands of students to take to the streets in Paris in May to demand more representative elections and freedom of the press. The cavalry smashed their barricades and arrested 9 conspirators. No immediate change in law resulted, but a new generation was coming of age, young students and idealists that chafed against the Restoration, and they were open to all kinds of other political models. Within this simmering world of opposition against the Restoration, we now need to look at one strong, complex, and fascinating strand, Bonapartism. France had not forgotten their former emperor. As one distillery worker in Provence said in 1822, "My wife and I, we have the emperor in our guts." What was Bonapartism? This word can refer to nostalgia for the emperor. It can refer to an evolving set of political ideas or a personal identification with his nationalist glory. All kinds of people became Bonapartists. Most of them were peasants or workers. But there were also plenty of former soldiers, of course, and a fair share of intellectuals, lawyers, school teachers. Within Bonapartist politics, there were two conflicting strands. Between 1815 and 1848, Bonapartism was politically amorphous. Early Bonapartists often advocated republican or liberal principles. But over time, Bonapartism increasingly came to mean support for authoritarian rule by a strong man running a strongly centralized state. That meaning of Bonapartism became dominant by the middle of the 19th century because in 1851, Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, he staged a coup d'etat to seize power. He overthrew France's nascent Second Republic, and by 1852, he crowned himself emperor and ruled over the Second Empire as Napoleon III for the next 18 years. Let's go back to the first strand. Especially during the Restoration, Bonapartists opposed royalism. They hated privilege, they valued social mobility, and they often supported universal manhood suffrage just the way a Republican would. So in one of those strange twists of history, early Bonapartists kept republicanism alive, even though Napoleon himself had repressed the Republic when he built the empire. So why is Bonapartism associated with Republican or liberal ideas during the Restoration? The restoration of Louis XVIII had been foisted on the French by foreign powers. That made Napoleon look more like a revolutionary, more like a Republican, more like an underdog and a man of the people. And don't forget that during the 100 Days, Napoleon had reinvented himself once again as a revolutionary and a liberal. Now prints circulated that showed Napoleon striding from Elba to France, boldly carrying the tricolor flag aloft. With Louis back on the throne, people tended to forget about Napoleon's dictatorial tendencies. Instead, they remembered his glory and his ties to the revolution. And also, the White Terror and ultra-royalists drove Republicans and Bonapartists together by attacking them as one and the same. When the ultra-royalists roamed around France, burning the tricolor flag and tearing down Napoleonic eagles, they seemed to assault French pride, national glory, and the revolutionary legacy. Anti-royalist propaganda popped up illegally everywhere. This propaganda fused the language of 1789 with the celebration of Napoleon. One poster in northern France, for example, it laid out France's enemies as kings, nobles, and priests. Then it called on the French to, quote, take up arms in defense of liberty, and it ended with, long live Napoleon. Another poster simply read, you, royalists, tremble with fear. Napoleon is a Republican. He is ready to wake up and come to annihilate you. The illegal cult of the emperor flourished everywhere. Thousands of coins, medals, and little sculptures of Napoleon circulated. There were also millions of images of the man. Tobacco boxes carried depictions of his battles, and people sported little eagles in their buttonholes. The police did their best to tamp down this Bonapartism. They tracked down people everywhere who raucously celebrated Napoleon's birthday. In Normandy, they arrested a few men for distributing images of Napoleon strangling Louis XVIII. And in Paris, they prosecuted another man because in some kind of bizarre Bonapartist drinking game, this man dropped a tiny Napoleon sculpture into his companion's wine glass. His friend nearly choked as he half swallowed the emperor. And in Lorraine, the police picked up one woman who was posing as a clairvoyant at a carnival stall. They picked her up because every time she read her cards or crystal ball, she wove predictions of the emperor's return into her forecasts. And those predictions had all the more power because rumors kept spreading that Napoleon was back. In 1823, a new book gave a big boost to Bonapartism and its ties to the revolution. It was a runaway bestseller called The Memoirs of the Life, Exile, and Conversations of the Emperor Napoleon by the Count Emmanuel de Las Cases, one of Napoleon's companions on St. Helena. In 1815, 1816, he'd met daily with Napoleon, and he'd written down his every word. Las Cases produced a strange, powerful book. It was a diary that wove together anecdotes about life on St. Helena, together with Napoleon's own memories and his reflections on the past. To people at the time, the authentic Napoleon, the true voice of the man, seemed to leap off every page. Las Cases successfully endowed him with two outstanding characteristics: the epic grandeur of a man without equal, and the intense humanity of a suffering man, a fallen man like any other. Napoleon's thirst for power and his ability to mediate also appear. But above all, Las Casas and Napoleon presented the emperor once again as the heir to 1789. They presented him as the liberal reformer who attacked nobles and clergy during the 100 Days. Here's Napoleon talking from the book. I have cleansed the revolution, ennobled the common people. I have rewarded merit wherever I found it. Or another quote, I am a man of the people. If the people really want freedom, I owe it to them. I have recognized their sovereignty. I must now listen to their wishes. Las Casas also recounted how Napoleon intended to create liberal movements in the nations across Europe, in Italy, Poland, Spain, and the Germanies. So now Napoleon was the people's hero again. And this public affection for him seemed to represent multiple different things: patriotism and honor, anti-royalism, also often anti-clericalism, and an underlying attachment to revolutionary egalitarianism and republicanism. More broadly, this battle between royalism and Bonapartism, liberalism, and republicanism illustrated one clear modern legacy of the revolutionary era. Politics was everywhere in France, in material objects, secret societies, communal rituals, and in the fight over the press and the vote. And politics reached down the social scale in a way that had never been true in the old regime. People didn't agree about what form politics should take, but they did agree that they wanted to take part. In 1830, in harsh economic times, a second anti-royalist revolution racked France. As people in Paris, they might be Bonapartist, liberal, or Republican, they took to the barricades in an uprising known as the Three Glorious Days. And Lafayette once again became head of the National Guard. When the dust settled, Charles X had fled and liberal politicians had taken charge. They put the king's cousin on the throne, the liberal constitutional monarch, Louis Philippe. This liberal monarchy would last until 1848, when revolution broke out once again in France and across Europe. Then France tried for the second time to institute an experimental republic. And who did they choose as their first president? Napoleon's nephew. He soon abolished the republic and became emperor. I wonder where he got that idea. As you can see, the tumultuous events of the years 1789 to 1815 had produced a rich repertoire of political models and issues for France. They evolved and reinvented themselves constantly in fascinating ways across the 19th and 20th centuries. These political models also had tremendous impact outside France. Conservatism, liberalism, revolution, democratic republicanism, and its emerging influences on socialism. These became central political frameworks across 19th century Europe and beyond. The next lecture will focus on international and modern legacies of the revolutionary era.
Lecture 48. Revolutionary Legacies.
What were the legacies of the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic era? There are many answers to this question. This lecture asks how ideals, symbols, and practices from this time period had far-ranging and diverse impacts across space and time. We'll look at how different people appropriated its flexible meanings and made them their own. The Revolution and Napoleonic age had hit the world with a double whammy. On the one hand, the Revolution introduced a stunning new set of ideas and practices to do with participation, rights, and social equality. And on the other hand, the revolutionaries and Napoleon had let loose international conflict, which destabilized not just politics, but also international geopolitics. Let's start with an unexpected place, Spanish America. And we'll start with an unexpected person who barely made it into a history book, José Caballero. This small trader lived in Bogotá in New Granada within Spain's sprawling empire. In his diary, he typically recorded everyday events like gossip about marriages or murders, or the tale of a rabid bull at a nearby hacienda. Then on the 19th of August, 1808, he noted down the shocking news from across the ocean. The Spanish royalty had been imprisoned by the French, by that man, Napoleon. Caballero called him, quote, a traitor and usurper. This infamous monarch has committed the vilest act ever recorded in history. Napoleon's abrupt seizure of power in Spain took place when the 300-year-old Spanish Empire was already racked with trouble. Social tensions plagued the colonies, and Creole elites disliked recent Spanish reforms and new taxes. Soon after Napoleon booted out the Spanish king, rebellions and civil wars broke out across South America in the 1810s and 20s. By 1825, all the Spanish South American colonies on the mainland had broken away from Spain. In the late 18th century, Enlightenment ideas and news about the American and French revolutions had spread in Latin America, even though Spain tried to keep a lid on those subversive influences. Some people clearly were taken by the French Revolution. In Bogota, in 1793, Antonio Nariño printed 100 illegal copies of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and then he was forced to watch the Spanish authorities set them on fire. One singer in the cathedral choir of Mexico City performed the Marseillaise in public and was promptly hustled into jail. But at the same time, many of the Creole elites who would soon lead the Spanish-American Wars of Independence, they were wary of the disorderly and violent French Revolution. Worst of all, it had contributed to the Haitian Revolution, which Spanish-American elites watched with horror. In other words, the Latin Americans seeking independence didn't want to imitate the French Revolution, but they drew inspiration from the same sets of ideas. And like the French, they soon claimed sovereignty and experimented with new forms of politics. They often fused Republican models with more conservative social goals. French revolutionary ideas formed one part of the repertoire they used to invent their own new politics. In Caballero's land of New Granada, almost a dozen provinces produced republican constitutions over the 1810s. They almost all borrowed language straight from the French Constitution of 1795. And language from all four of France's constitutions from the 1790s appeared in the Mexican Constitution of 1814. As Caballero developed into a patriot insurgent, in his diary, he also shared a language already made powerful by revolutionaries in France, Saint-Domingue, and North America. When the government tried to outlaw free speech, he wrote angrily, "Is this liberty to deny citizens even the right to speak?" And his diary was loaded with accounts of revolutionary symbols drawn from France, though Caballero didn't see them as French at all. In March 1813, he recounted that a tree topped with a liberty cap had appeared in Bogota. Liberty trees multiplied in the city, and Colombian insurgents soon put the Phrygian cap of liberty onto the seal of the ephemeral Republic of Cundinamarca. The liberty cap, as a symbol, seems to have been brought to Spanish America by Francisco de Miranda, the Venezuelan revolutionary who had served in the French Revolutionary Army back in 1792-93. He much preferred the American revolutionaries, but he used the Phrygian cap on a pike in his design for an insurgent flag. The pike was held by an indigenous figure with full feathered headdress, the iconic image of the Americas. In a different vein, Simón Bolívar had visited Paris at Napoleon's coronation. Bolívar disapproved of Napoleon's politics, but he was intrigued and inspired by his style when he built his own civic rituals celebrating insurgency. I've made this excursion across the Atlantic to highlight 2 points as we think about the broader impacts of the revolutionary era. First, in dialogue with other Atlantic revolutions, the French Revolution generated immensely malleable and powerful symbols, political practices, and languages of liberty, rights, and constitutions. Other places appropriated them, they recrafted them, and fused them with their own traditions and innovations. And second, this international dialogue about the political and social order was all the more explosive because of revolutionary and Napoleonic warfare. The wars of this era not only redrew boundaries inside Europe, they contributed to throwing the colonial framework up for grabs, especially in the Atlantic world. We saw earlier that France lost her richest colony, Saint-Domingue, and sold Louisiana to the Americans. Now we see Spain's empire shaken up, of course primarily because of its own internal dynamics. But it also fell apart because of the openings and instabilities created by the Napoleonic Wars. Over the longer term in Europe, Great Britain was the great beneficiary of this colonial shakeup. Earlier, she'd lost some of her American colonies, but the French and Spanish empires took bigger hits, and Britain sailed into the 19th century as the biggest European imperial power. Now, let's go back to Europe, where we can see even more directly the combined impact of Napoleonic and revolutionary geopolitics and revolutionary political legacies. Remember that in 1815, the Congress of Vienna had 2 key goals. First, they wanted to restore as much as possible the traditional power of kings, nobles, and church. They wanted to repress burgeoning new ideas. And second, in the international realm, the great powers had all agreed that they'd act in concert to keep the peace. In response to Napoleon's aggressive expansion, Prussia, Austria, and England had pressed to construct small buffer states rather than making new unified nation states that could rival older powers. So they invented the 39-state German Confederation, and they maintained divided states in Italy. In a nutshell, the Congress wanted to keep a lid on the double threat of liberalism and nationalism. But restoring the old order proved impossible. Cracks in the conservative order appeared everywhere. A wide variety of new forces put pressure on the conservative order, like explosive population growth, fast-growing cities, and the spread of industry. But to look back to earlier influences, the Napoleonic Wars and empire building had spurred thinking about nationalism among European intellectuals and political activists. And the French Revolution and Napoleon had essentially invented a new political universe, a repertoire that challenged the old monarchical systems. The revolution had sharply posed the problem of how to create a democratic or representative system of politics right in the middle of traditional monarchical Europe. In some ways, in the short term, this Republican experiment had failed. It had produced the terror, and it had shown how the pursuit of political purity could produce violence and counter-revolution. It also ushered in the authoritarianism of Napoleon's empire. But it also left behind a deep sense that politics shouldn't be concentrated solely in the hands of a few people. It provoked endless desire for political power sharing in 19th century Europe and beyond. Giuseppe Mazzini was an early 19th century Italian nationalist and revolutionary. He remembered, "My own natural aspirations toward liberty were fostered by constantly hearing my father and his friend speak of the recent Republican era in France." In the last lecture, I talked about critical schools of political thought emerging in France: conservatism, liberalism, and republicanism. Those movements were also developing in all sorts of ways all across Europe in early 19th century. Now let's look more specifically at a crucial moment where they clashed abruptly, 1848. In that year, a series of revolutionary uprisings spiraled across Europe. Modern Europe has experienced four major moments of revolution: 1789, 1848, 1917, and 1989-91. Of all of these, the revolutions of 1848 took place in the widest geographic area. Serious uprisings broke out in Vienna, in Paris, and Berlin, in Budapest, Prague, and Krakow, in Milan, Palermo, Naples, and Venice. Working-class radicals and middle-class liberals were hoping to create new political orders, set up constitutions, and maybe even oust kings. The rebels also wanted to redraw the map of Europe and establish unified nations in Italy, Germany, and Hungary, for example. And peasants rose up against their lords in Eastern Europe, and in Western Europe, they pressed for common lands and lower taxes. The events of 1848 are incredibly complex. In fact, there's even an expression in Italian: to make a 48 means to create turmoil, confusion, in short, to make a mess. But within that mess of revolution, a few key strands stand out that let us see how revolutionary legacies grew and continued in Europe. Three big things were at stake in 1848. First, constitutional rule and democracy. Second, national unity and nationalism. And third, the social question, as they called it in the 19th century. In other words, how to deal with pervasive inequality and widespread poverty. Like 1789, the revolutions of 1848 erupted out of a moment of intense economic crisis and hardship. They began in January in Palermo and Naples, where crowds revolted against their absolutist king. Before long, he agreed to a constitution, civil rights, and elections for a legislative assembly. Then in February, Paris stunned Europe by throwing up barricades in the streets, declaring a republic, and causing their king to run away again. On hearing the news, one woman in Frankfurt wrote, "My heart beat with joy. The great watchwords, liberty, equality, fraternity, were again inscribed on the banner of the movement." While conservatives watched with dread, Republicans and liberals that spring surged into the streets in city after city across Europe. Their goals ranged broadly, but they included equality of men before the law, freedom of the press, speech and religion, representative parliaments, and trial by jury. The American diplomat in Vienna commented about the activists. They were pale with terror at their own daring. These activists had different visions of what form of politics to pursue. The German Democrat Karl Schurz recalled, "The French Revolution furnished us models in plenty that excited our imagination mightily." Liberals, often of middle class or elite background, they lobbied for constitutional monarchies like 1789. They wanted written constitutions, civil rights, parliaments, and the vote for men with property. Radical Democrats instead looked to the France of 1792-93. They wanted to institute republics with universal manhood suffrage and numerous social reforms. Quote, "without the wild excesses, without terrorism," as Karl Schurz put it. Liberals, even more often than radicals, they had the opportunity to try exercising official power. With their backs to the wall, absolutist kings in places like Austria, Prussia, and Piedmont agreed to allow constitutions, elections, and various civil liberties and rights, like the free press. As one historian wrote, Europe was suddenly, quote, "crammed with parliaments." New newspapers proliferated, and political clubs popped up everywhere, including conservative clubs, for conservatives were also learning to use broad-based politics in this era. In some areas, to gain political voice meant to unify ethnic or linguistic groups in new political nations. To give just one example, a liberal parliament in Germany tried, without success, to lay the foundations of a unified German state. 1848 also raised the social question of equality. Europe was still struggling with the embedded power of traditional privileged elites. In central parts of Eastern Europe, like Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia, 1848 led finally to the abolition of serfdom and seigneurialism. 1848 also unleashed expectations and stirred up debate about what other social reforms should accompany the new politics. Democratic Republicans and workers often collided with more moderate liberals over just how egalitarian their aims ought to be. Nowhere was this social class more pronounced and clearer than in France. So let's look a bit more closely at 1848 in France. When France declared its Second Republic in 1848, radical leaders wanted more than the liberal leaders did, more than electoral reforms, free press, and universal manhood suffrage. Radicals pressed for what they called a democratic and social republic. They were inspired in part by early socialist thinkers and also by the Jacobin tradition from the First Revolution. Remember that beyond declaring equality before the law, in 1793-94, the Jacobins had attempted to create greater social equality by instituting egalitarian inheritance laws, state-run poor relief, public works projects, and taxes on the rich. One peasant radical commented, "If a majority of us were Republicans, it was in memory of our beautiful revolution of 1793. Our fathers had inculcated its principles, which still survive in our hearts. Above all, we were children of the revolution." In 1848, activists demanded a new social right beyond the ones declared in 1789, the right to work. To deal with the immense poverty and unemployment, the new Republican government in France agreed to the radical demand to set up national workshops. This massive public works project employed poor men and paid them 2 francs a day. Across France, they also levied a controversial new tax to pay for this program. By May, those workshops had swelled to 115,000 workers who were fired up by the new politics. Many joined one of Paris's 200 brand new political clubs, and they poured into the streets to demonstrate for or against each new proposal of the government. Liberal leaders in the new National Assembly got nervous. They were afraid of economic consequences, but also the dangerous political impact of all these rabble-rousing, impoverished workers in the streets. The leaders wanted to build their republic without pressure from the streets. So in late May 1848, the government decided to shut down the national workshops. This stirred up the fears of the poor and the anger of radical Democrats. One workshop foreman burst out, Work! Who will give it to us, if not the state, at a time when industry everywhere has closed its workshops, shops, and factories? Demonstrations began right away. Night after night, artisans, workers, and small shopkeepers took to the streets. By June 23rd, the demonstrators had gotten impatient. They marched to the square where the Bastille had once stood. One leader stirred up the crowd. Friends, our cause is the cause of our fathers, liberty or death. Before long, some 40 to 50,000 insurgents had set up barricades. They'd occupied all of eastern Paris. The government sent in the army and the guard. After several days of fierce fighting in the streets, some 1,500 workers and over 900 soldiers and guardsmen lay dead. About 12,000 insurgents were arrested. The shaky new liberal republic had defeated its own people. This incident emboldened conservatives, both in France and abroad, to rein in the revolution of 1848. To stabilize France, the Assembly adopted a constitution with a strong executive, modeled in part on the American system. Later that year, France elected Napoleon's nephew as president. Like his uncle before him, he seemed to represent both order and democracy, and he presented himself as a man above factions and divisions. Also, like his uncle before him, within a few years, he dismantled the Republic and turned France into an empire, the Second Empire. France wasn't the only place where the political and social experiment of 1848 was cut off. Kings reconsolidated their power, generally with armed force, by 1849. The various liberal regimes created by the 1848 revolution didn't last. A conservative backlash followed. Just like 1815, many rulers and conservative leaders resolved to keep the forces of liberal politics and revolution at bay. But the rebellions of 1848 didn't totally fail. The most widespread social change was the abolition of serfdom and the remains of seigneurialism in large areas of Eastern and Central Europe. And France definitively re-abolished slavery. 1848 also served as a moment of political apprenticeship as millions of Europeans experimented with the vote, worker associations, political clubs, a free press, and parliaments. Some former absolutist monarchies like Prussia and Piedmont, now they remain constitutional monarchies, though they were conservative ones. And 1848 demonstrated the ongoing evolution and the centrality of issues raised by the French Revolution. I named just a few: civil liberties and equality before the law, democratic and representative politics, nationalism, the social responsibilities of the state, and the power of revolutionary activism, but also of the conservative defense of tradition. Let's pursue the question of revolutionary legacies farther forward in time. By 1848, on the left, a rival ideology was beginning to emerge that would eventually lead to a rival model of revolution. Various early socialist ideas were already circulating. And early in 1848, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels published the Communist Manifesto. In 1848, it didn't have much influence yet, but it would. Marx and the Russian revolutionaries studied the French Revolution avidly. The relationship between the French revolutionary tradition and socialist and communist revolutionaries is complicated and fascinating. They saw the French Revolution as a powerful model of explosive change, as a crucial revolutionary first step. It was an ancestor to be embraced and improved upon. But in their eyes, even the Jacobin phase of the revolution hadn't pushed far enough in pursuit of equality. They envisioned a new model of equality with sharing goods in common and an end to private property. They explicitly meant to push beyond the French Revolution's goals of equality before the law, rights, constitutions, and democratic representation. In 1917, in the Russian Revolution, Bolsheviks compared themselves to the Jacobins. Alongside the song the Internationale, they played the Marseillaise, both the French version and a new Russian workers' version. Within France itself, on the left, socialist ideas would combine in combustion with the older revolutionary Republican tradition. In 1871, yet another revolution broke out known as the Paris Commune. A mix of Republicans and socialists led the revolt. At that point, the Second Empire of Napoleon's nephew had just fallen when the Prussians invaded France in 1870. France had just declared its third republic. That republic survived by crushing the radical commune and gradually defining itself as a force of order, as a moderate republic. It would take years to consolidate support for the Third Republic because France had such a contested past and political factionalism still ran hot. For example, when the Third Republic built the Eiffel Tower in 1889 to celebrate the centennial of 1789, it was meant to dazzle monarchical Europe as a symbol of technological prowess and republican politics. Within France itself, the tower was controversial. Some French people hated it, first as an emblem of republicanism, ugly modernity, and secularism. But over time, both the Republic and the Eiffel Tower came to be accepted as quintessentially French. Memories of the French Revolution gradually became less loaded. But with the outbreak of World War II, the ideals of 1789 suddenly came to central stage. 1939 was the 150-year anniversary of the Revolution, and the well-known historian Georges Lefebvre was writing The Coming of the French Revolution. With fascism looming, he concluded his book with an analysis and impassioned defense of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. He called directly on the young to defend those rights. Youth of 1939, your forefathers gave you freedom. Just months later, in 1940, the Nazis rolled into France. They ordered that Lefebvre's book be burned. Only one act in the broader story of the fall of the French Republic and the establishment of the collaboration government of Vichy. After the war, the French founded their Fourth Republic. The post-war period showed multiple and contradictory legacies of the revolutionary and Napoleonic era at play. In the years after World War II, the French colonies fought to break away from France. To challenge French imperialism, independence activists from Algeria to Vietnam, from Morocco to the Ivory Coast, appropriated France's own language of national liberation, rights, and political self-determination. Maybe the most famous example is Ho Chi Minh's 1945 Declaration of Independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. It cited the American Declaration of Independence and quoted directly from the French Declaration of the Rights of Man. Then it denounced, quote, the French imperialists for abusing the standard of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and depriving our people of every democratic liberty. The colonial independence movement exposed a contradiction inherent in the Republic since its origins in 1792. French Republican expansionism and empire building mixed uneasily with its ideology of liberty and Republican self-rule. And in 1958, in the midst of the colonial wars, France showed off its Bonapartist tendency to look towards strong, patriotic rulers at moments of crisis. The majority of the nation supported Charles de Gaulle and his new Fifth Republic with a stronger executive and an emphasis on domestic order and French strength abroad. If Napoleon was smiling then, it was the revolutionaries' turn to smile in May 1968. In a revolt from below, students and workers challenged this authoritarianism and brought France to a halt with strikes and demonstrations. 1968 produced gains for labor, a cultural revolution in social mores, and also a resurgence of the right. Beyond France, the post-war era shows the evolution of other revolutionary legacies. The Holocaust and atrocities of World War II had made the issue of human rights starkly relevant. After the war, the new United Nations set up a Human Rights Commission led by Eleanor Roosevelt. It hammered out the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That drew inspiration from 18th century French and American declarations. But it also illustrated how much rights concepts had moved beyond their 18th century origins. The Universal Declaration included the right to have a nationality and freedom of movement. It also listed social rights, like the right to work with equal pay for equal work, the right to marry, the right to Social Security, and the right to education. Across the globe, the struggle to define rights and to defend them has continued to the present day. The French Revolution is an international ancestor of more recent struggles, like the American Civil Rights Movement and movements for women's rights, gay rights, and the rights of the disabled. 1989 marked the year of the bicentennial of the French Revolution. The French celebrated the event by arguing, once again, over what their revolution really meant. But in 1989, it was events outside France that illustrated how deeply its fundamental issues of rights and liberty remained relevant. In China, tens of thousands of students massed on Tiananmen Square to protest government corruption and call for civil liberties. In their international repertoire, they included French revolutionary slogans in their call for change. Later that same year, in Berlin, another revolutionary moment had a more encouraging outcome than Tiananmen Square. That fall, thousands of Germans dismantled the Berlin Wall piece by piece. One eyewitness proclaimed, "On the 9th of November, the wall still cut the heart of Berlin, but on the 10th, it was a dance floor, a picture gallery, a blackboard, a museum, and also just a pile of stones. Like the storming of the Bastille, the breaching of the wall changed the world." Like pieces of the Bastille, chunks of the wall were soon put up for sale, and people began to collect them as physical symbols of liberation and the hope for a better era. As the Arab Spring recently demonstrated, to this very day, people haven't given up on using grassroots revolutions to bring down authoritarian regimes. And to this very day, the question of how to end a revolution and bring its promises to fruition remains a complicated and difficult project. Obviously, there are many currents beyond the French Revolution that have influenced the international debate about how to create liberty, equality, and democratic politics. Today, the French Revolution has what could be called a stealth effect. We have come to take some of its most controversial claims for granted. And its power and its influences have intermingled with other traditions, so that its specific legacies no longer leap out with striking clarity and controversy, the way they did in 19th century Europe. Today, in the popular mind, the French Revolution mainly brings up images of Marie Antoinette and the guillotine. I hope this course has shown how it played a much wider role in the hotly contested invention of modern politics and the ongoing struggle for human rights and equality.
We hope you have enjoyed these lectures from the Great Courses. Our courses are now available to order online. Visit our website at thegreatcourses.com or call our customer care representatives at 1-800-832-2412. That's 1-800-832-2412. Thank you very much.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.